What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the day. It's E-Day. It's D-Day. It's Election Day, folks. We are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. No suit. I am wearing a suit. It's just a different type of suit than the one you would normally see me wear. Not a regular kind of suit. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. For all of those who are unfamiliar, this is how we start the day. We're going to have a lot of people in here today. I think something big is happening. There's already like 40,000 people, and I just started the stream, so I'm gonna put my glasses on. I can't even see. Anyway, folks, all the long-term subscribers coming back into the chat, welcome back. I hope you're excited for an ad-free broadcasting experience the entire time. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing obviously news coverage as well today, before we get to the poll watch, cock watch, hog watch, all of that good stuff. But personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast, didn't really do too much after a incredibly long stream yesterday. We had like a 10-hour broadcast yesterday. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna chill out a little bit, and that's precisely what I did. I watched Dandaran, which was fantastic. For those of you who don't know. And then after that, I went to bed, woke up early, and I had my regular ass day. For those of you who don't know, I know it's a special day for a lot of people, especially for someone like myself, considering that this is, this is like my Super Bowl. I'm a political commentator. And, this is when a lot of people start tuning in directly when the election is happening. But here, started the morning with this. Started the morning with Kaya out there having fun with this big Rottweiler, little Jeb Bush action in between. Put my fucking... I voted by mail, as you guys know. I filled it in last night. And then played a little bit of basketball as well. You already know. Had to do it for the one time. Just a regular day for the most part, God damn, the hype train is going crazy. The subscriptions are going crazy. The view counts are going crazy. Anyway, but yeah, this is the fit for the day. You already know, okay? Voted illegally? Hell yeah, brother. Did I vote in Donald Trump? No, I did not. Why do you always wear knee straps? Because I'm an old man. Anyway, so that's personal news. That's it. There's not really much else to do other than that. In terms of personal news, like, not very eventful. My life is not very eventful. It's been leading up to this very moment, right? My life has been leading up to this exact moment for the past 4 years at this point, and excited to finally get there. Excited to see what the outcome is. It's D-Day, baby. How do the knee straps help? I got fuck knees. Knee straps are good for like holding your patellar. It's like an extra tendon brace, basically. But yeah. Pants I'm wearing are pretty crazy. Folks, Steve Kornacki is not wearing khakis. This is actually kind of devastating. This is kind of shocking. I don't know what to do with this. Breaking. Punxsutawney Phil of American Election, Steve Kornacki has appeared on Morning Joe wearing gray slacks, indicating a Republican win. Traditionally, if Steve appears in khakis, the election will swing for the Democratic candidates. Stay tuned for more updates. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fake news just like that. Just like what you just saw from Gremlo, friend of the show, Gremlo, with this fake news. Anyway, but yeah, let's blast off and let's get into it. I had a wonderful conversation, by the way. Shouts out to FaZe Banks. Wonderful conversation with him after he decided to blast off tweet for you. After he decided to... Okay, you're stupid, chatter, for fucking... We're not using this as a blast off meme, okay? Terraria, November 5th, All Day Gaming Tuesday. This is Misinformation Station. A lot of you are on the toxic gossip train. A lot of you are doing Misinformation Station shit, and I don't personally like it. You need to chill out. Give me a good blast off meme. Let's do it. Okay, this is a big one. This is the biggest one. I might even do like a... I might even do like an outfit change in between, like Amaranth. You know what I'm saying? Like I might pull an Amaranth and be like outfit change incoming, and like in between, and then come back with something a little sexier than what I'm wearing right now. Why are you so high definition right now? Either I've been on shit screens because your camera quality is crisp. Yeah, we fixed it. We fixed it up. We fixed it up. We did it. Okay. Let's do it. Let's blast off and let's get it right into it. I mean, can I wake up? It's election day. No, she's sleeping. She doesn't give a fuck. She was with me when I went to vote. She voted too. She voted illegally. I voted for 2. Yeah, that's right. I voted for my daughter. Okay. I voted for my daughter. JD Vance told me that you should be able to vote for multiple people if you have a child. And as you guys know, I have a child. Do you think a lot of people will order a lot of pizzas for delivery today? I'm a pizza delivery guy, and right now it's slow, but I want to know your projection. Yes. That's a very funny question, but yeah, for sure. Later in the night, I think when people start like watching and tuning in, because right now we got all the freaking losers in here, okay? Losers like you and losers like me. People who care about this stuff that have been, you know, following this literally nonstop for every single day for the past 4 years. All the people that are going to be like, what? The election is happening? Let me just check in with my favorite commentator, HasanAbi Piker. That's going to come in later in the night. That's going to come in like in, you know, in the afternoon, late into the afternoon. So, I figured out my best reason for voting for Kamala with the genocide in Gaza. I don't want the Dems to be able to historically wash their hands of this. No Trump getting elected and making it worse is a stand, and the Dems have to own for the rest of their existence. Okay. I heard different about Kaya's vote. This is fake news. Once again, this is election misinformation. I'm going to be issuing a context note on this one. Okay. Level 11 hype train. Y'all are out of control today. Holy shit. All right. The first results came in, already split 3-3. Yeah. We're going to do all that. Update on the concubine guy.
So apparently some stuff on social media had come up because I made a comment about Harry Sisson, who might be the most beta male on the planet. He and 3 or 4 of his cunty little friends got together and they put out a thing that said, real men vote for Harris.
Who the trap lord? Dude, this is crazy. Okay. I can't believe this man is like quintupling down. I've never seen something like this before in my entire damn life. This is the guy who claimed he killed bin Laden. Like, there's nothing crazy. I cannot comprehend how you behave like this. I don't know how you feel confident enough to behave like this. It just don't, it makes no dang sense, man. It makes no dang sense. He also follows me. Yeah, I don't know why. Robert J. O'Neill, Mick Huya, a moot of mine, a Twitter moot. He's been a follower of the HasanAbi broadcasting and perpetuity in quite some time. So I don't know why he has done that. Maybe he wants to eat me and have sex with me as well. Seemingly he has come out on Twitter as a gay man, a gay cannibal, a gay rapist cannibal, which is really weird. It's a really weird thing to just openly admit for no fucking particular reason. I don't really understand why any dang person would be doing the dang thing, but he's done did it. Eat your ass, Alex Jones. Yeah, that type of shit. But yeah, this man who was part of SEAL Team 6 his claim to fame is shooting Osama bin Laden, and many of the other SEAL Team people have said that they've called into question whether that's real or not. Was saying he's gonna eat and also rape these young boys for the crime of being pro-Democratic Party, I think. He said, we're Gen Z voters and we're all proudly voting for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris. That's what they said. You got all my favorite debate guys in here. You got Harry Sisson, and then you have this fucking weirdo freak being like, you're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines. Oh, Puddin, you're so sweet. That's what he said. First time I've ever seen someone quintuple down on telling everyone that they want to sexually assault young boys. Yeah. I don't know what's happening with this guy, but there's a real crisis. Within the conservative movement, I think, lately. And that crisis is almost entirely born out of the reality that they've bought Twitter and they're just like, their brain is getting perma-fried. Like on Facebook, their brains were being fried already, but that was kept in a containment zone. People under the age of 78 were not getting their news and information from there. You were not interacting with them, right? That was like the containment zone for everybody. And then Elon Musk bought Twitter and then turned Twitter into 4chan, which is like Facebook, but also more Nazi focused. It's like if your special interest is being a white nationalist nerd, then, Twitter is the platform for you now. And I think that has created this weird feedback loop for a lot of these Republicans who personally think like, yeah, no, this shit bangs. Like I got 20,000 likes when I said I'm going to sexually assault these young men. So I think other people agree with me. And it causes people to lose track of their humanity. It causes people to lose track of what they consider to be like normal behavior, because in the real world, if this man were to say such a thing to people, he would go to jail. Like literally, he would be like, imagine if he walked up to a bunch of young boys who had just voted for Kamala Harris, and he was like, I'm going to have sexual intercourse forcibly with you and then eat you potentially and turn you into a concubine. You would call the authorities, and then he'd probably have like a very crazy suicide by cop style situation, I assume, because he's definitely not mentally well. But like, it would be handled differently in the real world is my point, right? Like, I don't think this person does stuff like this in the real world. And if he does stuff like this in the real world, there's probably some repercussions for it, whether legal or some sort of repercussion, right? At the very least, people will probably look at him and go, you're gross. You're a gross person. But this is a broader conversation about the internet. This is a broader conversation about our little hug boxes, our echo chambers that we have cultivated online. And I guess what I'm trying to say is today is a day where we shall see whose echo chamber was right. Because as fans of the show who have been paying attention, tuning in and out closely, as friends of the show that are, watching, might have paid attention. I personally believe that despite my criticisms, despite my anger, dare I say resentment of the Democratic Party, I've said that Kamala Harris is most likely slated to win the election today. Now, if you were to talk to your friends, your peers, especially considering that this is a under 35, heavily male-dominated space, you would get a very different attitude. And that's because a lot of people who are online, or a lot of people who are communicating exclusively with one another online, or even people in our age demographic are, I think, more openly in the tank for Trump than anybody else, right? So that's something that you got to remember. So I think that our own personal involvement in these spaces where people are more likely to be Trump supporters kind of clouds our judgment. This is something that I try to evade every single day, right? I try to look at polls for this reason, and I try to develop a better understanding of what the broader electorate is looking at, right? What they are thinking about, what their anger and resentment and frustration revolves around. So we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, let's take a look.
So apparently some stuff on social media had come up because I made a comment about Harry Sisson, who might be the most beta male on the planet. He and 3 or 4 of his cunty little friends got together and they put out a thing that said, real men vote for Harris. I noticed their ages too, and I responded that you're not men, you're boys, and you're my concubines in the real world. And what I meant with that is, yeah, you would be. You don't know how to fight, you've never learned how to fight, and I basically will do whatever I want with you. So that's all I meant. Wasn't trying to insult anybody or whatever, but trust me, guys like Harry Sisson couldn't do a goddamn thing. They'd be running for guys like me to save them. So basically, saying concubine.
Harris wins the popular vote. Electoral College sides with Trump, though. That's my hard read if things go bad. There's no reason Trump would win the popular vote. I disagree with you. There is a likelihood that Trump wins the popular vote but loses the Electoral College. That is a likelihood. It's all about turnout in this election. It seems might favor, at least if you look at past performance, if you look at like the polling, in terms of low propensity and mid propensity voters who are notoriously more difficult to track down, they say Donald Trump. They say Donald Trump by pretty fucking wide margins. So for that reason, this is a very unique situation. Anyway, going back to this, I like that he's doubling down about his like sexual assault threat and saying like, nah, you don't understand. Like, like I simply meant to assault you because you are beta.
Damn thing. They'd be running for guys like me to save them. So basically, saying concubine means a slave, and Sisson is apparently French for fucking cunt.
Bro, you are like 60 years old, man. You're 60 years old. You lived a whole life. You are like multiple divorce champion over here beefing with a child. Okay? And also like physically threatening this kid. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? You know, I'll tell you this much. There's a new crop of TikTok debaters out there. Some of them I agree with and I really like and I cherish. Some of them I might not agree with all the time, but it doesn't really matter because I'm not a fucking psychopath who goes, oh, I disagree with you, so I'm going to eat you, okay? I don't understand what causes someone to just be like, I disagree with you and I'm going to keep it at that, you know? Or I disagree with you and I'm just simply going to say why I disagree with you. We can never do that anymore, okay? God forbid, everything fucking turns into politics and one side of the political spectrum literally will just go, I'm going to send a mail bomb to your house. That's where we're at. That is now officially where we're at. Back in the day, 10 years ago, if you were like a progressive, socialist, leftist, online content creator, no matter how small or how big you were, okay, let's say maybe you potentially worked at the Young Turks, you would get a lot of death threats, right? You would get a lot of death threats. That was like, you get doxxed, you get a lot of death threats. Now, I feel like the 4chanification of political discourse has finally run its course, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to be like a TYT content creator or some shit to be able to get the ire of the Republican psychopaths. And it's no longer relegated to like anonymous online forums. Now, the average Republican is operating like this. And it's very weird. Very fucking weird that is now the new norm. You're like, Donald Trump's going to be like, hey, guess what, dude? Springfield, Ohio, those Haitians, they're eating cats and dogs. Insanely racist sentiment. No evidence whatsoever for this. All of a sudden, boom, bomb threats, okay? Matt Walsh decides like the Boston Children's Hospital is actually doing, it's transing the children. No evidence for this whatsoever. He just lied. Doesn't matter. Boom. Bomb threats. We got to shut down the hospital for the week. And I don't know where we go from here. And I don't also know what we do with half the country basically hallucinating an alternative reality where they legitimately think, for example, illegal immigrants are being shipped specifically to fucking swing states so they can vote illegally for the Democratic Party. This right here is insane. This is made up. Like, that's a made up thing. You just made that shit up. And now people believe you. Why am I saying this? Well, it goes back to the conversation I was having with FaZe Banks last night. Okay? FaZe Banks and myself had a conversation after he, said he's voting for Donald Trump. He's endorsing Donald Trump, whatever, bold, brave, bold, and dare I say, a little bit scary. I will admit, a little bit scary. And I'll tell you exactly why in a second. But part of the reason why he fucking said that is because he watched a Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk. And in this interview, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk were having a conversation in which Elon Musk just straight up fucking lied. Now, I feel like that used to mean something, right? Like, hey man, why are you lying was a thing that you could just say to the other side, right, of the political spectrum. And then people would basically respond to that and be like, wait a minute, he's lying? Let me investigate. Now it's like, it don't matter. You could just fucking lie, okay? And there is no interest in addressing the truth whatsoever. Remember the alternative fact shit that happened under Donald Trump's leadership last time? We are now living in the aftermath of that, where no, there is literally just like two separate realities. There are two alternate realities, and half the country is hallucinating that alternate reality, and the other half of the country also has their own form of delusion, but it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know where we go from here. This is something that I've been genuinely worried about, something that I've been genuinely thinking about. It's very, very frustrating. This is it. This is literally like
the Dems won the selection.
This is what I saw this morning, and it fucked me up, dude. It really, really fucked me up. Like, I'm telling you guys, Kamala Harris wins, Donald Trump wins. It kind of doesn't matter. Like, this needs to be addressed. Like, this right here, this shit, regardless of who wins today, we got to fucking fix this problem. And I don't know how we're going to do that. Like, obviously, if Trump wins, it's going to be even worse. Considering that, like, we got here to this degree of, like, people openly feeling comfortable lying about such horrific shit that is incredibly consequential as a direct consequence of Donald Trump winning the election last time around. But this is crazy, okay? Listen to this combo. And I know this is like impacting people's brains. This is the type of shit that people respond to, including but not limited to FaZe Banks, Brother Banks himself.
If the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried to push back?
Like, go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does.
Yeah.
This is the last chance, man.
Oh. Trying to talk to just somebody on the street about politics now because everyone either believes hurricanes are made by Democrats or that we are shipping in immigrants to vote and also have secret Chinese police everywhere. Yeah. Like, a lot of this stuff used to be laughed at, man. What the fuck happened? This was like, haha, QAnon, right? Now every political format, every political ideology has its own fucking version of QAnon. Every single one. Now, obviously, I'm not going to fucking do a false equivocation here, okay? I'm not going to say that, like, Democrats or the Democratic media in general lying by omission by refusing to cover how fucking brain dead Joe Biden was in perpetuity is at the same level or at the same severity as, like, you know, Democrats are doing a weather machine. Like, that's not, those two things are not on the same fucking playing field, right? Or the great replacement is happening because the Democrats are bringing in migrants all across the country deliberately to change the demographic makeup of the country so that they can, I guess, win fucking elections. I don't know. Seems like there's not, it seems like you're placing a lot of emphasis on winning or losing elections. It's like Democrats won the last election and Republicans still got their way. So I don't even think they give a shit all that much about winning elections. Like, what's this incredibly consequential thing for the Democrats? Like, they're doing this mass migration pattern, this massive conspiracy, also they can fucking what, win an election? What are you, stupid? What happened to the real world isn't like the internet? I mean, the real world isn't like the internet yet, but you do also have to understand, as we become increasingly more alienated, as we become increasingly more isolated, as our only reach to the outside world comes from the internet, this is going to be more and more impactful for people. This is something that's really important for you to comprehend. This is why I say, like, people like myself and others who are in the online sphere that are doing political commentary are going to be significantly more consequential. Yes, I saw the NBC article, my friend. Please stop fucking spamming it over and over again. We covered it yesterday. It's again, the NBC article correctly points out that a lot of people are cynically considering any kind of like anti-Israel, anti-Zionist commentary with anti-Semitism, and that's it. I feel like you just only saw the fucking the headline, didn't read the article at all, and just like moved on, which is fine. Anyway, it is what it is. All right. Musk said he invited people to rebuke him and show him where he's wrong. Can you do that with evidence? Yes, I absolutely can do that with evidence. I don't think Elon Musk would ever in a fucking million years talk to me, though. Are you out of your mind? Like, that's craziness. Elon, of course, sharing Nazi shit. In the lead up to the election. Elon Musk just shared a QAnon video which rails against globalists who have plundered the country, basically an openly anti-Semitic tirade. The world it shows as the utopia it envisions is white only. And the people who made the video say they follow the light of Aryans. Yeah, that's really cool, man. National revival. Follow the light of the Aryans, true patriot, imperial minister of propaganda. That's an Iranian Shah. That is an Iranian Shah supporter account that is like a fucking white nationalist as well. Very cool. Anyway, 2:30 Eastern, election turnout so far. Cities are popping. Philly setting records. Pittsburgh past 2020 numbers. Detroit past 2020. Vegas and Phoenix. Republican numbers in the dumpster compared to 2020 and 2022. Georgia and North Carolina have no real reporting, so black box there. Tentative vibes are PA and Michigan are D. Wisconsin is unknown. Arizona, Nevada depends on Indies breaking. Thank you, Libdejder, for the update. We are going to have a lot of updates throughout the day. But happy election day. I am an EU chatter. When will we know the results? We're not going to know the results until polls close. And even after polls close, we're not going to know the results for quite some time because the way this works is there are states, specifically Pennsylvania, that have an incredibly fucked way of tabulating results and calculating mail-in voters and early votes in general. And it is a deeply frustrating process that is deliberately not streamlined. It's very annoying. It's very frustrating. So it depends. If it's super close, then no news outlet is going to make projections. Even if some news outlets make a projection, you're going to have to remember it depends on Fox News. Or maybe it might not even depend on Fox News anymore, because I don't personally know how much the Republican base even trusts Fox News after last election cycle's consequential Fox News projection for Arizona. So we have a lot of issues ahead of ourselves. I don't even know if people recognize that. I've been trying to kind of gear you up for this a little bit in terms of I covered the Brooks Brothers riot yesterday extensively to try to give you a little feel for what like the Republicans might try to pull out as a last ditch effort. You know what I mean? In multiple states potentially. So there is a lot of there are a lot of terrifying things that could potentially happen in terms of the unrest. I just don't think that this is going to be a no unrest, perfectly fucking chill election cycle because of some of the things that I just mentioned, as a matter of fact. Some of the things that I just mentioned in terms of like how people just don't understand or care about the fucking reality anymore, right? Like these are problems. These are going to be real issues. I have listened, I would say, to tens of thousands of Republicans at this point. And I see the polls. I track this stuff closely, and the overwhelming majority of Republicans routinely say, if Donald Trump loses tonight, the election is stolen. That is a legitimate thing that people believe. And I'm sure if you actually fucking talk to Republicans in your life, if you know any hogs, depending on the level of hogdom that they're at, they probably will repeat that position to you as well. It's not good. That's all I can say. I don't know what else to say other than how the fuck do we deal with this? It seems to me like this is not a good prospect. We are staring down the barrel of unrest, and the situation is not looking too good. So my Republican dad from PA called me today ready to take up arms because the voting machines were down in their county. It's already starting. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like you see even a little bit of fucking weirdness happening, and things happen. You know, this is a massive thing. We have 330 million people in this country. Hundreds of millions of people have been voting and will vote today. Obviously, there's going to be some issues here and there. Otherwise, I think that I would say that like the American electoral system is pretty fucking straightforward. Well, very confusing, like the tabulation, the way that the results come out and stuff, and the electoral college. But like the election integrity is pretty straightforward. These are safe and secure elections, some of the safest and most secure elections on the planet. And I say this as someone who rails against the United States of America on a number of different issues, but this is one of the things that is pretty fucking good. There's obviously some problems in terms of like not streamlining this process and whatnot, but as far as like safety and security, it's pretty good. So in spite of all of that, there are still going to be some complications, some issues, maybe a pipe burst in a area where they're like counting votes or whatever, and Republicans immediately will go, oh, that's the machinations of a conspiracy from the pedophilic Democrats, because they have only one fucking speed at this point. They have one speed. And it's just, oh, things are not going the way I thought they would be going. There must be some grand conspiracy. It can't simply be that, maybe people are annoyed. Maybe people are annoyed with the way that the modern Republican Party presents itself, especially under the leadership of Donald Trump. That could be a reason. Maybe people are still frustrated for half of the population having their fucking liberties removed, that they can't just get this medical procedure now because some dipshit decided, a bunch of dipshits in robes decided, yeah, we don't want women to be able to get that in states that want to deny that. I'm talking about abortion, of course. Like that's a very frustrating issue, right? So I think, you know, a lot of people have no way of analyzing this with an open mind. I say this as someone who recognizes that this is the most popular Donald Trump has ever been at this point in the race in the last 3 races. Okay. There's a likelihood that Donald Trump could win today. I still, like I've said, slightly favor Kamala Harris winning with the blue wall staying strong. But having said that, I do still believe that there is a chance. There is certainly a chance that things could turn out differently. It's real. Have you seen the comparison of MAGAs acting out as extinction bursts? I don't know what that is. I think the average American also, I mean, this is, maybe we do have some average Americans that are tuning in today, but like normal people don't even know how the fucking electoral college works. Like I'm actually always shocked whenever I talk to someone that I know that is just like completely confused. You know, people will be like, oh, can I vote tomorrow? You know, that's a real thing. Like these are very intelligent people who just simply don't know. They have not paid attention. They don't care. They don't know, and they don't understand. You know, this is like, these are real conversations that I've had. So you have to remember that. You have to recognize that I think a lot of people are just like kind of oblivious, not knowledgeable on the situation at all, and you know, and hope for the best, I guess. Anyway, let's take a look at Harris's final pitch to voters across Pennsylvania.
Correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, we made it. The big day after months of campaigning and crisscrossing the country. It all leads to this very moment. After the shortest presidential campaign in modern American history, Vice President Kamala Harris is now sprinting across the finish line, closing out her historic candidacy with a message of unity and optimism, promising to be a president for all Americans. Just over 100 days since Kamala Harris was catapulted to the top of the Democratic ticket, the big day now finally here.
Philadelphia, you ready to do this?
Harris closing out her campaign in Pennsylvania, the state most likely to determine this race, with a call for unity.
And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it.
Overnight, speaking at the base of the famous Rocky Steps in Philadelphia before a crowd of 30,000, Harris with a star-studded finale to her whirlwind campaign.
It's good to be back in the city of brotherly love, where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory.
Harris ending her campaign on a positive note in the final day, not mentioning Donald Trump by name.
My entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf of the people. And it is my pledge to you that if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way.
The vice president focused on her key issues, promising to lower the cost of groceries and health care, to make housing more affordable, and to protect reproductive rights.
Where's your I voted sticker? Where's your I voted sticker? You think I didn't vote? Like, I don't understand. Like, Bro, I'm not kidding. That chatter is the perfect demonstration of how so many people view this format. Okay? It makes sense. It makes sense why so many people will come in here and be and act like I am saying the exact opposite thing that I'm currently in the process of saying. This is why I always say when people are like, Hasan, why don't you change the title to reflect like what is going on in the stream? And it's like, there is literally no reason to do that because people don't know how to read, okay? Americans at this point are illiterate. Straight up. That's it. They're not looking at what is directly in front of them and instead envisioning an alternate reality. That's where we're at nowadays.
We are not going back.
How did it make you feel that FaZe Bank said he watches your commentary yet still voted for Trump? I don't think he watches my commentary that much. I'm going to be honest with you. He also said he watches Charlie Kirk. So,
because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight for freedom, including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
I'm not kidding, folks, when I say this. This type of stuff used to only happen if you were like in the crosshairs of neo-Nazis online. People who just like to troll for fun, right? Like there are entire communities of people that engage with this sort of stuff for people that they despise online, right? Like there are a lot of neck-bearded losers that do stuff like this, send bomb threats, swat people, dox people that they hate, clip whatever the fuck they're saying out of context over and over again to try to build resentment towards that person. I don't know where I'm coming from with this. You might have maybe seen it here and there. Nowadays, this is the entirety of the Republican Party's structure. This is just how, like, it has become universalized in the modern conservative movement. They don't like something, immediately they call the manager, okay? They don't like something, they're like, yep, time to call in a bomb threat. I can see this. They're saying that this is also potentially like Russian interference, non-credible bomb threats originating. This is former special counsel of the Department of Defense, originating from Russia in Fulton County. There are literally American citizens that have been arrested for this, by the way, just so you know. Like this individual one could potentially come from Russia, but the Republican Party has already been arrested for, one, brandishing a machete at a polling station. There was a dude that was arrested for that. There was another guy who shot at the Kamala Harris campaign office in Arizona. Okay? There are so many instances of like people just utilizing bomb threats and swattings and whatnot to deal with their political opponents, like willy-nilly, which is a crime, by the way. It is a federal crime to do that. But until we figure out how to deal with this shit, like this quote unquote trolling, which is now no longer relegated to the online anonymous forums, but instead like average conservatives are engaging with this as well, which, I guess is another word for terrorism. Until we figure out how to fucking deal with this shit, like I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know where we're gonna go from here. I'm not American. I don't usually watch Hasan, but I'd like to know who he is supporting. Sorry for spamming, but can you please explain what your point of voting for Kamala in non-swing states for pro-Palestine leftists? What? Dude, it's the day of the election. I'm sorry. Like, move on, okay? Move on from this. I don't know. Like, I have spent the last year talking about this issue. I don't know. If you haven't heard my perspective at this point, on election day, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Go with your heart. Just don't vote for Donald Trump, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. There's another aspect of this, which Republican projection, lawfare, right? Lawfare is something that Donald Trump has consistently claims is happening to him. He's like, lawfare, you're using the law against me. You're using the law against me. This is what he kept fucking saying, right? This is what Big Dog kept saying over and over again. Except they're doing that. They're doing that for the election results. They're trying to use, they are trying to use their lawyers, their team of lawyers to the best of their ability to disrupt the process as best as they possibly can. You got, you have Donald Trump openly admitting that elections are won by who has the best lawyers, right? It's a devastating situation as well, and I don't know if the Democratic Party is ready, is willing, is able to combat this shit. I hope so. I hope they are. You also have. I was supposed to have Jacob on the broadcast, but I couldn't because he had to go back home. But to talk about his immigration documentary. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
What's going on here?
Continue.
Andrea, you know this better than anyone. There's 1,703 different election divisions in the city of Philadelphia, which is also the county of Philadelphia. They're the same election jurisdiction, 700 different polling places. These young people, how long you guys been online for? About an hour and a half? Is that right? How you holding up, okay?
I'm aching.
Aching. You're aching. I don't blame you. First time voting?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Guys, have a great time. You're going to get to the thing right in just 1 second. I want to show you how long this line is, everybody.
Okay,
So
there's not a single Trump supporter in this line, bro. I'm the hog whisperer, and I'm telling... Okay, maybe one.
1 million registered voters here, but they've only gotten about approaching 200,000. Guys, this isn't even close to the end of the line. Everybody doing okay? Okay, good. They have only 200,000 or so have come back. It's a great point, Andrea. They've only got 7 different voting machines inside this facility here right now. There's 500,000 people who have not been able to cast their ballots yet in Philadelphia. When I say they haven't been able to cast their ballots yet, sorry guys,
the qualities of 5.
I just mean there's 500,000 people who decide to vote in person today. Many of them are young people. One of the things that I heard, this is again, unbelievable, right? I'm not even close, Andrea. What? I'm around in the corner here, but if you look down the street here, we got...
Damn, bro, people love voting. Holy shit.
It keeps going and going.
People fucking love voting, dude. Oh my God. Holy moly.
Rights leader during the 60s.
Most of them look like third-party voters or one of those jokers who make selfies about their ruined ballot.
To make their way to the polls. And ultimately, you know Kamala Harris wants this more than anybody, to drive out turnout in these metropolitan areas here in the city and county of Philadelphia to counteract what's going on. Unbelievable.
This is why I'm bullish on Kamala MPA.
In the rural areas of the state.
What is happening?
Guys,
what's the weather
everybody
there,
doing okay
Jacob?
here? Everybody,
is it warm? Do they need water?
It's like summer, Andrea. It is a very, very pleasant day.
I went at 8 this morning in West Philly and only waited 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky. In Los Angeles, you can just drop a mail-in ballot at your local drop-off point. It's pretty good. Telling you are underestimating how much people are sick of Trump.
Are these Temple University students?
Are you a Temple University student?
Yes, sir. Yep. I'm a junior at Temple. Yep.
Is this your first time voting?
Yep.
So this line, does it seem daunting to you?
No, it's about what I expected for election day. You know, obviously a lot of students coming out, people around the community, so it's about what I expected at this point.
What's bringing you out to vote today? What's your main issue here?
Obviously, you know, we all have our own right to vote. We need to make sure we vote on our own specific issues. So, you know, I think it's really important to take charge at our age, make sure that we're making an impact in our communities and also across the nation.
Young people are the largest potential voting. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Chris, largest potential voting demographic in the country. And it really is. I mean, it's both very uplifting and inspiring to see people here.
What would you do if Kamala wins Texas or Florida? No. I don't see that at all, but I mean, that would be fucking insane. There was a long line for one district booth, but when I went to vote in my district booth, I was the only one there. Would you show ass? I'll do a fucking nude photo shoot, like a tasteful one. no dick, no penis. If Kamala Harris wins Texas or Florida, which is incredibly unlikely, I will literally do a tasteful, no penis showing, but like a tasteful nude photo shoot, okay? I'm not showing dick, but I'll do it. No, that doesn't mean just balls. Y'all are crazy.
Youth turn out, and I just hope as many youths as possible turn out this like upcoming. Well, this is today.
Can I tell you something? I think you've done a good job if that's your goal. The big question is, what's it going to look like here when we get to 8 o'clock p.m. here and the polls close? Every last person that's in line and on this line at that time.
If Kamala Harris secures the Senate for the Democratic Party, which is also very unlikely, and I'm including the independent candidate in this calculation as well. Fuck it, to make matters even more, to make matters swing in, against me even further. Okay. Also, same principle applies. I don't think it's going to happen. I do think, are you as fearful now as you were yesterday? I mean, I am. A couple things that I'm annoyed by was low propensity voters that I talk to in California. I mean, it's like, obviously I'm sampling on my own, so this is not like real. This is not a real analytical process, but like seeing them after weeks on end saying that they were not going to go and vote, coming out and being like, oh, I'm voting actually for Donald Trump, actually was not great. The other thing is that, and I've talked about this already, like there is no shy Trump voter any longer. And guys like FaZe Banks, who in my estimation are perfect representations of like the low propensity voter who would consider himself like an independent, going out and like openly endorsing Donald Trump, which means that there is no more stigma associated with, in the minds of a lot of people, the original stigma associated with like being pro-Trump in 2020 is gone. People simply don't see it that way. People just basically look at it as like, well, Donald Trump was president already. Like they're not, like there is no more negative associations with Donald Trump. Like the danger that he presents for America's future is something that a lot of people do not foresee. And that is not a good prospect. That's not a good thing. You can't be thinking of Donald Trump as a normal guy, as a normal candidate. You can't be thinking of any fucking Republican as a normal guy, as a normal candidate. But like you especially cannot fucking see Donald Trump as a normal guy when he's like running around saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs, running around saying undocumented migrants are fucking killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Like his rhetoric has amped up. It has gotten significantly more violent, significantly more dangerous. This election cycle, his policies have gotten worse. He's talking about mass concentration camps. He's talking about mass deportation. This is very alarming. Like people feeling comfortable and openly stating their desire to vote for Donald Trump, especially in areas in our industry, for example, where people are like more aware, more risk averse, don't want to be fucking disruptive, want to be brand friendly. Like those people coming out and saying like, nah, I fucking love Donald Trump and his mass deportation policies probably are good. I don't know. I'm not really paying attention. Like that is terrifying. Okay. I consider that to be really dire for the future of America. All reporting at Philly is that it's an insane turnout. Lib Dejder. There are 2 Puerto Rico precincts that passed their entire 2020 total at 11 a.m. The Youth Center, University Park, passed their entire 2020 total at 11:30 a.m. And the time, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., are supposed to be even higher after work hours. She won't win Florida, by the way. Give it up. I never said she will win Florida. I didn't even say she's going to win Texas. I do want Allred to defeat Ted Cruz in Texas. Obviously. But I don't know if it's likely. Yes, I think that her chances of, like the Democratic Party's chances of securing the Senate are fairly low. Montana's not looking good. Texas is probably going to be overperforming. Like, Texas probably outperform expectations and still lose to Ted Cruz, and then I'm just gonna fucking perish at that point. I'm gonna evaporate. Texans will still go out and be like, yeah, I love that ugly fucking freak Ted Cruz. I will vote for him every single time. It's the same principle that exists in a place like Kentucky, where they go around and they're like, I don't give a shit. I'm voting for Mitch McConnell. He has done nothing for me. He is a disgusting little monster. He is openly antagonistic to my worldview. He's openly antagonistic to everything I believe in as a Kentuckian, and I'm still voting for him. That is usually how this goes. And it's very fucking frustrating, okay? It is very, very frustrating that people do not make those personal associations that they do when it's the gubernatorial election with their fucking Senate seats, okay? With their senatorial runs. I am very frustrated by this, okay? How is Mitch McConnell still alive? He's not. I mean, he's in a fucking vacuum. Pennsylvania Puerto Ricans are coming out in massive numbers, as we said. Potentially big development if the Philly turnout tracker is accurate. Puerto Rican turnout, which is traditionally very low, may already be reaching 2020 level turnout at 11:30 a.m. Is the hype real? I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of stuff that we are going to get wrong early on, okay? Do not look at early markers. Do not look at early indicators until the votes are starting to be counted, okay? I'm telling you right now, I've been doing this. It's not my first election cycle. Don't hyper focus on this sort of stuff, even though it does feel good to think about how a third-rate comic from Joe Rogan's orbit might have tanked Donald Trump's chances in the state of Pennsylvania. I did say that after the Madison Square Garden, and everyone was like, what do you mean, Hasan? I don't understand. Like, Puerto Ricans, like, you think they're going to be that upset? And it's like, yeah, no, they will be. Every Puerto Rican, regardless of their fucking ideological background, down to like the most right-wing guy, still loves Puerto Rico and understands that Puerto Rico is a beautiful place that America has fucking destroyed. And if you say Puerto Rico is a trash island, they're going to come correct you. Yeah. It's insane why the Philly polls are this long. It's 8 things: president, treasurer, auditor, attorney general, and senator. The other 3 are in PA1, PA2, and PA3, mostly unopposed. What is the poll? Who do you want to vote for? New poll out. It's almost done. In the chat, 92% Kamala Harris, 8% Donald Trump. Are you going to talk about the California propositions? Some big ones are on the ballot. My friend, I did like a 2-hour broadcast specifically on not only the propositions, but also which way I'm voting, including controversial ones, including confusing ones. I already did all that. Like, that's what I've... I did that last night. Anyway, all right. We got NBC coverage.
That isn't actually true, like those videos.
And Tom, as you scan the country right now, what other potential threats are law enforcement officials monitoring?
Well, it's a whole host of things, and really there's been a lot of political violence this year. I mean, as we all well know, the 2 attempts on Donald Trump, but there's been a lot of political violence that we've seen around the globe. We've seen it in both hemispheres. We've seen it in Europe. We've seen it in Africa. So I think the big question here is, as we move forward, is what can we expect in the next 24 hours? And I think...
I'll tell you this much. I'm in a pretty fucking blue area, all right? One of the bluest areas in the entire damn nation. And there were fucking cops everywhere, even around our polling stations, okay? I have voted in every election, midterms, primaries, generals, And I have never seen this much police activity around the polls before. I don't know what that means. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it is a unique predicament. No cops when I voted here in Nebraska. Multiple reporters from major outlets have been denied credentials to tonight's Trump campaign election night watch event in Florida, and it's because of their coverage. That's hilarious. He's such a petty little fucking tyrant, dude. This is my girlfriend's first stream watching you. I'm really nervous, but excited out results. Also here in Texas, and my decision has been influenced by the prospect of a Hasan tasteful shoot. Yeah. Fear not. I live in Nowhere, Iowa, and a cop pulled into our voting church at 7:30 a.m. No cops when I voted in rural Maine. Maybe it's a big city thing. I don't know. Or maybe it's the gosh darn Democrats that the dummycrats that put the cops at polling stations to stop patriotic Americans from exercising their right to firebomb one of the fucking ballot stations. It's fucked up, man. I was the third person to vote this morning. Then I was the 10th person to vote as well. I know what you're thinking. Voter fraud. However, I did one for each major candidate. All good. Oh, thank God. Yeah. If you vote for each candidate illegally, then it cancels itself out.
Assume more than just this year.
Oh, over 25 years.
And so when you see them out there like this, how does it make you feel?
Happy.
Do you feel happy?
I'm happy that the young folks, the young students, not that just only senior citizens, but students come in and exercise their right to vote. We have first-time voters.
Yep.
And that's happy for me.
Renee, you having done this for so long and seen this city for so long, what's your message to people?
Point Crow says, I voted at every ballot box where the poll workers picking the votes up would have something to do. That's good. Yeah, give them something to do, honestly, because they're probably bored. They're probably bored all day, right? Like it's cool that we're all doing our own thing.
So the longer you stay out there, we're going to make sure you're comfortable. We're going to make sure that we can get you in the correct lines. But
Renee, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. And if you need anything, I'll be here all night too, okay? Thank you very much. Guys, back to you.
Okay,
Thanks,
can we
Renee.
just say we love Renee, that
You're
this
great.
is what, this is, you said salt
They
of
love
the
you.
earth, Governor. These folks who work in those places, they believe in democracy, and I'm going to get in trouble, but I have to ask you, Cornell, I'm seeing a confluence of things. The young voter organizing group, right? And they're out there, and the young people who are saying,
If you're eligible to vote, is this your first time voting? New poll in the chat.
Dillon on Morning Joe this morning, and she said,
New poll in the chat. If you're eligible to subscribe, why haven't you used your Twitch Prime yet at the HasanAbi broadcast to support the broadcast? Twitch Prime is free. Or a $6 a month subscription as well. That's another poll, except that's not a poll. I'm just saying that.
it feels like it's a little crazy.
You got it. Yeah. Well, it is. It is
Holy
a little crazy.
fuck!
And
So many people said they're old as fuck and have been voting.
Getting out there, is touching people, is going neighbor to neighbor, is going neighborhood by neighborhood and pulling out people, and then getting them. And then getting them online. But again, folks,
every time people subscribe in a mass blast, I have to do this now. Okay, there's nothing else I can do. Ugh. I have to slub myself out.
I mean,
situation is dire.
Fair. I mean, they're not leaning one way or another. You hear people say, "Oh, the media, they're always covering this side." It's been really, really impressive. I hope they can keep it up.
Thank you. We applaud them. Love to hear that. Okay, still ahead. New Jersey's governor, Senator Cory Booker, one of Vice President Harris's closest friends in the Senate. So what's his read on this race? We'll ask him when we're back in 90 seconds.
Nah, I'm good, fam. Don't want to hear from Cory.
the enthusiasm with that base voter, not just the independents, but the base voter. And the fact that in a place like New Hampshire, as you brought up, J.D. Vance came here on one of the last days. That means Trump's internal numbers see that they have a shot here. Kamala kept spending millions and millions and millions of dollars in New Hampshire, which means she knew she didn't have it wrapped up. So those types of things are, I think, are really leading more towards a Trump win. But this thing's, I think it's going to be contested. I'd be shocked if we had a clear winner tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of, you don't hire 5,000 lawyers and send them home the same night. They're going to earn their money one way or the other. But we'll get a winner eventually. It'll be a little bit bumpy with some recounts, but we're going to get a winner.
Well, let's see. I mean, and it's amazing. You know, you look at what you're talking about, then that poll in Iowa, and hey, people can be forgiven for having whiplash on what the heck is really going on. Guess that's what you like when it's your birthday. Happy birthday there, Governor.
Thank you. We're not talking about that. At this age, we just ignore those days. It's election day.
All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Closer look at the Granite State. Phil, you just heard the case made by Chris Sununu, who obviously is voting for Trump. But, you know, Dixville Notch is all we've got right now. Honestly, for 12 hours, it's like all we've got, 6 votes.
Yeah, look, I get the urge to take any piece of actual real-time data and try and explain what's happening for the rest of the country. And I have a lot of respect for the governor and his understanding of the state. I would caution people, Dixville Notch, not exactly the harbinger of what is going to come, although it is always an interesting color story. Look, this is the map right now as it currently stands. As the governor was laying out, 3-3, there's going to be a lot more vote. I think the real question right now, and I think a lot of us were thinking this when J.D. Vance was sent to the state a couple of days ago, was Republicans have long looked at this, particularly back in 2016, and said, this is one of those places that Democrats, with the exception of Governor Sununu, tend to win statewide that we feel like in a presidential year we've got a real shot at. What happened in 2020, I think, made a lot of people inside the Trump operation say, probably not this year, maybe not this cycle. In 2020, Joe Biden won it by 59,000 votes, won it by a pretty handy margin, by more than 7 points. And that was also the same exact year that the individual you were just talking to, Governor Sununu, absolutely crushed his Democratic opponent in the state. I think what's interesting as you kind of tick through here, and actually, if Mowers is sitting there up there with you still, he understands the state as well as anybody running Governor Christie's operation up there in the 16 campaign, also running for Congress himself, is what you looked at what changed in 2020 from 2016 when Hillary Clinton won by a much narrower margin, is where are the counties that Joe Biden did better in? A lot of these counties, Mowers is going to correct me if you do talk to him.
Oh, dude, that's funny. Nevada Secretary of State seeing high number of rejected ballots in Clark and Washoe says one of the biggest issues is that the signatures of younger voters don't always match what's on their driver's licenses. It's mostly the fact that young people don't have signatures these days. And when they did register to vote through the automatic voter registration process, they signed a digital pad at the DMV and that became their license signature. This is why cross-check, like signature check, for example, is yet another measure that is used to suppress voter turnout, used to suppress voters in general. This is some of the many different things that we talk about here on the broadcast in terms of like how how throughout history the voter turnout has been suppressed effectively through these sorts of measures. One of the easiest, one of the most immediate ways in which voter turnout is deliberately suppressed is that you vote on a fucking Tuesday. It's a work day. It's not a federal holiday. Okay. So that's something to always consider. This is part of the reason why I always say in order to captivate and in order to draw turnout from from the base of support from younger voters, for example, you have to go extra hard. You have to give them something to vote for. Okay? You have to actively push because there are a lot of hurdles in this process, unnecessary hurdles in this process. And if you're not feeling it, you're going to be a part of the plurality that often simply doesn't vote at all. Mark Cuban stole my take, by the way. I think we're seeing a flip-flop from where things were in 2016, where Trump voters were a shy voter who didn't speak the polls or didn't speak out, particularly on social media, to the Harris voters being shy. Cuban argues the vitriol online towards Harris voters, partly driven by Elon Musk's push of Twitter towards the right has forced a lot of Harris supporters to become shy voters and shy communicators. This is Mark Cuban, billionaire, stealing the HasanAbi take. I told you, watch this space. There's going to be, if I am correct, if my prediction is correct, and there is a Kamala Harris victory tonight or tomorrow, okay? I'm telling you right now, articles will be written about the shy Harris voter. Anyway, Cuban elaborated on the mistake he made when he told ABC's The View that former President Donald Trump doesn't have strong, intelligent women around him. I made a mistake. I was talking about Nikki Haley. And, you know, I wasn't as clear as I needed to be, obviously. And look, Mark Cuban, shut the fuck up. Who cares, dude? Who cares? Yes, Donald Trump does not have intelligent women around him. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is this? Donald Trump doesn't have anyone intelligent around him. The only principle for being around Donald Trump is if you're pro Donald Trump unconditionally. That's it. What a fucking stupid thing to argue over. Just, I wish people would just be more honest about what they truly believe. Okay? Like, it's very frustrating to constantly constantly watch these people just like backtrack from like very normal positions. Like, it frustrates me. Okay? Hard to disagree. The brainworm is pretty smart. Yeah. In my opinion, the main reason for democracy is to prevent war. Which candidate do you think is a greater war deterrent and why? Neither. We're talking about America. There is no candidate that is anti-war. You need to vote illegally at a different country's elections if you want to fucking prevent war, okay? I would go so far as to say there is virtually no fucking leadership around the world that is anti-war unconditionally. Very few. What is Harris going to accomplish with the Republican Senate? Many people think she's going to get elected and just bring back federal abortion rights, but that definitely won't happen for at least 2 years of the projected Senate. Yes, we shall see. We shall see what happens. I haven't even considered like the next steps yet because I have been more worried about the immediate consequences of like a potential marginal Kamala Harris victory. And what that will do to all of the fucking hogs. Like, I think that at this point, the truth genuinely doesn't matter for a lot of people. I think that they're just like operating on their own personal vibes. This is funny. 99% of FaZe Clan will be voting for Donald Trump today. 50% of the people in this pick aren't. I don't think 99% of FaZe Clan will be voting for Donald Trump today. But I don't. But you know, it's a hard day for me to raise my FaZe flag up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still phasing up. But it's at half-mast today. I'll tell you that much. I'm phasing up half-mast. And also, I think 50% of FaZe most likely will be voting for Kamala Harris, and the other 50% is thinking that they can vote tomorrow. The other 50% that's not voting for Kamala Harris is thinking, oh yeah, you know, we'll vote tomorrow, right? That's fine. Shh, don't correct them. Should have made an ad about your vote being a secret for the FaZe Clan. Kai thought the election was on the 8th. That's hilarious. Okay. Man arrested at U.S. Capitol with torch flare gun. Capitol Police say this guy was trying to do a January 6th by himself. Congratulations. He was like, I thought I got the date wrong. Wait a minute. He was doing a solo raid. Extra difficulty mode. All right. One other wonderful thing to do is to understand like the vibes of the other side. It's always good to hear from like Fox News and how they're interpreting the situation. I predict that they're not super excited at the prospect of like a lot of young people going out and voting. What the fuck? Did she just put up her phone to show that she wasn't even talking to someone on the phone?
Night after midnight in that big rally in Philadelphia.
Is that a fake phone call?
It looks like she's making a phone call herself. Let's listen in.
Bro! No, she's not on FaceTime. She probably accidentally opened up her camera, okay? It's funny though. God, we are living in fucking Veep world. I swear to God. This is like verbatim 1-to-1 Veep. If you want to understand what is happening in the United States of America, it's Veep, okay? We are straight up in Veep.
Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because
this election matters to the world. Maybe unlike an American election for a generation, it's not just a difference in styles between President Trump, former President Trump, and Vice President Harris. She, of course, a West Coast lawyer. He very transactional in his foreign affairs. We know that from his last administration. But as you mentioned, it's about what's going on in the world. It's about the conflict here in the Middle East, the conflict in Ukraine. We saw in 2019 Kim Jong-un.
I don't think she's lying. I don't think she's faking a phone call, chat. I think that she probably is on a phone call and accidentally turned on the camera. It happens to boomers usually. Okay, that's number one. And number two, it doesn't matter what the truth is because people will use that to be like, see, Kamala Harris is so fake. Anyway, let's look at Trump hitting 3 battleground states in his final push.
Rachel Scott is here with the latest on the Trump campaign. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Michael, good morning. And this has been a campaign unlike any other. Donald Trump launched his third bid for the White House 720 days ago. A twice impeached former president who was convicted of a crime and survived 2 attempted assassinations. His closing message has been dark.
Bleep bloops. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
On that one key question, whether Americans are better now than they were 4 years ago. Overnight in Grand Rapids, Donald Trump holding the final campaign rally of his 2-year-long bid for president, urging voters in battleground Michigan to turn out.
November 5th, today.
They're flexing for the gifted
will
subs.
be the most important day in the history of our country.
I feel like I'm going to flex too much today.
Midnight and speaking until after 2 a.m.
With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory.
His voice hoarse, his remarks at times rambling.
Long Will, thank you for the gifted
subs.
5
3 swing
gifted.
states in just one day. Trump repeatedly turning to personal insults.
He's going to fix every single problem, dude. You got an issue with your neighbor? I'll fix it. I'm going to deport your neighbor.
And dark rhetoric in his closing message, even referring to Nancy Pelosi, the first female House Speaker in U.S. history, with an expletive.
She's a crooked person. She is a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. It starts with a...
Dude. This right here, fucking awesome. Republicans tried to cry that Joe Biden called them garbage. Donald Trump has never, garbage would be a kind thing that Donald Trump would refer to the Democratic Party as. Okay? It would be nicer than what he normally says. This is why as soon as I fucking heard the fake, cynical cry bullying coming from the Republicans, I was like, nope. Do not concede on this shit, okay? If you are tuning in right now and you don't really pay attention to a lot of this stuff, never get lost in the fucking sauce. When Republicans try to cry bully and say, ooh, I can't believe you call this garbage, how dare you do that? Be like, I'm sorry. You're literally wearing a fucking t-shirt that says you want to kill Joe Biden. I can't have this conversation with you, okay? Seriously, you're a garbage person. It's fucking bullshit.
But I won't say it. I want to say it.
The former president casting doubt on the outcome before votes are even counted by once again spreading false claims about election integrity, placing the blame on his supporters if he loses.
No, all we have to do, if we get out our people, it's over. There's nothing they can do about it. It's nice when you have that, right? You know? In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame.
Trump leaned into anti-immigrant rhetoric, pledging mass deportations, calling the U.S. an occupied country.
The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins immediately. The United States is now an occupied country.
At his rally in Pennsylvania, the former president called some undocumented immigrants nasty people, floating the idea of migrants having their own fighting league.
I want the migrant.
Yeah, also, migrants having their own fighting league is just called the UFC. Like, the fuck? Album Films, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Crispy, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's what it is.
The champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are.
And at one point, Trump suggesting boxer Mike Tyson should get in the ring with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Mike's been through a lot, but he could fight. Let me tell you, that guy could fight. But can you imagine Mike? Oh, he says, put Mike in the ring with Kamala. That would be interesting.
Bleep bloops. Thank you for the 20 gifted.
In recent weeks, Trump trying to appeal to young male voters, doing a
Font
series
forward,
of
thank you for the
interviews
10
on
gifted.
podcasts, and overnight netting a big endorsement from one of the most popular podcast hosts in the country, Joe Rogan.
I just want to thank Joe Rogan. That's fantastic.
This is so fucking lame, dude. Like, you're the goddamn president, dog. You're like, you were the president. You're the, God. I have so many opinions on the Joe Rogan endorsement. Holy shit. First of all, least shocking endorsement of all time. Okay? Absolutely least shocking endorsement of all time. COVID broke his fucking brain. He went into when he left and packed up and moved to Austin, and then COVID fucking broke his brain. He became obviously an overtly right-wing person. He was so right-wing. He was talking about DeSantis being a good governor, okay? Like, sounds like you're upset. They didn't seek your podcast endorsement. I know. The Fear and is a unique podcast because we are a cooperative corporation, as in every single person has one vote and revenues distributed evenly amongst every single person, including March, who is our producer. And we had a lot of back and forth at the Fear End podcast on who to endorse openly. And unfortunately, we couldn't come to a democratic conclusion. I won't say who was invested in a Trump victory, but the answer might shock you.
Trump's campaign needs to win over female voters, too, where polls show Harris has an edge. At that rally in Pennsylvania, the crowd positioned behind him, largely female, holding pink signs reading, "Women for Trump." The Harris campaign has seized on the former president's comments that he will protect women whether they like it or not, and Trump's own statements that he would put Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has pushed a range of conspiracy theories, in charge of women's health.
Oh, Bobby, you got to do one thing, do whatever you want. You just go ahead. Work on the pesticides, work on making the women's health. He's so into women's health. He's really unbelievable. It's such a passion.
So the campaigning is over. Donald Trump will cast his own ballot in Palm Beach before holding an election night watch party there later this evening.
And what can you tell us about the mood inside the Trump campaign, Rachel?
Yeah, look, this is a campaign. They feel very confident about how far they've
Large,
come
thank you for the 5
after the
gifted.
indictments, after the
Boom.
conviction. This is a Republican Party that has rallied behind the former president. And there's no doubt he's been campaigning very hard, blitzing those battleground states. They feel good about what they're seeing in the early voting numbers. But there has been a vibe shift in the last week, starting with that rally at Madison Square Garden, those disparaging comments that speaker made about Puerto Rico, comparing it to an island of garbage, Donald Trump's violent and dark rhetoric
Tally
about
White.
Liz Cheney, even this
Thank you
week
for the
suggesting that
50
reporters
gifted
could be
subs.
shot at his rally. There are Republicans out there that are asking, is this really the closing message that seals the deal?
All right, we'll see. And we will see you throughout the morning.
Tim
Rachel. Thank you very much.
2077.
Hey
Bill
guys,
Laser.
I'm here with some businessmen.
Thank you for the 5
This
gifted.
gentleman, what's your name?
George McCool.
George sells medical devices. What is the
Oh,
economic...
here we are. I feel like people wear their Sunday best and hit up the diners in swing states with the singular goal of being on television on election day. A month leading up to the election too. You go either to the barbershop, the one pro-Trump barbershop, or you go to the diner. If you're white, you go to the diner. If you're a black Trump supporter, you go to the barbershop. Okay? With the hopes that Fox News is going to come up and point a fucking microphone and a camera in your face, and you can say some of the most unhinged, idiotic shit you've ever heard.
environment been for you? Can you compare Kamala Harris's and Joe Biden's economy to the Trump economy for your specific business?
I think the price of everything has gone up dramatically over the last 4 years, and you can equate that to the price
Hasan's
of
new
fuel,
pharmacist,
the
thank you for the
price
5
of goods,
gifted.
and I think if we get the price of
VSNXD, thank you for
fuel
the 2
way down,
gifted.
that's
Camille
really gonna
Jordan,
start
thank you for
to
the
help
5.
with the transportation of things and start to bring prices back down.
That's your top issue, the economy.
The economy's a top.
Another businessman
He
here
walked
has a print
banded.
shop. Tell me how the
Thank
economy
you for
has
the
been
10.
affecting you and your business.
Yeah, I think just the cost of goods has really gone through the roof. So the
New
cost to
poll
print our shirts, the cost
in
to
the
buy our
chat.
shirts, it really gets to the point, how much can you charge for a T-shirt to your customers? So the cost of goods has really been going.
You're voting for Trump.
Dude, I love when motherfuckers talk about t-shirt prices, dude. Donald Trump's tariffs are going to cook you, okay? That's the only positive aspect of Donald Trump's mass tariffs is that every single one of these fucking t-shirt charlatans, every single one of these Trump merchandise businesses is going to be underwater. It is going to be insolvent in a matter of weeks, okay? That is the one positive aspect of Donald Trump's administration in a sea of horrifying consequences. That's the one silver lining in this process. Every single one of these dumb fucks are like, yeah, that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump, brother. Yeah, hell yeah, I love Donald Trump. He's going to fix the prices. He's going to do tariffs. It's like, you fucking idiot. You pay for the tariffs. You're so fucking stupid. China does not pay for the tariffs. Where are you getting your garments from? Where are you getting your garments from? You're not getting it like me from American-made, union-made shops. EDAY.shop, by the way. The election collection is still out and available if you would like to go check that out. Union-made, America-made, okay? All of these fucking dipshits get their garments directly from China. They don't realize that the way tariffs work, if Donald Trump slaps a tariff on all Chinese goods, their business is cooked. Their business is fucking cooked. They're so dumb. They're so stupid.
Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
You think it's going to turn around quickly?
Well, he was in office before. I think his economy was pretty good when he was in. So I think he'll do it again. Yeah.
All right, let's talk to these guys here because they say their top issue is the border. Tell me why.
We have young children, and every day you turn on the news and you see scary things happening, and it's happening everywhere in the country. So
this shit makes my fucking blood boil, dude. It's like, every day I see scary things happening. Oh, I heard that Venezuelans took over a goddamn apartment. I heard that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, and I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified of it. That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. It's like, yeah, dude, not everything you see in the news is fucking real, okay? A lot of it, as a matter of fact, is wrong. You are being duped. All of these independent thinkers, all of these fucking supposed independent thinkers, these free thinkers are just like, turning on the TV and just being scared shitless about how every other place is bedlam. Not their neighborhood. Crime is on the rise everywhere, just not my neighborhood. That is the most consistent fucking take. If you listen to these guys, liberals and Republicans alike, they're always like, crime is out of control. Crime is out of control. And then when they're asked, like, where is the crime out of control? They're like, somewhere else. Not in my neighborhood. My neighborhood's fine. Okay. Immigrants, they're doing crazy crimes. They're doing crazy crimes. Where have you seen it? Have you seen it personally? No. Somewhere else. Have you met someone who you knew was an undocumented immigrant? No. Somewhere else. It's always somewhere else. Yeah, it's on television, dude. Crime is up. Crime is going up, but surely not in Texas or Florida. Yeah, I mean, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. That's why so many dumb fucks, for example, think that like the gun violence rate or the like violent crime rate is higher in a blue state like California than it is in a red state like South Carolina, for example. They're wrong. They're just wrong. And I remember in Oklahoma, they literally had this argument. I think it was the Senate race, or it might have been the gubernatorial race, where like the Democratic candidate was like, you know, like our rate of gun violence is like significantly higher than blue states, right? And he's like, look at this fucking idiot. Imagine saying that. And I couldn't believe it. Like it's just like, she's right. Like she's literally right. It just, it boggles the mind that people are so confident in their ignorance. So wrong. So consistently wrong. And then the crowd laughed at them too. The crowd laughed at the person saying like the correct thing. And the moderators didn't even fucking check it. Same energy as this.
So we had a bipartisan border bill that was going to put fentanyl detection and increase.
About the $60 billion for Ukraine, $20 billion.
I love that. I love that because it was about Ukraine funding. Okay, but then what did they pass right after that? Ukraine funding.
Do you know how many they were still going to allow a day before they shut down the border? The bill said 2,000
and,
a day.
And
how is that a border bill? That's not fixing it.
Because your entire thing is, well, they should be coming in legally. We should be able to vet them. They had a border bill where they said, okay, they're going to come in legally and we're going to vet them. And you're like, I don't want them to come in legally. I don't want to vet them.
The bill was allowing
2,000 people a day
into our country that is undocumented, that we don't know who they are yet.
Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about.
This is not just in Philadelphia.
Here, this is what's frustrating. Like,
was mocked after correctly claiming
Oklahoma Democrat mocked for rightly saying state has higher crime than New York and California. Okay, this was in the midterms. Okay, this was in the midterms. And I need you to understand that she is 100% factually correct when I tell you that it does not matter, like being right doesn't matter any longer for so many people. This is one of the million different reasons why I am a firm and committed believer that the narrative is more important than the truth nowadays, okay?
that violent crime rates are higher in Oklahoma than they are in New York and California. Take a look at this.
So let's talk about the facts. The fact is the rates of violent crime are higher in Oklahoma under your watch than in New York and California. That's a fact.
Well, we'll have that fact checked by the Frontier Superintendent.
It's also a fact.
They're like laughing. They're laughing.
That medical
Hang on,
marijuana.
Oklahomans, do you believe we have higher crime than New York or California? That's what she just said.
Safety and security.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do in this situation? What the fuck do you do in this situation, chat? He's wrong. She's right. And every single person's like, huh, look at this fucking dumbass claiming that Oklahoma's crime rate is higher than New York and California. That's not what the television told me. We are a stupid ass fucking country, dude. We are so fucking unbelievably dumb. Okay? We have purposefully made ourselves dumber. Okay? We have purposely made ourselves dumber. Television, social media, all this shit is just making people stupider and stupider as days go by.
Is my top priority, and it will be as governor.
Yeah, that is what.
Like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do in this situation? What do you do in the situation where, like, narrative is more important than the truth? What the fuck do you do? Yeah. The red state murder rate was 33% higher than the blue state murder rate in both 2021 and 2022, which is when the murder rate was actually skyrocketing. Will I get banned if I give a contrary opinion? No, of course not. As long as you're respectful. As long as you're respectful and not just saying like unhinged, insane, hateful shit, I'm not going to ban you. My two right-wing brothers moved out of California last year. Their ballots arrived at my mom's house because obviously they haven't re-registered, and she told me not to remind them to vote at all. Homo Sickle, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Like, this shit frustrates me to no end. Like, this is not a partisan thing, okay? I, as you guys probably know, have a lot of issues with both parties. Okay, obviously one is significantly worse than the other, but I'm very critical of both parties here. But I call balls as strikes. And this right here, like this idea, this way of operating is not a partisan problem at all. This transcends ideological boundaries. This is legitimately an overarching issue for the future of this country. And I don't think people are taking it seriously enough. Okay? And it's scary and it's frustrating.
What she just said.
Yeah,
and
it's also right.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
Kind of a boomer take. That's not, what are you saying? That's not a boomer take at all. Having half of the fucking country hallucinate an alternate reality is not, and how dangerous that is for the future of this country is not a fucking boomer take, brother. What are you talking about? It is genuinely a terrifying prospect for our future. Okay? Veritasium did a video about how political bias causes you to misread the data. What is this? The gun control question? I'll just do that. I'll start off with, instead of the skin cream.
If you look at the skin cream data again, but separate the participants by their self-reported political affiliations, so liberal Democrats versus conservative Republicans, there's
skin cream is the entire point. Okay, I'm not going to watch this whole video then right now. Maybe later. Oh, yeah. My mom claims to be pro-life, but is pro-gun, pro-deportation, and pro-Israel. How do I get her to see the hypocrisy? She's a ride or die Trumper, and I don't know if she'll listen to an empathetic approach you talk about often. I mean, some people are just gone, you know? There's not really much you can do. And I feel like if you're that invested at that point, like, I don't know if you'll ever be able to get her to change her perspective. A lot of people are just like firmly committed. And it's almost like cult deprogramming that you have to engage in. Like, there's, especially with Donald Trump, who is like a very charismatic figure for people that, you know, respond positively to his insane shit. I feel like I feel like some of these guys you're just not going to be able to save, you know?
A lot of anxiety, high anxiety on both sides right now.
Yeah, and soon we will know the answer. But I asked one Democratic strategist who has a lot of insight into the polls. I said, "What do you know?" And he said to me, "Do you want me to answer with my brain, my heart, or my PTSD trauma from 2016?" He said, "We really don't know yet. I think this is the time for Dan Rather. Well, tight as a tick was one. And then one source sent me this: we are nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs." Yeah. We will know in a couple of hours.
A lot of people are nervous right now. And Neil, let me get to you because, as you know, we're watching all of this unfold, but we don't really know who's going to win right now, do we?
No, we have no idea. I mean, this is one of the closest elections we've seen. You've seen these polls be tight as a tick down to the wire in these 7 battleground states. What's interesting is these candidates couldn't be more different. They closed in very different ways. Kamala Harris closed with an upbeat vision, and you had Donald Trump all about grievance and sort of talking down to Americans, being racist and sexist. And we'll see. I mean, I think one of the things that'll be interesting when we see these exit polls is the late decider.
You said don't watch the news and then you pull up CNN. Yes, brother. I look at Fox News as well. My entire job is to hold your hand through watching the news. That is what I do. I do commentary over the news. It's media literacy that I try to instill in people. Understanding where certain people's biases come from, certain outlets' biases come from, and why they cover certain things the way that they do.
20. But the question is going to be tonight is about whether or not Democrats are the underpolling of the abortion voters. Look, since the Dobbs decision, Democrats have been outseeding expectations in the midterms and other special elections. Will that be the case tonight? And will that outpace the hidden Trump vote?
All right, guys, thank you very, very much. It's been a pleasure working with all of you all day. Appreciate it very much. And again, we're just about an hour away from the first exit poll data and 2 hours from the first poll closings. CNN's Election Night in America gets underway right now.
My dad showed me a screenshot of Charlie Kirk tweet saying 330 illegal immigrants in North Carolina were arrested for committing over 1,100 sexual assault crimes. I asked if he thought each one committed 4 each, and he said it's in their culture. Trump has ruined so many brains. Jesus fucking Christ, that is so insanely racist, dude. And not only is it insanely racist, but it's like seen as like like people are confident in being this overtly racist. As long as you say it about like an acceptable outgroup that has been dehumanized, like this monolithic force of undocumented migrants, you can just get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. The best example of this was when, you know, Trump and J.D. Vance and the entirety of the Republican Party and Elon Musk were running with this narrative that like Haitians are eating cats and dogs, right? Like they're eating people's domesticated pets and shit. Like it was so obviously insanely racist. Like you can't say that in broad daylight openly about black people, but when it's Haitian migrants who are here legally, by the way, they have temporary protected status. Trump also offered them TPS, for the record, just so you understand. Okay? But when you say that about like migrants, then there is a level of permissibility. Like you think, oh, I can get away with saying this shit. And I think that kind of permission structure that slowly but surely gives people more confidence to be openly, overtly racist is really damaging for political rhetoric in this country, for political discourse in general, for the future of this country and the way we analyze certain people and their humanity and refuse potentially to recognize their humanity. But beyond that, I think on the other side, on the flip side, I guess, there's hella people who see that, they hear that and they go, this is really fucked up, actually. And I think that is part of the reason why Donald Trump is not going to perform that well, because a lot of normal whites who might be racist themselves are hearing that sort of shit and going, that's a bridge too far. He's did it again. That's classic Trump.
Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, Kana, by about 80,000 votes. It's unclear if every single Nikki Haley voter would break for Donald Trump, but certainly, as Selena and you have noted, the Harris campaign has gone after those Nikki Haley, those moderate Republican voters, strong in the last few weeks of this race. It's just unclear if that's going to be enough to get them to break with their own party.
All right, that is very interesting. Selena and Jay, our thanks to both of you. And what a day it certainly is. We want to take a close now look at voters in Arizona. This is a state where voters will decide if the right to abortion access should be enshrined in Arizona's constitution. It's one of 10 states with a ballot.
Yesterday, someone asked you a question saying that he was open-minded and he wanted to know why you didn't like Donald Trump. And I like the points you made, some of them comparing Hitler's original plans to that of Donald Trump's. Can you go over that list you gave again? I can't find it online. No, I can't go over it again, but my point is mass deportation and mass camps, like building concentration camps to engage in mass deportation of people living on U.S. soil that you consider to be undesirable is just straight Hitlerian policy. And Adolf Hitler himself originally did not arrive at the final solution, which was to execute 12 million plus people, 6 million Jews, until it became an economic problem from their perspective. The original plan for Adolf Hitler was the Madagascar plan, which was supposed to be mass deportation of Jews from Nazi Germany. Everything's a conspiracy when you don't know how things work. Breaking. Google shows a where to vote section with a map for Kamala Harris, but not for Donald Trump. Google's the biggest corporate donor. Are others seeing this too? Thanks for this. The where to vote panel is triggering for some specific searches because Harris is also the name of a county in Texas. Happens for Vance too because it's also the name of a county. Fix is coming. Note, very few people actually search for voting places this way. No, yeah, Trump is definitely losing the votes of average Republicans. My parents are former military, long-standing Republicans, but even they're appalled by this campaign and actions. He's just too crazy for the normies. Yeah. From U.S. News and World Report, arrest, non-credible threats, confusion, mapping election day in America. Several non-credible bomb threats briefly shut down voting at 2 polling stations just outside of Atlanta. Secretary of State of Georgia Brad Raffensperger told reporters the threats originated from Russia. They're up to mischief, it seems. They don't want us to have a smooth, fair, accurate election. 25-year-old poll worker in a key swing state was also arrested on November 4th after mailing a letter to the Jones County election superintendent threatening poll workers. A statement from the FBI said that the young man allegedly got into a verbal altercation with a voter and mailed a letter to the superintendent as a Jones County voter threatening to bomb and rage rape, among other things. A man was arrested in the Capitol Visitor Center screening process on November 5th, smelling like fuel and equipped with a torch and flare gun. The incident prompted Capitol Police to cancel tours for the day while an investigation begins. That might have been a self-immolation, to be fair, like a protest self-immolation, if they smelled like fuel as well. A man was arrested in Fowler, New York, near the Canadian border on November 5th after threatening to bring a gun or burn down a polling station. State police said the man who had previously been convicted of a felony became irate after being told he was ineligible to vote because he had not re-registered after being released from prison. He then threatened to return and fled, but was later picked up by the police. Charges are pending. Election-related incidents before November 5th. In Maryland, in Carroll County in Maryland, an election worker was followed by a poll watcher from a polling center to the election office on November 1st, but no contact was made. State Elections Administrator Jared DeMarinis decried the harassment, writing in a post on X, "I have absolutely zero tolerance for harassment or making threats against election officials." Florida, police in Jacksonville, Florida, arrested an 18-year-old male on October 31st for wielding a machete outside of a polling location in Neptune Beach. Officials said he was part of a group accused of intimidating Democratic supporters and was charged with aggravated assault. He was accused of pointing his weapon at two women for improperly displaying his weapon. South Carolina, another voter in Orangeburg, South Carolina, was caught on film on October 30th, screaming at poll workers after being told he couldn't wear his Trump hat inside. That is illegal. It's called electioneering. For those of you who don't know, You cannot wear political merch when you go and vote at a voting station in the United States of America. He later threw the hat in the direction of the person filming and got into a physical altercation with the workers. We watched that video. In Texas, a voter wearing one of Trump's signature red hats punched a 69-year-old election worker in San Antonio, Texas on October 29th after being told to remove the hat because it violated prohibitions against wearing items endorsing candidates. Once again, electioneering laws. He later was arrested on felony charges of assaulting an elderly person, and the Behar County Sheriff said additional charges could be tacked on. Oregon and Washington. Police in Portland, Oregon, responded to a fire on October 28th, saying that they say was started by an incendiary device placed inside of a drop box for election ballots. Authorities said only 3 ballots were damaged due to the internal fire suppression system kicking in. Another drop box, this one in Vancouver, Washington, was set on fire several hours later, and hundreds of ballots were damaged due to a fire suppression system in the box failing. The incidents were connected to a third fire, also in Vancouver, on October 8th, authorities said. And the man suspected of causing fires is an experienced metal worker and is believed to be planning additional attacks. Arizona, a U.S. Postal Service mail box in Phoenix, Arizona was set on fire on October 24th, damaging several ballots and other pieces of mail. A 35-year-old man was arrested and admitted to committing arson, but said it was unrelated to the election. So, how are we getting here? How do we get here? Why is this happening? Well, I can tell you why. This is what the fuck happens when we completely normalize this sort of behavior, and that we act as though the people that are like fantasizing about an alternative reality are actually valid. American individualism, American exceptionalism.
Remember, that was Donald Trump's big surprise. He flipped the blue wall red and he won the White House. So they are the most important states. And if you are the vice president of the United States, they are your easiest. There are no easy paths to 270.
Yeah, that guy's really funny. I respect that guy for being like, listen, this was just casual arson. I didn't even know there was an election going on. That is a very funny thing to say. They're like, hey, you lit up this ballot box. And he's like, what? Ballot box? I just fucking thought that, I just like lighting shit on fire and masturbating. I'm sorry. Shit, my bad. Didn't know the election was happening.
Let's take those back. She can. She can win with the Sun Belt strategy. That would be North Carolina, Georgia, and then you come west and you do Arizona and Nevada. Now, these would be tough. Donald Trump has been consistently either ahead or at least competitive, more competitive than other states in the polls there. But the vice president can do it simply with the Sun Belt strategy. So let's look at this from Donald Trump's perspective. Can he do it with just the Sun Belt strategy? Let's start there. The answer is no.
We're going to start getting exit polls in the next hour.
Wins Georgia, wins Arizona, and turns Nevada red for the first time since 2004, I believe. That would only get him to 268. So Donald Trump needs at least one of the blue wall states. That's what makes this fascinating, Jake. They have voted together since 1992.
I got to pee.
The question, we've broken a lot of rules in our politics in the last 8 or 10 years. The question is, do we break one tonight? If one candidate can put these together, if it's the vice president, she's automatically president. If Donald Trump wins these three, he would only need one more going through.
So as the votes come in, what are you going to be looking for?
So let's switch maps as we do that, because you went through the poll closings. I think we should prepare the American people to think, I don't know, go to Saturday like 2020 did, but we should be prepared for an election that we're not certain of the winner tonight. However, because several states do promise to count faster, we're going to get some significant clues. This is the 2024 map. Votes will fill in pretty soon, right? So let's go back to the 2020 map to answer your question. As you noted, we're going to get Georgia results first of the battleground states, right? And so what are we going to look for right away, right? Number one, how fast are the returns? Number two, how is the vice president of the United States doing in the bedrock of any Democratic victory? That's Fulton County. That's the African-American vote and the close-in suburbs of Atlanta. Absolutely key. It was key to Joe Biden's win. You see he got 73% in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs. It would be key for the vice president. Then, for me, the biggest test here is, can Donald Trump perform in the suburbs at his 2016 levels? Watch. He's losing here in Cobb County, but with 47% in 2016. In 2020, he drops to 42%. It was Donald Trump's suburban struggles that cost him the election in 2020. So we will get some early clues in Georgia, Jake, as you come back to the 2020 map here, and then we'll come up to 24 right in here. About half of the vote in the state of Georgia is going to come right in here in the metropolitan Atlanta area. Yes, Donald Trump will run it up in the rural red areas. We will want to look there to see if turnout is as high as it was in 2016, and it was even higher in 2020. So we'll get some seeds of the Trump base. But if the Trump base is turning out and the Harris base is turning out, this is a race that will be settled, Jake, once again in the American suburbs. Donald Trump won the suburbs in 2016. He collapsed in the suburbs in 2020.
Very interesting. John King, thanks so much. I'm here at the table with my panel, and let's just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you looking for? Obviously, there's so much, but just give me one.
I would say that 2020 was a historic turnout. I mean, the highest since the 1900s. So if it doesn't match that, who stayed home and why? And I think so many of our questions will come to that. Which group stayed home and why?
Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself to the country and to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
This has been, I think, the most explicit gender gap, gender appealing election in my memory. And so I'm going to be looking at the gender gap. And as they say on Wall Street, past performance is no guarantee of future results, but it is an indication. So I look back at 2020. The electorate in 2020 was 52% women, 48% men. Among women, Biden was up by 15 points. Among men, Trump was up by 8 points. So I'm going to be looking to see, one, whether the margins change one way or the other, pro-Trump, pro-Biden, and also the overall electorate. 52-48 4 years ago. Is it going to be a different mix of men and women this time?
And also, even if it isn't a different mix in terms of overall numbers, are the women who are voting differently? Registered Republicans, independents, voting differently because this is the first presidential election post-Roe. And that is why so many, I think one of the sort of phrases of the week is nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
We've probably all heard that from both sides of the aisle. But from the Democrats, they are still banking on women in particular and some men.
I know,
saying
and we're
it's
so
draconian
focused on that
in so many states.
But what's fascinating is Kamala Harris actually didn't run as an identity candidate, right? We're not looking at someone who took the Barack Obama approach and talking about her resume and trying to appeal to people's better natures when it comes to race. And
she did not run as an identity candidate because she's a black woman, and she knows she's a black woman. And also, running on your identity was not a good idea regardless for Hillary Clinton. It doesn't work unless you have something that people will get excited for.
With Gretchen Whitmer, the governor.
Only white men get to run on their identity, okay? And they can run on it without even saying anything about it. White women can't do that either, it seems. Just like Hillary Clinton tried and failed spectacularly. That was one of the better judgments of Kamala Harris's campaign that I have consistently spoke positively about.
Really well among women, including Republican women.
We're closing in on our very first exit poll results. Early insights.
Look, man, every poll so far has shown that high turnout is going to be bad for the Democrats. Okay? High turnout is going to be bad for the Democrats because of Trump's absolute fucking absolute lock on low and mid propensity voters. We shall see. Maybe the polls were completely wrong. But when I look at these lines, I see a lot of people that are most likely not voting for Donald Trump. Okay, I see a lot of people that are voting for Kamala Harris, at least on vibes alone.
Set forth and that he had in the past could be done again.
Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, absolutely.
Why those two?
The Democrats have, I want to say, overpromised and underdelivered the black community for decades, and I'm sick and tired of it. And I want to see a change.
We need to preserve and restore certain democratic freedoms. I really want to see us moving forward and not going backwards. To me, Harris was the clear choice to keep things free in the U.S.
Now, as you saw in some other states, there was also a high number of early vote in Wisconsin. The problem is that early vote was just able to start getting processed today, so that may lead to some delays once we get in the reporting phase later this evening, Kristen.
Well, it's always, again, just so fast.
Yes, historically, high turnout is beneficial for the Democratic Party. There are more Democrats than there are Republicans. But Republicans actively work against voters going out and voting. But Donald Trump has been uniquely good at bringing out low propensity voters. There's a lot of them. There's a lot more of them out there. So, have you heard about vote swapping or vote pairing? Yeah, that kind of stuff is silly. Those initiatives are dumb. It's not going to work.
What any voters who may be undecided before they hit this point, and then they are walking in all on their own. There are about 80 people in line right now. We've been out here talking to a lot of these voters.
If it's really close, do you think Trump will claim victory? Yes. Absolutely. Dude, we'll see. We'll see what the exit polls look like. Now, exit polls are also not always reliable. Okay. Early exit polls are not always reliable. Just want to point that out before people start making assumptions about what the fuck's going on. But one thing I can tell you with a certainty is that Donald Trump, judging by his past performance, is going to say he won regardless of whether he won or not. Close, not close. It could be a fucking landslide victory for Kamala Harris in every single state. Every single one of the 7 states, which is unlikely. But let's say in the unlikely scenario that that's happening, Donald Trump is still going to say something fucked happened and he actually won. Okay.
And just that they believe Donald Trump will take the country in the right direction. So we will see how it all turns out here in many more hours when polls close here very late, 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Kristen.
Fascinating interviews, and so important to remind our viewers that there is an abortion ballot measure. It will be very interesting to see how that impacts turnout and the ultimate results. Priscilla Thompson, great stuff. Thank you from Battleground, Arizona, and thanks to our entire team for an incredible start. We have got much more Election Day coverage to get to.
Unk is reporting that CBS is reporting that Trump is going to declare victory before the results are clear. Of course, because he's a huge liar and believes in cheating as a strategy. Republicans of the House will object to certification if Trump loses because they're also enormous cheaters. Of course. Unk is cooking. How do they know that? I mean, I'm sure Trump has made inferences. I mean, he has, and he did it last time, so it's not that shocking. I think this sort of stuff is, once again, part of the reason why I think this sort of attitude is part of the reason why a lot of people are fucking annoyed with the Republican Party in general.
Across the country, as this unprecedented election is moving toward an uncertain conclusion. Aaron Burnett's heading up our Battleground Command Center. Aaron.
All right, Jake. Well, our correspondents, of course, are...
Last night he said he would accept the results if they're fair. Yes, that means he will only accept the results if he's winning. That's what that means. That's literally all it means. Like, he has said that over and over again. Yeah, it's a heads I win, tails you lose situation. It's that simple. Can you have Asita on? I miss him. After tomorrow. Tomorrow I will most likely have him on.
What that means and who that benefits, TBD. But we have been talking to voters all day. Their stories, fascinating. With me is one of those voters here. This is Heidi Dragan. Heidi, thank you so much. You told me you were born and raised here. This is your high school. What's driving your vote? What's motivating your vote this time?
Women's rights. I have a daughter, and I want her to have the same exact rights that I had.
You're about to walk in. Would you like to share who you're voting for?
Kamala Harris.
How have you voted in the past, 2020, 2016?
Democrat.
Yes. What do you think of the messaging you're hearing from Donald Trump? Is it a vote for Kamala Harris, or is this a vote against Donald Trump this time for you?
For me, it's for Kamala, but it's definitely against Donald Trump. I'm over the rhetoric, not proud that that's what's representing our country. We can do better.
What do you think of the nature of this election? How toxic it's gotten, the messaging, the two different realities really that we've been seeing presented by these candidates?
It's, well, on his end, extremely toxic. I love the way she's ending. Not toxic, not saying bad things, and just really making a difference in what she's going to do for us. So I'm excited.
Pennsylvania, always a swing state. You live in one of the most competitive counties in this state. Thank you so much, Heidi. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We've been talking to voters all day. Their stories all fascinating, and their voices now being heard, Aaron, because they're going in to vote.
They're going in to vote, and they're waiting to vote, and they're going to wait and wait. And Maricopa County in Arizona, it all could, of course, all come down to that. We hear about possibly record turnout where you are, Kyung, in Mesa. What are you seeing now from voters? Looks like there's a line behind you.
There's a very long line here. And before I start showing you this line, I want to point out that in Maricopa County, the average wait time is 2 minutes. But that's not the case here at Mesa Community College. This is the end of the line, and I just want you to walk with me a little bit. You can see that there are families here. It's a very diverse line. It's not just college kids who are lining up to vote here. It's a, this is really just a slice of the entire electorate here in Arizona. We are seeing Latinos, we're seeing a lot of women, we're seeing students, we're seeing older voters. We are hearing from the Maricopa County recorder who just tweeted saying, please go somewhere else to vote because this is not typical for what you are seeing in the county. What they are seeing is very, very short wait lines. And this is Haley. Hi, Haley. You were just talking with my producer, Anna Maya. Yes. And who are you voting for today? Kamala Harris. You're voting for Kamala Harris. What's interesting about this particular district is that it's a very independent district, that you also have friends who are voting the other way.
Yes, I do. Very close friends, actually.
And that's pretty typical for
right
this
now.
county. Right. And so what we're seeing is a lot of independent voters as well as we walk down this line further. And I want to point out that it's a 75-foot rule before you hit the where people are voting. And we're not there yet. That's how long this line is. There are signs up to encourage voters to go elsewhere because the lines are so long here. But the other thing is, if you look at this line, you see everyone's being really polite. There's this child in a cart over here. Everyone's being very patient, and this is really democracy at its finest. But if it comes down to Arizona and Maricopa County, Aaron, the one thing to point out
Canadian
is
succubus,
that it will
and
come
I
down to those
pound you
independent
next. Thank you for the 10
suburban
give the
voters here in
subs.
Arizona, just like this one. Aaron?
Really incredible, just looking at that line that Kyung has, and also that, the sign that says go somewhere else, but yet people are standing there waiting to cast their vote so that every vote can be counted. Of course, long lines, a sign of turnout, but also you want everyone to be able to vote. You don't want people to turn away. Let's go to our voting desk where Pamela Brown is getting some real-time updates on the turnout, what we're really seeing, tracking the early voting trends, and what you can already ascertain from the data, Pamela. And I understand you have some.
This Israel poll results are nuts. I haven't even seen it, but I suspect it's, Trump 90% and 55 plus Trump 55%. These are the least shocking results that I have ever heard in my entire life. Ham and Fist, thank you for the, what the fuck? Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 gifted. Sex Haver, thank you for the 10 gifted. Mappa Laura, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm going to get, hold on. I'm going to get, whatchamacallit, Edinger Mentum on probably to talk about the exit polls quick. When they come out in the next 30 minutes, the first exit polls are coming. High turnout can still be favorable to Dems if Ann Seltzer and some others are right. Lots of talks and proofs that higher turnout for women is good for Dems. Yes. This election really is just a toss-up. Yeah. High turnout with overwhelmingly women favors Democrats, I think. It's coming down to what I mentioned before, which is that it's basically what I was talking about, which was that if men are not likely to go out and vote, they might support Donald Trump, but that doesn't mean they're going to go out and fucking vote. So we shall see. Did you see this? Not voting to own the libs. I mean, that's one person who's insane. Mindy Robinson, a top MAGA influencer who lives in Nevada, says she's not voting in order to show that there is voter fraud. I'm not voting. I want to see if my ballot gets counted while I didn't do anything. I want to see it magically show up as counted. It's the only fucking thing I can do at this point. Yeah, this person is insane, dude. They've moved on to they've maxed out on the insanity points, okay? They have lost all sanity. Why are 18 to 35-year-old Israelis more right-wing than 55 plus? Because of the Orthodox population. Like the more, there are a lot of young, very right-wing, ultra-Orthodox, ultra-Zionist people in Israel. That's literally why it's even higher in the 18 to 34 population versus the 55 plus population is still unimaginably high for the record. But yeah, there's a lot of this is really, really fucking center. Wait, what? Right. Trump 90%, center, Trump 52%, left 29%, Trump, Harris 42%. Left is like 8 people, I guess. Yeah, Orthodox Israelis have more kids than secular Israelis. Yes. But also, even like Israel is just right-wing. There is nothing else to say about it. It's just like an extremely right-wing society across the board. But part of the reason why you see that disparity between the 55 plus population versus like the 18 to 35 population is because of the reason that Chatter correctly pointed out to. It's not necessarily a religious thing, but yes, young, like Orthodox Jews who are, who have a diversity of opinion for sure. There's like obviously the Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist as well, but they are not as they're nowhere near as large as the population of Orthodox Jews who are very right-wing and ultra-nationalist. Anyway, Sean Fain is on Fox News. The fuck's he saying? My goat.
Class and the corporate class. He doesn't care about working people, and so it'll be more of the same. I mean, he renegotiated NAFTA. I call it Trump's NAFTA, the USMCA, and we've seen the trade imbalance with Mexico get worse in auto parts and other industries. So, the body of work's not there. And Kamala Harris, under the Biden-Harris administration, we've seen more investment in manufacturing in this country than I've seen at any point in my lifetime, and not just low-paying jobs, actually good-paying jobs. And that's the difference. They've created hundreds of thousands of jobs on their watch, and that's what matters to working-class people.
So why do 2/3 of Teamster union members feel differently? The exact opposite.
Well, I don't know that they do. Teamsters I talk to everywhere we go, they're at every rally we have, and they're overwhelmingly supporting Kamala Harris. Many Teamster locals, the biggest Teamster locals throughout the nation, endorse Kamala Harris. So, I leave that to them to talk about their numbers. I know 400,000 retirees in the Teamsters that are thankful for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden because they saved their pensions.
All right, we'll see what happens. Sean Fain, always good catching up to you. Be well, be safe.
No, thank you. Good to see you.
All right, Sean Fain of the United Auto Workers. Before we go, some sad news to pass along. I don't know how many of you remember the late, great Bernie Marcus, of course.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that guy. Fucking another billionaire who died.
Process. So some said that reproductive rights were by far the most important thing. Others said that it was the economy. And there was one answer I did not expect but did get. Let's take a listen to these couple of people.
The safety of everybody, the crime, the violence, that I think a lot has been bygones in terms of, it should be accountability. And I'm not sure that there's been a lot of that lately.
The issue for me is preserving our Constitution, of course. And then there's women's issues. You know, obvious is that our economy is doing great. People, look, inflation is everywhere in the world. Our economy is actually doing very well, and people don't recognize that.
Would contend against that is saying that, you know, something like the price of eggs has risen 161% since 2020, and inflation is hitting people very, very hard. And I think when you ask people in general in Pennsylvania what has affected the most and what issue they care about most, it is the economy. It is the hurt that they've been feeling in their pocketbook and their wallets, Kano.
And that certainly falls in line with millions of other Americans, and the polls show that as well. Matt Gutman, thank you so much for being here with us today. We also know the King state of Michigan and its 15 electoral votes is a hotly contested prize for both presidential tickets here. Trump and Harris combining for nearly 50 visits to the Great Lakes state, and that includes 3 stops for the vice president this past weekend and the former president holding a campaign closing rally last night in Grand Rapids. So joining me now is our Nightline co-anchor Juju Chang in Detroit. And Juju, I think the Michigan race is absolutely fascinating. So,
oh, the Trump doc clips that I saw were fantastic. This is, oh my God! Have you guys seen the Trump doc clips of him like from the debate night? It was incredible. I haven't seen this one yet, but.
Oh my God, is she crazy?
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many thank yous. It's about 20. There must be 35.
Traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime.
Oh my God, he's like real time reacting. This is incredible, dude. Dude, do we have more clips from this? Because I want to watch this entire fucking thing. Seeing Trump in his environment is fantastic. It's actually really dope. So this is how he tweets. He has someone transcribe it for him. Yeah.
Say these out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
Why didn't she do something about the things of which she complains?
Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, folks? It's great, right? Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Me. Get that out right away. She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent.
Yeah. Ew! Dude, look at these fucking losers! Just hanging out with straight garbo. Don't worry, I'll save you. I'll save you from the prosecution. I'll save you from the prosecution. I know you didn't mean it when you were maybe hanging out with those little girls, those young girls. I know you like those young girls, but it's okay. It's okay. Wait, he has multiple. Wait, The Art of the Surge is the doc? Dude, what the fuck? Our polarization has gotten so completely and utterly out of control that I didn't even know this fucking existed. I only saw clips of it, and they're fantastic clips. I believe this is from the night of the debate.
Okay, he said he wanted a letter from Donald Trump.
Because he...
Yeah, this is the pre-debate one that I loved.
Speaking to the camera.
It's camera number 5.
So what do you think I should be? It's more comfortable.
You're answering the question to them, but you have a message for the American people.
Is that the clock?
Big baby boy! Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
What happens if I'm 10 seconds long? Will it be cut off?
No, we don't.
You'll hang it in your thought? Okay, so he can't visit the Elkhorn yet.
No touch-up.
No touch-ups? Nope. Oh, have we agreed to that?
Yes, we have.
Oh, that's good. I like that, but why?
We felt it was fair to both campaigns. That way, nobody walked progress.
Are we allowed to write notes to ourselves? Or?
Yes, then we have. It's yours.
Oh, so I could stay here?
If you wanted to, or if you wanted
Or I could take the pad there?
Yep.
Check.
Is it open?
1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
1,
9,
2,
10.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So that's what I'll be hearing. Green is I want.
This isn't what I was looking at. This is the post debate. There's a clip of his reaction post debate. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Okay, hold on. Fuck, it's Twitter video. Of course, it's the worst way to fucking view videos. Oh my God, I'm so goddamn annoyed. Of course it fucking failed. It's so goddamn frustrating.
He will sign a national abortion ban.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban.
Roe v.
Because
Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America.
I need you to watch this part because this is supposed to be a pro-Trump documentary, if I'm not mistaken, right? Art of the Surge. Like, they have insider access to Donald Trump. They film him. They film him behind closed doors. They film his reactions, all this stuff. And I thought this was fantastic.
It's now been taken over by
And
this.
that is not happening. It's insulting.
Vice President.
Especially because regardless of the intentions of the documentarian, it does not look very good for Trump.
Excuse me, I have to respond.
Thank you. A lot of issues today.
Mr. President, why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care.
I got you, John. It's Olivia. I have lots of media Caporal and Jason Miller would like to see right now. They want to see right now. I'm gonna where's my number right now?
He told us there have been no credible reports of
Maybe
specifically.
that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
They want to see right now. Where do you want me to bring that?
The FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country.
Bro said, bro, I still think you're shadow banned. Brother, I have 137,000 live viewers right now. If I'm being shadow banned, Twitch is doing a horrible job at shadow banning me, okay? What do you mean I am being shadow banned?
Excuse me, the FBI defrauded. They were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities.
I want to talk about the reasonable transfer of power.
Chris Lasavita!
Cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
That's a foot job. We are in control, we are engineers, we are trying.
We should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because you're running me, JD.
No, I still think you're shadow banned. You are not there in an incognito tab. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Anything you regret about what you did in front of many judges, many of them.
No judge looked at it. Nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. That story has been, as you would say, debunked. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up.
There are several issues we've been trying to get
Several
to.
issues?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are working.
Are you now?
No, I'm right here. Live channels recommended for you. Just chatting.
I said that sarcastically. You know that.
I didn't detect the sarcasm.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Harris, thank you. Vice President Harris, thank you.
And that is our ABC News.
We are trying.
There's a huge here in the U.S.
This part is really good.
Staff is going to leave out of your side, so you need to get them and escort them, and Trump is coming back this way. Okay, copy. I think he's just going to walk out with the staff, and I'll just walk out with them.
Go. Go, go, go. Yes, just get staff 3 to the spinner. Thank you. If you go and we go, we're not going to have time to load all this out. Go with Mickey right now and tell him to figure out a car. Just go. Leave this here and go. Go.
Going to exit any minute through the front door.
Jumping in the motorcade, he's going to go for the spinner inside. Just have
They for real filmed this as a thriller, and as if Trump is psychotic and having a meltdown on stage. Not even leftists could make something this anti-Trump. Yes. The reason why I think this is really funny is because it is like, this is supposed to be hyping up Donald Trump like a Jason Bourne film. And it, I think, fails spectacularly on that front. Because you'll see him after the debate, when he's moving into the spin room, listen to the way like he's talking to the people around him.
We just got off an incredible debate. Trump was debating 3v1.
Yeah, copium. This is his side of the story. Look at the way, I think this is a really good snapshot of how this this stuff, how like Trump is getting to the positions, arriving to the positions that he's arriving at. He's surrounded by sycophants.
The unfair media decides to put on a debate.
The story they're going to try to spin, because you've got all the momentum right now, is she stopped the momentum. It's bullshit. No one, I killed her. I don't think it is.
I think I killed her. Donald Trump thought he killed Kamala Harris in that debate.
Anybody gives a shit. I think he killed her, and I think the idea...
And everyone around him is lying to him out of desperation. Okay? Sheer panic. They're just literally openly to his face saying, no, you killed it, Mr. President. Sir, you fucking did a fantastic job. Don't listen to anyone that tells you otherwise.
I'm getting calls from congressmen saying the best debate ever. No.
I think that the way people here analyze it,
he says, good. Yeah, I think, all these people, they're fake. They're phony. The way that they're analyzing it is that they hate you, and that's it.
Real voters analyze it is very, very different. Yeah, I thought it was the best for across. We love you, man. Thanks, Marco.
I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion. It basically was 3-on-1. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do it.
What was your assessment of the debate, Mr. President?
I thought it was a great debate. I thought it was my best performance, actually, but I don't even view it as a performance.
You were corrected 5 times by the moderators. Kamala Harris wasn't once.
Which is ridiculous and incorrectly corrected.
Why are they showing this? Like, when I saw this snippet, I was like, is this anti-Trump? How did like an anti-Trump group get this much personal access behind the scenes to Donald Trump? When I just simply saw that snippet, I thought that these documentarians were just like straight up showing how fucking ridiculous he looked in the aftermath of this debate, where he like very clearly flubbed spectacularly.
No, the moderators, look, this is, and I said it, this is the worst of all the networks, of all the various networks that we deal with. I think ABC is the worst, but despite that, it was a great evening.
Yeah, we complain about the media. Sometimes people find it trite, but tonight we saw the reason why, right? It was a 3-on-1 performance. I thought the male moderator, David Muir, his performance, if you're to call it tonight, was a bit of a farce, feigning a fact check of one candidate without actually even appearing. He didn't even care about the appearance of fact checking the other. Sometimes you see with reporters, they care about the appearance of balance. Tonight, this guy didn't even care about that appearance, and so I think that was probably one of the more salient but unsurprising parts of the night. But I do think voters are smart enough and capable enough to see through that.
Dog, he literally... Hi, New Zero! Thank you for the 40 gifted subs. You went in front of 60 million people, and you said, your candidate said, Haitians are eating cats and dogs. And when faced with a counter to that, because there was original reporting showing that that was completely made up. Your response was, well, I saw it on TV. It's over at that point. That debate was such a spectacular flub for Donald Trump that he refused to do a second one. And that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about the real way. That's all you need to know about the real opinions that they hold. Because if he thought he fucking clobbered Kamala Harris, you think he wouldn't do another debate? Of course he would. If there was even the appearance of winning that debate, he would have had a second debate. Thank you, Coin Shuffler and Shoe Love, for the 10 gifted subs. Hype train. Anyway, Drop Site News did some new original reporting from an internal email. LA Times owner cites Gaza among reasons he decided not to endorse Harris or Trump. That's crazy. From Patrick, by the way, not the daughter, but from Patrick himself. So it turns out Patrick was saving face when he said, Patrick was saving face when he was like, no, it's not about Gaza. I promise. He wrote that it wasn't about Gaza himself publicly, but in the internal emails, I guess he definitely had a different perspective on it. Bro has morals, but had the lie. Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of understand. It was sent on November 3rd, so probably changed his mind. This is an internal email sent after he wrote that letter saying it wasn't about Gaza. I wonder why. This is interesting. Anyway, I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. Early exit polls are out? Not yet. I believe they're coming out in the next 10 minutes. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys the background, and I wanted to help you understand like the internal. You rarely ever get to see the internal monologue of a campaign like this, and I guess like the Trump camp was so confident that they thought that this would make them look good, because like that documentary that we were just watching actually comes from Tucker Carlson. Like Tucker Carlson produced that documentary. And yeah, we already watched this. Yeah, we already watched him tweeting up a firestorm. I think that it gives us a really good insight into his mindset. What? A lot of talk about massive cheating from Truth Social. Trump is already posting cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. This is, oh my God, he's already, he does not like what Philadelphia is looking like. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. This is from like 20 minutes ago. Not looking too good for old Donnie boy. This is why, for reference, expressed in D raw vote margin and percentage margin, 2008, 478,000, 66%. Philly Dems projecting optimism both on turnout and possibility that Harris can come out of the city with a 475K or higher margin. It went back up to 2016 levels, potentially. Like, Philly was never in question, though. Central PA is where it's razor thin. No, Philly is a massively consequential aspect of this. No, you're wrong. Philadelphia is an incredibly important puzzle piece in Kamala Harris's strategy in winning Pennsylvania. because Kamala Harris is actually doing fairly well in the suburbs all around, as a matter of fact, both in the swing states and in general across the board. The problem is, will the base hold? Will there be enough turnout from youth voters, young voters, black voters, brown voters, like urban voters? If the urban vote turnout looks good, then Kamala Harris basically is done. She's done the job. She will win Pennsylvania. Seeing Donald Trump already complaining about Pennsylvania and a lot of Philadelphia basically cheating is it's good. It looks good for. It looks good. I recall Central PA being the biggest decider in 2020 and Philly's playing a bigger part this year than I stand corrected. No, I think you're not wrong. Central Pennsylvania is obviously very important. The problem is, hold on, let me see if I can get Edinger Mentum on right now. By the way, let's see if he is watching already. Would like to. Got a commitment at 6. Look at the first exit polls. I go to Lehigh University in PA and trust we're all pulling up to the polls. Don't want Trump back in office ever again. FYI, there's a periodic lag on my end. People probably experiencing server-side latency due to high viewership. Just FYI. Really? Is that a thing that's happening? If she has an early PA lead, we will probably have a short night since the mailing count will only lean Dem. Okay, here is national correspondent for Fox News, Brian Lanas. Extremely high voter turnout in Philadelphia. Democratic Party Chairman Bob Brady tells me voter turnout in Philadelphia is extremely high. We are predicting very high turnout, much higher than 2020. The African-American numbers are coming in high. A lot of women. The Puerto Rican vote is also extremely high. We hope to get Obama's numbers. Obama won Philly with a plus 472,000 net. As of 3:30 p.m., we are at 60% turnout with more than 4 hours left. In 2020, we hit 65% turnout in Philadelphia. We think we'll get 70%, hoping for 80% voter turnout. Okay. If Kamala wins, will liberals apologize to third-party voters? No. And that's crazy. That will never happen. Don't be silly now. One of my sources said 2008 level numbers in an Allentown suburb, but I need to check more. We will, of course, have Michael from Pennsylvania on as well. But this is interesting stuff overall. I was worried about Philadelphia holding strong. I was worried that people would be depressed in terms of voter turnout. This does not show that they are depressed, but we shall see. We shall see if this extra turnout is one that favors Kamala Harris or it's like this weird, crazy situation where it's all the fucking, Trump weirdos and losers that are like, yeah, hell yeah, we're going out in big numbers to go and vote. Anyway, let's get back to Emmaus, PA, and this guy talking about the fucking border while I go pee.
You don't ever want that to hit too close to home.
Hasan, cynical as fuck. Brother, it's not called being cynical. It's called being realistic. Okay? I'm being careful in my commentary. I don't want you guys to get fucking hopped up on Remember, exit polls are not good. Okay, they are not a good indicator. Oftentimes, early exit polls are completely and utterly fucking useless. So this will be, this will be astrology. This will be some zodiac shit. Okay.
Instinct kicking in.
I gotta pee.
Protection. We talked about that. All right. What's your name?
Jackie.
Your issue also the border.
Yes, I'm a teacher, so I'm very protective of my own children and all my students. I want them to be safe, grow up in the environment like we all did, that sense of community, and not have to fear that stuff coming in.
And this is?
Terry Mirth.
What is it?
Terry Mirth.
Terry, you're a grandma. Tell me about your thoughts on the election from the perspective of a grandmother.
Well, I want my grandchildren to grow up the way my children did and the way I did, in a free country, to be able to do the things that you want to do and not to have to worry about all the wokeness that now has become the norm. We also need to take care of our veterans. We need to take care of our senior citizens, and I don't want to see that money going toward illegal immigrants. We need to close that border, and we need to close it right away.
All right, you're hearing that from Pennsylvania, the state that might decide this election. A little later, we're going to have Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, with us, and I think he's going to flip some pancakes. So stay with us. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. Doing a lot. They're doing a lot of walking. Is that an homage to me?
Yes.
They're trying to get in their steps.
You taught us all how to do it.
And Will Cain is somebody who walks backwards. This is something pretty
He's
impressive.
live at the Sweet Spot in Concord, North Carolina. The polls are now open. Hey, Will.
The Sweet Spot.
I didn't realize Brian had patented walking. So I'm going to stand still here so make sure I don't have any copyright infringements. You know, I was thinking last night, guys, Brian Ainsley, Steve, Lawrence, I was thinking about this election, and one of the issues that we don't, I think, talk enough about is we're hiring the next commander-in-chief. And often presidencies are defined by something they don't see coming. That's often safety, security on the world stage. I've got veterans all around me. I've got Jim, a Korean War veteran, Mike, a Vietnam veteran.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna call Edinger Mentham real quick. Exit polls are incoming. We will talk about how that's unreliable, but okay, I'm giving him a call right now. Hello.
Hi, am I coming in?
Your camera's not coming in yet.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it is.
I don't see it. It's just still loading. Your camera's like still showing like a loading preview for some reason. You want to turn it off and on again? Like turn off your camera and then on again? I don't know if you have turned on your camera or off because it's not showing me at all. Yes, Edinger Mentham face reveal incoming, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sorry, my
hopefully,
okay.
We'll see.
I can hear you now. Sorry. Yeah, my speakers were.
Oh, okay. Well, your camera is not showing on my end. It's just showing a loading screen.
Yeah, let me try to fix that.
Gen Z, by the way. Gen Z Steve Kornacki, by the way. Gen Z correspondent, can't figure it out.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay. Maybe
I've never done a video chat through Discord before. All right, I can still share screen. The exit poll should be out.
Yeah. We're gonna tune into CNN for the exit polls. I'll share screen with you as well.
Electoral votes on the line in 6
yeah,
states where all voting ends.
But it's delayed probably here. You can see it
Those states
directly.
are Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky,
While you work-
South Carolina, Vermont,
While
and
you
the
work
Commonwealth
the,
of Virginia. Georgia
camera
is
and
the
figure it
first
out.
major presidential battleground up for grabs this evening. Democrats are hoping to hold on to the state that they narrowly flipped to blue 4 years ago. Republicans fighting to take it back. CNN teams are keeping tabs on the final hours of voting in all of the crucial swing states that will decide who ultimately wins the White House. And our campaign correspondents are at the candidates' headquarters. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who's at Harris HQ here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what's the Harris camp's take on the battleground states right now?
Jake, they are looking very carefully as turnout is happening, particularly in the parts within the battleground states where they need to turn out their people. One source familiar with the ongoing voting situation in Philadelphia in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania says that they are happy with the turnout that they have been seeing so far, particularly in the northwest wards of that city, that heavily Democratic city. This source says that some of the polls even requested additional ballot paper to meet the demand of voters. So if you are the Harris campaign today, that is a very good sign. You need that plus in order to win the state, or the Commonwealth, of Pennsylvania. And they are looking very carefully to make sure that in Philadelphia, especially where there's a strong black vote, where they need to
face reveal chat.
drive up those margins, that they can get there before the end of voting today, Jake.
All right,
More
Phil,
important
thank you
dog
so much.
reveal.
Let's go south now to Caitlin Collins in the Palm Beach area. And Caitlin, do we have any idea when we're going to hear from Donald Trump this evening? Because obviously 4 years ago,
we've already heard from Donald Trump this evening. He's been tweeting about how there's been.
Any idea what his plans are?
Jake probably is not aware of this, but we're Trump watchers here, and he's already tweeted about how the election is being stolen in Philadelphia. So I feel like they are not.
That has been the thing that I've seen. We have the most concrete information for. They haven't really been releasing a lot of like raw turnout data in a lot of states, but like from what I heard from like the local party chair Bob Brady, the turnout was has been very solid there. They think they can get the margin that they need. Turnout is overall across the board projected in a lot of states to be higher than 2020, which I'm taking chat, by the way, very much so, which is not something a lot of pollsters kind of expected. I think Franklin and Marshall was a poll. They did a poll of Pennsylvania a week or so ago, and they found Kamala Harris up by 4 with registered voters, but down by 1 in their likely voter model. And the person who conducts the survey said, like, the numbers that they were seeing, the high turnout they were seeing in Pennsylvania, like, means that they think that their likely voter model may not be like exactly correct.
Yeah, because everyone, like all the polls that looked at low and mid propensity voters, like and even looked at like potential turnout, made it seem like a high turnout would not be favoring the Democratic Party. But now looking at the places in Philadelphia, looking at the places in Pennsylvania where like Democrats are expecting high turnout from Democratic voters is kind of going against that.
Yeah, and I'd like to emphasize to chat, exit polls, early exit polls do not matter in this country. They're very accurate overseas sometimes, but
nationally, only 7% of voters.
Yeah, all right, let's listen in, and then we'll
satisfied.
We'll
Look
talk
at these
about
numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate.
Who the fuck is the 7% enthusiastic?
Dissatisfied or angry.
That's me.
What about America's best days, we ask? Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10 say so. 34% say the best days are in the past. And finally, President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job.
It's over.
All right,
it's done. Trump is winning.
David thanks so much. Let's talk about it with our panel and Dana Bash. Obviously, this is early exit poll data, but
it's done. It's done. It's over, guys. Sorry. Exit poll said so. It's done.
Yeah. No, that I think 41. I don't know. Let me check what the average is. I think he may be at like 39. Yeah, I don't think Biden's winning.
Yeah, it's Biden's chances. I know we were Biden dead enders here at the HasanAbi broadcast, but I believe that the Biden chances are looking pretty bad right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 538 has his approval at 38.5. And exit polling isn't representative of the electorate. You have a lot of people who vote early and can't be contacted for these exit polls because they're not showing up on election day. Like in Georgia, I think 80% of the vote is early. So if they were trying to do it in this state, you would not be getting a very representative sample at all. But election day voters are usually tilt more Republican, so you would think that this sample would be one that would be a little bit worse for him. But again, these things like mean nothing, people. Yeah, sorry, I'll
Okay.
fix the mic.
So what do you think? What do you think is more meaningful out of all the data that we've seen thus far? What are you looking at as like? What are you looking at so far from all
Yeah.
of the turnout data readily available?
Yeah, well, the fact that it's on the turnout is on pace to match, or this is kind of theoretical, and but it is something some people are saying, and like the Franklin Marshall pollster like did like hint towards this. The fact that turnout is higher overall, is not something that a lot of pollsters were projecting, and this could turn like two ways, I think, because in one sense it like could mean that there's a surge of low propensity voters that could maybe lean in Trump's direction, people who the pollsters couldn't reach, or it could mean that like there are certain like other voters who are being downweighted in the polling, and they might like be leaning more Democratic. I think Ann Selzer, when she was explaining the results of her poll in Iowa, said that what she saw wasn't really a shift in attitudes, but like a way higher, like a kind of changing of the likely electorate in her poll that reflected like increased a female vote, like increased liberal, like older females. And that was what she said was the shift. And a lot of pollsters are really kind of waiting by the results of the 2020 election, which gets you a lot less variance, and it might be obscuring potential shifts that could help Democrats. This is all very theoretical, though.
What has been the most shocking thing you've seen thus far from all the early data that goes
Yeah.
against like what you thought? Like, because everyone has like a skeleton of like what they assume is going to happen on election day. Do you feel like the additional turnout from like strong Democratic constituencies or strong Democratic areas is shocking, but also could this still mean like this turnout is not necessarily for Democrats, but instead for like a lot of young people who are dissatisfied with the current administration and maybe taking a shot in the dark because they were too young to remember what the Trump administration looked like?
Yeah, that would be a bit of a new thing. Generally, younger voting has been better. What's this? Oh, the Arizona exit poll didn't actually had support for like legal. Oh my God, look at that Florida abortion polling, plus 33 legal. And democracy is the most important issue in the MSNBC thing. This reminds me a little bit of the exit polling in 2022, where they found liberal, like, because throughout the 2022 elections, we had things that like the economy, immigration, and crime were all ranked the highest in the pre-election polling, but when the exit polls came in, like I think in Michigan it showed like 44% of voters were voting had abortion as their most important issue. So, and that issue kind of makeup would match a lot with the Marist poll that had Kamala up by 4, which was a bit of an outlier compared to the other polls that were tied. But Marist is a very strong pollster, and these approval ratings for Biden are actually a little bit better than what the polling averages say again.
So while we look at the exit polls with a grain of salt, while we take it with a grain of salt, it still does seem to, at least for election day voters that are being polled in this circumstance, it seems like they are they're matched up in ways that I think favor Kamala Harris.
Yeah, this is a little bit better than what a lot of polling has shown, I would say. But again, these things are like not useful. And in the last week, we have heard a lot about like how yeah. Okay, sorry, I'll fix this. I'm sorry if my mic has been bad, everybody. The Kamala people said that late deciding voters were breaking their way by double digits. Like the Puerto Rico stuff was helping them. Supposedly, Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia was very, very high.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a number on the Florida abortion, the Florida abortion ballot. Like polls suggest the majority of Florida voters are backing Amendment 4, but the amendment must reach a 60% threshold to pass. And surveys are indicating that while it has strong support, the campaign might not quite meet that bar in the fairly conservative state. But I don't know if there was any polling conducted on this. But I believe that it will likely hit that 60% marker.
Yeah, the polling, it was a bit touch and go with that. Yeah, Florida has a rule because liberal policies are pretty popular there, and they have a very strong state referendum system that you need to hit 60% of the vote for the referendum to pass, and that's meant explicitly to stop these kinds of more liberal abortion measures from passing.
Yeah. People are saying you need to turn the microphone towards your face if you want it to not peak the type of microphone that you have and speak directly into it. But I don't know if you're capable of doing that right now. It's all good. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Is there anything you're looking forward to in the upcoming hours? I mean, when do you think people will get a better understanding of like what the situation looks like once people start counting the votes, right?
Yeah, well, the first polls are going to close in 45 minutes in Indiana and Kentucky, and those states aren't super representative. You have Indiana is sort of a Midwestern state, but it's very different than the rest of the Midwest. Very different voting patterns. It's very evangelical. But there is one county in Indiana that will be very useful here. It's Hamilton County, north of Indianapolis. Very, very, very historically Republican county. Has voted Republican for like the past 100 years, but also very wealthy, very well-educated, and has moved away from Republicans for that reason in recent years. I think Biden lost by roughly 8 points. So Hamilton will be a really important county to watch because that's not really that big of a lead for him.
Yeah, that's actually kind of shocking. Trump at 51%, at least for same-day voters, versus Kamala Harris at 47%. Is actually looking bad for Trump. And I suspect that this is, once again, I mean, we saw this. We saw Kamala Harris pick up on the economy in the last couple of months.
Because they ran on fucking trans shit and not their actual plans.
Yeah, which also the part of the actual plans that they ran on was like tariffs, which I think, to give credit to the campaign, it was one of the strongest defenses I've seen from the Kamala Harris campaign was to immediately go, oh, tariffs, that's a sales tax for everybody. That will skyrocket inflation, which is true.
There's a firm I know called Blueprint that does polling on like messaging, and they found that the message about tariffs basically being a sales tax was their best performing message that like really hurt Trump in a lot of ways. It was their worst thing. Yeah, that astral galactic X person has like been saying that every single thing that they see is good for Trump. Only +7?
This is the most insane. I don't trust. I don't trust exit polls at all. This is insane. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? 44% say nationwide they trust Trump. That's
also fake.
Literally no sense.
Polarized.
This doesn't make sense either.
These leads are not as large as we've seen in polling. Like in most polls, like it's like Trump has like a double-digit lead on immigration, and then Kamala has a double-digit lead on abortion.
Yeah, both of these. I've seen exit polls with 80% for Medicare all when they all voted against Bernie. Yeah, I mean that is not that shocking. For the record, that is not that shocking at all. Voters are fucking stupid. So, that's not. That does make sense. But all I'll say is, in terms of like Kamala Harris being this close to Donald Trump on immigration is nutty. And Donald Trump being this close to Kamala Harris on abortion is also nutty. Both of those consistently have been polled at like double-digit leads for Kamala Harris on abortion, double-digit leads almost for Donald Trump on immigration.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the Wisconsin poll on NBC. They had the combined economy and immigration was 44% as a top issue. Well, democracy plus abortion was 50%. Immigration was the fourth high. It was the lowest issue. It was below 10% as a top thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nationally, abortion plus democracy is 49%, while economy plus immigration is 42%. So this is a relatively favorable issue environment, I would say, for Democrats compared to what some polling has said. But again, exit polling really can't be trusted here. It's historically not super useful.
Preliminary results of Edison Research exit poll: 84% of Wisconsin voters were white versus 86 in 2020. 63% of Arizona voters were white versus 74 in 2020. 57% of Georgia voters were white versus 61% in 2020. 69% of North Carolina voters were white versus 65% in 2020.
Yeah, those white vote shares going down by that much in Arizona and Georgia are a little. Georgia, we do track early voting by race, and I guess I get that would be actually represent a slight decline in the white overall vote share compared to early voting, which would not be good for Trump. But like North Carolina, I think this is just kind of noisy. The North Carolina thing doesn't track as much with other things.
Milwaukee is going to have to recount every absentee ballot that had been counted because of this issue. Apparently, just before 2 p.m., an election observer noticed a panel of tabulators in Milwaukee's central count weren't properly closed. The panel that wasn't closed contains tabulators on and off switches. They were supposed to have been locked in the morning. After discovering the issue, Milwaukee election chief Paulina Gutierrez went from tabulator to tabulator with representatives from both parties to close lock those panels. If it would have been tampered with, it would have completely turned off. That would be very evident, Gutierrez told me. I don't think it was tampered with. I think it was just a mistake. And Jacobs, the Democratic WC commissioner who's here, said elections are run at the municipal level, and at this point, it's up to the Milwaukee Elections Committee and city attorney's office to decide what their plan is. Now, that's, if I'm not mistaken, Milwaukee is where they count every single vote by mail, right? Like they wait until the.
No, I don't think Milwaukee does everything through mail. I know Wisconsin does have some mail voters. I heard that they're going to count most of the Milwaukee votes at 3 a.m. like they did in 2020.
Yeah.
So that'll be great. That'll be really good for not making Republicans freak the fuck out.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I if I'm not mistaken, I think the all of the states male voters are all collected in Milwaukee, and it comes out of Milwaukee. Like they take all the votes, all the mail-in votes from every other part of the state.
Yeah, they also found that they polled. Well, this is in Michigan. They had the number of people like on U.S. support for Israel. They found 29 saying too strong, 27 saying not strong enough, and 38 saying about right. So I guess you have more like among the people who actually sort of care about the issue. You have more saying it's too strong, which is something new. But Michigan is supposed to be one of the really pro-Palestinian states, so. Yeah, they have minus 10 favorables for Trump on the NBC poll. That's actually worse than his polling in 538. He's been at minus 8 most of the year.
Wisconsin exit polls, top issue, 35% economy, 32% democracy. Dude, this is like the liberals are primed. Liberals are in the tank for MSNBC, I think. Like the democracy being a top priority, like 18% on abortion, 32% on democracy is crazy.
Yeah. This reminds me a bit of 2022, where these issues that were sort of seen, the polling indicated were very strong for Republicans and were dominant issues, actually ended up not clocking in that high.
Immigration, I've been saying, is never going to be the top priority. And
immigration is so low here.
Yeah. And what's really fucking annoying about this is that I kept repeating this point over and over again. This is exactly, you're right, a 2022 revamp where a 2022 revamp where like crime and immigration and trans issues are going to be top priorities. Like this is going to be real good for the Republicans. And it's like, no, it's not. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah. The
Like,
NBC only found Trump +2 on crime.
Georgia exit poll showing abortion should be legal at 62%, no at 35%. That's expected.
Yeah, that's actually a little better than I would think because Georgia's very religious. We have a lot of conservative Democrats through the black vote.
So overall, are you still firm on your lean Kamala assessment, or are you saying it's like even higher?
No, I mean it's tough to really come to any conclusions with like what we're seeing now. I think from what I've heard, the stuff in Pennsylvania looks good for her, and that was the state I was the most wavering on. Her polling in Michigan has been pretty solid, and like early voting, the Secretary of State said that there should be high turnout. The one question mark in that world is Wisconsin because we just have so little information on it. But if the Seltzer poll is anything like close to correct, she should be doing fine there. I talked with people who I know who are active in politics in like all of these states, like everybody from former professors to local reporters to polling firms that are in each swing state. And every single person in each state, like before the day before the election, when I was doing my final rating, said they felt like pretty decent on Kamala in their state. The people in North Carolina were particularly optimistic. We'll see like what that is or how that works, but there are some people saying that like the high turnout does represent the pollsters might have been too overzealous in weighting Trump support, but we just don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So if things go according to your assessment, what are the states that you think Kamala is? I mean, what do you think Pennsylvania is going to look like, and when do you think we'll find out? About
the
Pennsylvania.
Way this works, the way that the counting works is that you have, and this is vindicating for a lot of what I've said about Trump just over the past year and why he has, in my opinion, he has overperformed Senate candidates. He's seen as a competent, strong leader in a way that these other Republicans aren't. But the way that this works is we're going to have almost full results from Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan before around midnight. We will have a lot of results from Pennsylvania before midnight too, and we will probably have a good sense of where that's going, and they might call it if she's doing very well there. Wisconsin will take until tomorrow to get like a full thing, but again, that feels like an election day thing. Again, they're not really tracking the early voters, but Nevada and Arizona, we won't know for the rest of the week. In Nevada and Arizona, we have a lot of votes that are just coming in through mail that like will come in after the election that they haven't counted yet. So if it comes down to Nevada and Arizona, you might not know who the winner of this is until like Friday, Thursday.
So, do you think that white votes being higher actually will end up benefiting the Democratic Party, kind of in a way that it did in like 2022? Or do you think it just like automatically means that the Republicans are outperforming?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really trust that data. Again, like I said, they only are polling exit poll people on election day. Election day is historically better for Republicans than early voters. So you would kind of expect the demographics to be better for Republicans. What's surprising about this is that these demographics, according to this one Reuters poll, we're seeing lots of different ones coming in. The demographics should be better for Republicans, but the issue polling isn't as good as the polling has been. Trump's favorables are lower than what the polling had him at. Biden's approval is slightly higher. His issue leads and the biggest issues are smaller. Even like this, that's a lower, like we had some polling that had support for deportation in a majority range. And this does kind of indicate that I think Democrats should have tried to run on a pathway to citizenship, but we're past that point. But yeah, it's a mixed bag. I'd have to see what the Reuters stuff is saying. It's apples to apples, I bet. But I wouldn't say that higher black turnout is good. Higher white turnout is good for Democrats in general.
Have you seen this? The exit poll from Fox, voter analysis, national. What should happen to illegal immigrants living in the U.S.? Chance for legal status, 56%. Deportation, 43%. This tracks, by the way, for those of you who are shocked to find this, this is the most consistent position. When faced with both of these positions, voters overwhelmingly will say they want chance for legal status over deportation. And I have repeated this position over and over again. While this is just like I guess it's a voter analysis. I suspect this is an exit poll, right?
Yeah, national.
But 43% is dangerously high. It is not shocking. This is the least shocking. If you actually look at immigration data or immigration questions and the way Americans react to it, this is incredibly consistent. If anything, it's less. It's a smaller percentage chance for legal status than what people usually report as.
Yeah,
it's usually 60%.
Stuff. The North Carolina exit polling from NBC had Trump as too extreme by +5.
Wow.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania, it was Kamala was 49-49 on too extreme, not too extreme.
That's crazy. Here's Michigan Secretary of State saying turnout is off the charts all across Michigan.
Yeah, that's Jocelyn Benson.
Yeah.
Another possible sign of the polls might not have been reflecting the likely voter environment. Jarrett Renshaw from Reuters says, sources tell me that Philadelphia vote total will surpass 2020 totals. Some precincts are as high as 150% of 2020 totals. I think those are mostly college areas because in 2020, a lot of students weren't on campus and they voted from home. But it still is a good sign for them because Philadelphia in 2022 was pretty mediocre turnout, even as Democrats did very well in Pennsylvania.
Do you think that there's any shot that it's like disaffected younger pro-Trump voters coming out in large numbers as well, that it increases the turnout? Or do you think it's all people in the tank for Kamala who are, looking at the situation and going like, fuck no, we don't want Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, if you get to the point where you have these low propensity voters, they're not going to be as solid for Democrats as the people who show up every time in Philadelphia. But any increase in the Philadelphia or any solid Democratic counties total is going to give them more votes, even if the margin slightly goes down. You'd rather win a county like Philadelphia 75-25 with far higher turnout than you would want to win it with 80-20, but with lower turnout. At a certain point, the slight shifts in margins can still reflect a better vote total for your party. And even then, the way that they were weighting polls in Pennsylvania, there was one poll where the registered voter screen had Kamala up by 4 points. There's a different one than the Franklin and Marshall poll. It was by TIPP, and they just straight up got rid of the entire city of Philadelphia on their likely voter screen because they didn't rate non-whites and women and urbanites as likely voters. So a lot of these pollsters that were polling these states did not expect good turnout from these Democratic constituencies that turned out in 2020. If you have cities like Philadelphia or Michigan more broadly turning out at the same rates as then, the polling we have seen might not have been reflecting the actual environment.
So, question for you, and I might have misunderstood this. Did you say that the Reuters reporting shows that its overall turnout is beat in comparison to 2020, or just same day turnout?
It says the Philadelphia vote total will surpass 2020 totals.
That is insane.
Yeah,
that's actually incredibly unexpected, considering that it was a COVID, there was a COVID bump, right? Ease of access to voting.
Had mediocre turnout in 2020. I think Biden's margin that in Philadelphia was actually smaller than Hillary's. In 2022, it had mediocre turnout relative to the state. Democrats won that year because they did well across the rest of the state, but it was seen as a bit kind of concerning. And it could have been reason to expect that Philadelphia could have been relatively weaker this year, on top of that. So for it to increase turnout overall is a bit of an about face and not one that should be bad for Democrats.
Okay. it might be attributable to college students actually in Philly compared to 2020 when they weren't on campus. Oh, that's true.
Maybe part of that might be the case.
Yeah,
we
that
have
could-
seen far higher turnout in college towns everywhere.
That's true. Yeah. I still personally worry that there might be some secret sauce in there for Donald Trump, but that might also be coming from the fact that I think the female vote percentage on these same day voter turnouts from Philadelphia and from college campuses specifically is going to be indicative of whether or not it's like favoring whether or not this is favoring Kamala Harris or if it's favoring Donald Trump. But I might also be totally biased because I'm on Twitch. I'm surrounded by fucking, Aiden Ross fans who despise me. And that might be causing me to see a different reality because like there are so many, I got a little spooked by Brother Banks. I don't know if you heard what happened last night at Instrumentum. Brother Banks, Mr. FaZe himself came out and openly endorsed Donald Trump, and it shocked me to my core.
Yeah.
Okay. All jokes aside, like the reasoning that he presented, however, was everything that I've criticized the Democratic Party on messaging. Including but not limited to the hypocrisy on the border wall. He like directly pointed to that. And then, of course, there was a lot of, fake nonsense that he believed that Elon Musk said on the Joe Rogan Experience about like, Democrats are shipping migrants into fucking swing states to change the outcome of the election or whatever, which was bullshit. But like the no new wars narrative, like if this is sticky and if the podcast, their vote is, if the podcast watchers out there, young men specifically, are going out and voting in large numbers, then I don't know. It might be a shocking revelation when people are actually counting the votes. That is something that I'm legitimately worried about. And then also beyond that, I've been thinking about like in our industry. There's a lot of people who want to be brand friendly, and even if they have like allegiances to Trump, they have often not communicated that before. This goes along with the thing that I've talked about before, which is that like there are no more shy Trump voters. Everyone is like very loud about their Trump support in comparison to like 2016 and maybe even in 2020. The scariest aspect of that, I think, is the fact that Trump was president for 4 years, and a lot of people are not recognizing the danger that he presents, especially amongst young men who were possibly too young to remember what it was like when Trump was president, right? So they have a fresh face,
like a meme in people's minds.
Yeah, so they have a new attitude towards Trump, that they look at him and potentially don't recognize the danger that he presents, and if anything, they're like, well, he was president already. You can't say that he's going to be fascist when he was president. And I didn't see this as like a fascist leadership. As a matter of fact, I remember it fondly, right? Like that's especially because like a lot of people also have completely wiped out COVID from their memories in general, so they don't even consider that. So these are some of the reasons why I am a little bit worried, I guess, about how the youth vote might swing.
I'm a bit skeptical of that, just because they were trying to make this push, and like this stuff was rumored back in 2022, and you still had these college campus areas go like 90% Democratic. I think like if we were getting to like if we are reaching 2020 turnout, the case, like the whole point of these voters is that they're low propensity and disengaged, and they're not engaged in the process. So if we're reaching 2020 turnout, you would expect these people to be first-time voters being added onto that. So we would be getting like above 2020 turnout. If we're like in line with it, then the only case for these non-voters to make up a significant share of the electorate is if you're assuming that Democratic constituencies are making up a smaller share of the electorate, which is, I think, what some pollsters supposedly did. I've read that that's what some of them might have done. But with the high turnout we're seeing in these Democratic areas, it doesn't really seem to indicate that the mix of voting is less Democrats, more like non-voters. The state of where each county is making up what seems kind of typical.
Okay. Well, I don't want to keep you any further for now. I'll call you back up throughout the day.
The polling is about to. The first results are going to come in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, we can wait on that. Yeah. I can have you back in the next 20 minutes if you'd like. If you want to take a little break in between.
Yeah, I think I was about to order some food, but I'll come on once Indiana comes in.
All right, perfect. All right, and we'll get back to you in a little bit. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, bye. Okay, let's take a look at some more of these exit polls that are coming out right now and try to extrapolate some data off of it.
Harris was able sort of to detach herself from President Biden on the issue of the economy yet? Do we have that data yet? Do we know anything about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something. When I see such a big spread between the good and bad for how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy, Harris or Trump with only a 4-point spread, that's interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it best.
Yeah, here's the Philadelphia poll
hardship to a severe
here's
hardship.
The Philadelphia vote total surpassing 2020 totals. Some precincts are as high as 150%.
So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy, only a 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these little breadcrumbs are awful interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christina Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Tom, because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake as our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field as we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I want to start with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorably, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you.
More bomb threats at polling locations.
They've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, et cetera.
Yeah, well, certainly the favorable number is a number they feel good about, that they perform better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weight, an albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability right now. That's something that the folks in Wilmington or the folks who will be here at Howard University tonight alongside the Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they view as encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters. Particularly, they give us the example of what they're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, pointing to the campuses of Lehigh and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses, there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours right now. They say the campaign is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line. A separate senior campaign advisor telling me just moments ago that support comes in the form of some of the stars of the films from the Avengers series. Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are cast over the course of the day. A separate number we're seeing about another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris folks. Hallie?
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially with Team Trump dumping a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%. His unfavorable, slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Haake at Trump headquarters in Palm. Okay, we had Garrett Haake. It's his live broadcast. Some things happen fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But I will say goodbye to Garrett Haake and I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, friend, I'm here. I've always got your back.
So listen, it's hard to kind of parse those numbers.
Yeah.
54% unfavorable for Trump, about 50 for Kamala Harris for the vice president. Still early in the night, but a little bit better for Democrats in that poll.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years, can I ask you, Tom, since we're here at the big board, which is going to be your sort of dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270? Because remember, that's what this is all about. The Electoral College, first one to 270, has it in the bag. Talk us through the dynamics here.
Yeah, so we're going to start election night where we left off in 2020, right? This is the way the map ended up. The 7 battleground states aren't penciled in. A reminder, President Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The only one he didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest path to 270, she wins Pennsylvania, wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. Hallie, you see the number right there? She gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, say it were to collapse and Trump were to win all those states, she has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia and flips North Carolina. She gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path, Tom?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching.
Let's look at the Fox News exit polls. Ooh, I want to see this.
Can't reveal how they broke down into the candidates, but we
Condition
can
of the
reveal
nation's
how
economy,
they're feeling.
7%
We asked about the
excellent,
direction
not
of the
so
country.
good, poor.
This number is
good
key.
30%.
Those who feel like the country right
What
now is
the
moving
fuck?
in the wrong direction.
Family's financial
7
situation
out of
getting
10
ahead, holding steady,
American
falling
voters.
behind
This is
31%.
10 points higher than it was in 2020, just 4 years ago. If you were to break this down, also new
How
technology. our
concerned
heat
about
map,
healthcare costs?
You can see some
Very.
of those darker areas on the heat map, especially
How
those
concerned
Sun
about
Belt
cost of
states.
gas?
This is where
Very.
they don't like how the country is heading or where it's heading, and that could be very revealing as we continue to watch the election results throughout the night. Another top finding, we know the economy has been key and Americans just haven't been feeling good about their finances. We asked about their family's financial situation, and look at this. While 13% say they're getting ahead, 56% holding steady, 31% of respondents said they feel like they're falling behind. That's more than 3 in 10 voters. Also perspective, that's 13 points worse than it was just 4 years ago when it was at 18%. I'll finish off with this key finding. We're going to have a lot more as we move throughout the evening. We'll break it down by candidate once the polls start to close. Asylum seekers. We know immigration is up there with the economy as a top issue. We asked voters, do you favor or oppose reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum in this country? Those that said that they favor reducing the number of asylum seekers, nearly 7 in 10 voters. So this is just some of what we're seeing early on. We'll have a lot more, guys, as we move our way throughout the night with our Fox News voter analysis. Harold, back to you.
Guys, thank you, Sandra. It's the
Damn,
first
they're
part of what
ripping
we're
through
gonna
these
get here
fucking
as
exit
the
polls. I
evening
want to
goes
see
on
them.
before polls
I want to see
close.
the
We
exit
have
polls where they're
reaction to that,
pushing
Dana?
through. They're pushing past.
I appreciate what Sandra does.
Supreme Court job performance.
The Fox News voter analysis.
Strongly disapprove, somewhat disapprove, somewhat approve at 33% is shocking.
Over Greg's shoulder, and one of the ones that comes up says, "How worried are you about the price of groceries, and how much is that on your mind?" 67% said very. Okay, that's how you also get to 70% thinks the country's going in the
So
wrong
they're going to pick and
direction.
choose all the things that they think favor Donald Trump without recognizing that, Kamala Harris actually has had significant policies. Like for the cost of groceries, for example, like I'm willing to bet that the reason why Kamala Harris is caught up to Donald Trump on the economy broadly is precisely because Trump has no good answers for it, and Kamala Harris has actually, at the very least, has brought up a solution to price gouging, for example. So, I think that is not exactly something that favors Donald Trump unconditionally.
Benefit of Donald Trump.
Jesse, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, just only 13 ahead of Americans feel like they're getting ahead financially in this country, and that's just, as the closing argument that Donald Trump made that Greg highlighted, we expect more than that from this great country.
Greg? Your thoughts?
American exit polls are pretty crazy, by the way, because exit polls are like, should we institute full-blown communism? 60% of Americans say yes. Should we do full tilt fascism? 30% of Americans say yes. And then the Democrats are like, we need to tack to the center. What we need to tack to the center is, what we need to do is tack to the center more, maybe even become more right wing. And it's like, You didn't see the immigration numbers? I did. Fox News' own fucking national poll showed that 56% of Americans want, if given the option between the two, 56% of Americans want conditional amnesty, pathways to citizenship, versus 40% of Americans that want deportation. So that is an incredibly consistent result across the board. When asked, Americans overwhelmingly and consistently support. There it is. Chance for legal status, 56%. Deportation, 43%. There you go. There you go. It literally just, I'm so glad that they just showed that, albeit for a brief moment. It is always, and by the way, it has always been the case. This is why I lose my fucking hair and I lose my mind when the conversation of immigration or the conversation on trans issues are so fucking tacked to the right. Like the starting position in the media, both from liberal outlets and also across the board, is always centering right-wing opinions. Okay? I despise that. I despise it because it does not reflect the broader attitudes of the American populace. Okay? Americans are nowhere near as reactionary as it is as they are represented in the media. Okay? This shit pisses me off. That's why you hear from MAGA supporters consistently that say, oh yeah, we want to build a wall, brother, who then will turn around and in the same breath tell you, diehard MAGA supporters will tell you, oh yeah, no, if there are immigrants that have been living here for a very long time, then, you know, they should get conditional amnesty. We are a nation comprised of immigrants, and not only are we a nation comprised of immigrants, we broadly have more positive attitudes on immigration than our European counterparts. Okay? This last election cycle being a basically Republican primary on the issue of immigration does not change that reality. I am still very upset with the fact that the Democrats have presented a false narrative on this issue and have tacked to the fucking center, and not even the center, tacked to the right on this issue. But the reality of the matter is most Americans will still go out and vote for Kamala Harris, regardless of that calculation, regardless of the fact that they are more pro-immigrant than Kamala Harris. Do you understand? Just like not every fucking person that's voting for Donald Trump is voting specifically because they want to do bloody murder on migrants, okay? There are two major indicators for this. I always repeat this over and over again. Republicans, one, have a policy. Republicans vote for policy that they do not think about the impact of. That's number one, okay? Republicans always think, oh yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'm pro-life. Who gives a shit, right? They either don't care about the potential consequences of that legislation passing or think that it will be fine, okay? And then when it's no longer a hypothetical situation and actual reality, you see the results. People are very frustrated with the restrictions on abortion. Republicans themselves are very frustrated on the restrictions of on abortion. That's why Donald Trump immediately was like, "Oh, I think that there should be exceptions. I'm actually the godfather of abortion. I'm the godfather of IVF." So this is something that you need to understand. The second part of this is also, like I said, Republicans, one, don't know the impact of the policy that they're advocating for. And when met with the impact, and there's polling on this as well, when they ask them, like, well, this is how it's going to play out if you, do you still agree with this policy? They don't believe it. They're like, nah, that's not correct. One of the easiest answers I can give you is the overall disapproval of Obamacare, especially amongst Republicans. I don't know why you think Americans are progressive than they actually are. I just described it to you. Oh my God. You're literally looking at one of those. You're literally looking at one of these examples right in front of you. I'm not fantasizing about an America that is like technically more progressive. I'm telling you with actual fucking data points that Americans are broadly more progressive than the way that they are presented, the way that they are represented in the media. Okay? Americans will say, especially Republicans, for example, will say they hate Obamacare. When asked about the ACA, like, for example, the fact that 26-year-olds can stay under their parents' health care plan, or the fact that they have stopped insurance providers from denying insurance to people with pre-existing conditions, they say they love that shit. Even Medicaid, which is a Band-Aid solution, but an expansion on readily available healthcare at a certain point, if you are too poor to get regular healthcare, private insurance, that's also seen as popular. Republicans refuse to expand Medicaid, and then ballot measures in each of these red states that people fight long and hard for turn around and actually force these red states to push for Medicaid. How the fuck does that happen? Why is it that Florida is deep red, but simultaneously they are by 66% most likely going to make marijuana legal? Okay. Why is it that Florida is deep red, but again, by 60+%, they are voting to, in a ballot measure, protect abortion? Americans love a progressive ballot measure that is not associated with a Democrat or a Republican. They love that shit. They vote for it overwhelmingly everywhere. Okay. They vote for it overwhelmingly across the board. They will institute gay space luxury communism if it's a faceless, lifeless ballot initiative in a state like fucking Kentucky. Okay. That's it. There are certainly a scary percentage of people in the United States of America, there are certainly people who want to do harm to immigrants, okay? 100%. But there's a much larger number of Americans that either A, think that mass deportations mean they're only going to deport the bad undocumented immigrants, that they have fantasized they're out there doing mass rapes and mass murder and drug dealing, or they don't think about how damaging this would be to both the economy and how inhumane this will look like at all. Okay? You need to understand that. I'm just a tad bit scared Trump could win. I mean, it's not looking too great for Donald Trump right now, but we'll see. Another example I have presented over and over again is trans issues and trans rights. 64% of this country thinks that trans people are unfairly persecuted. 64%. There are not enough people out there who are going out and voting to fuck over trans people. Okay? That's just not a reality. Republicans present it as a false narrative that they themselves believe, a narrative that actually, in my opinion, takes away from a lot of the stronger aspects of Trump's campaign, potentially. He could be talking about the motherfucking economy and how he's going to fix it, but he has no really good solutions for it, but that's besides the point. But he could technically still talk about every moment that he's talking about how, like, we're going to kill trans people. We're going to make sure they're trying to make your daughter trans. They're trying to make your son trans, whatever the fuck, right? Every moment that he's talking about that shit is a moment where he's not talking about the economy. It is a waste of space. It is a waste of tens of millions of dollars. Donald Trump himself also literally said in yesterday's rally that no one organically has ever brought up the trans issue to him. In his rally last night, he admitted that. Donald Trump admitted that again in a rally a couple years ago, if you remember, where he was like, you know, you guys really love the trans stuff a lot more than even when I say the I'm going to lower taxes. You like the trans stuff even more. Anyway. Yeah, here it is. Trump says he'll keep men out of women's sports, then adds nobody has ever organically brought up that issue to him ever. It's because his crowds at his fucking rallies, the most diehard MAGA loyalists go crazy. They go hog wild when he says it. So he has developed a false perspective on this. Yeah, and this is obviously the Owen Jones video where Owen Jones went and talked to like some Trump supporters at a fucking Trump rally. And the guy was literally like, there was a Trump supporter who was like, I wouldn't teach my kids to hate someone for who they are. Even though the guy was like openly transphobic. And many people will say, oh, dude, it was because he was on camera. It's like, you think these guys who are fucking insanely transphobic are going to hide that perspective? Matt Walsh literally openly talks about how transphobic he is on a regular basis. He doesn't fucking hide that shit. You're crazy. All right, let's see. Where is Steve Kornacki? Y'all are saying Steve Kornacki's out? I don't see it. Is he on NBC News? Where are you guys seeing? Where are you seeing Kornacki Cam? Okay, that's not out. He's not out yet. They haven't unveiled him yet. They have not unveiled the Kornacki Cam yet. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Kornacki Cam is coming out in a second. All right? Chill out. It's going to take a couple minutes. You got me all excited. You got me hot and bothered. His coworkers say he's well oiled. We're caffeinating and hydrating him. We're making sure he's eating. Steve Kornacki, the national treasure, is rested and eager for his quadrennial Super Bowl. He also just reported the overwhelming majority of Georgia's votes should be reportable shortly after polls close. Republican city commissioner calls out Trump for lying. That's amazing. Philadelphia's Republican city commissioner. There's absolutely no truth in this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure. Not that it fucking matters, but this is exactly a rerun for the record. Once again, another goddamn rerun of 2020. Another goddamn rerun of 2020. This is literally what happened. This is straight up what the fuck happened in 2020. What is this, Bleak? Just had a difficult dinner with my wife. She asked me why I was not voting for Democrat. I thought we agreed with our therapist not to talk about this. My wife is not the Netflix female lead. She does not have hidden skills in martial arts or cyber engineering. What the fuck is this? I can't read all this. This is too much to read right now. Someone said new Trump tweet. Okay, Kornacki's coming in. Kornacki is about to be deployed. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jackson.
It's Kornacki time.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air here on NBC News with brand new exit poll data. Our first early look at what voters think, what matters to them. All of it as the first battleground.
This isn't Kornacki. Hold on. Where's Kornacki Watch? Someone had linked it to me before. Give it to me. Give it to me again, chat. You can send me links if you are subscribed, by the way. Remember, subscriptions are free as long as you have a Twitch Prime, or $6. You can send me all of your fucking favorite links. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and then be able to send me links that way as well. Remember, Twitch Primes are free, folks. I will be flexing throughout the day when I feel like it for gifted subs. Like Bruce, thank you for the gifted subs. There it is. There it is. There it is, folks. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. I'm going to keep flexing as the subs are rolling in because I can't call out every single person. I'm sorry. Boom. 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 Okay, this song is a little out of control here. Oh my lord. Chandelier Inner Carnegie song. I should have worn a khaki today. I will be calling. I will be calling Ed Instrumentum in a second. I will be bringing him back on after this. I need to eat as well. What is this? That Ipamorelin doing you well, Hasan? I don't know what Ipamorelin is. Is that a steroid? Thank you for thinking I'm on steroids. That's actually very kind of you to say. Your anterior delts are pretty good, man. Nice work. Thank you. You know, I got the rear delts too. Don't worry. Ha! Ha! Drujan! When the fuck is this guy getting in here? What's happening? Are you literally just watched you eat? Are you not full? I have not eaten yet. Okay, we'll get back to Karnacki Cam in a second. Okay? Let's look at Fox News coping.
That are toss-up. They are up for grabs, and they are more than enough to put either candidate over the top. And that will start to play out just minutes from now.
Georgia is the first battleground to close its polls. The Secretary of State there expects to have results tonight. The biggest prize of the night is arguably Pennsylvania. Polls close there at 8 o'clock, but a technical glitch in one county is prompting officials there to extend voting hours. In fact, officials have extended voting hours at precincts in several battleground states at this hour. More on that in a moment.
So really, one of the early stories here is the early vote numbers, and they are absolutely astounding. More than 84 million Americans cast their votes early. Many of them were in the swing states that will decide the race for the White House.
It's obviously not just the presidency we're watching. There's a lot at stake in the House and the Senate. First, on the Senate side of the Congress, there are 51 Democrats, including 4 independents aligned with them, and 49 Republicans. The GOP needs a net gain of 2 seats to take the outright majority. If former President Trump wins his race, Republicans would need just 1 pickup to flip the U.S. Senate because the vice president can cast the tie-breaking vote.
All right, let's go over to the House side of the Capitol, where Republicans hold a razor-thin majority, 220 seats. Democrats have 212. 3 vacant seats are likely to remain in party hands. With every seat up for grabs tonight, Democrats only need a net gain.
Oh, he's complaining again. Philadelphia and Detroit. Heavy law enforcement is there.
Special team Fox coverage. Our reporters are standing by in the battlegrounds and really all across the country. First, let's go to senior national.
Not looking good for Trump, folks. Not looking good for Trump.
Who to vote for in the last month. 86% made it before that. And you also have people
He's
who
already
decided
hitting
in
the
just
stop the
last
counts
week to turn out as well. We're going to pull those numbers up in just a second, too. 7% in just the course of the last 7 days. And you've had some news made over the course of that last week.
It is.
He says, stop the counts, stop the steal.
To watch for tonight has always been, are we going to see a 2016 effect? And what I mean by that is it's pretty clear now in hindsight that going into the election, there were a lot of voters waited to the last second to make that decision. And they made the decision, and all of a sudden, all those late deciders went to him. So when they all move in the same direction, that usually tells you, that's the person that usually wins.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that. And as we do, I also want to keep an eye on some of those economic numbers as well, because as you saw, the economy, if it is not the top issue, and again, those numbers might shift, it might end up that way at the end of the night, it is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy and you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old. old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion. Far and away the number one thing for women. And the younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good, more than 7 out of 10, 7 out of...
Okay, let's do NBC. Jacob Soboroff.
Okay, good.
Friend of the show, Jacob.
We're doing great. Kamala.
I was going to ask who you're going to vote for, but I didn't need to.
Because my voice matters.
First time voting?
Oh, yes. I'm excited.
Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you so
You're almost there.
much.
Come on, Rachel. I'll show you all the way to the back of the line here. I was saying 500,000 people are going to show up, they expect, on Election Day here. As you know, this is where the Harris campaign wants to drive up the numbers to sort of counteract that T in the middle of Pennsylvania to counteract the rural votes that the Trump campaign is expected to get. The line stretches on and on. It has been like this all day long. Originally, they had 10 voting machines inside this location. Oh, look, the snacks are here. Originally, they had 10 voting machines in the location. Now they've got 12. They're in the process of setting them up right now. There's less than 2 hours until the polls close here. Every single person, just showing the snack people. Thank you. Every person that's on this line is going to be able to get in at the end of the night. Maybe I just want to check in with people at the end. They seem to be having a serious conversation. You're at the end of the line. You're prepared to wait?
Yeah.
First time voting?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Scared. I want Kamala to win, but I think she will.
I appreciate your guys' time. Congratulations on coming out to vote for the first time. It's always an exciting thing, Rachel, to see people coming out, exercising their right to vote, especially for the first time. Here at Temple, as we always say, until all the votes are cast and counted, we don't know what happens. But this is an encouraging sign, I think, for the Harris campaign.
Jacob, I have to say, I know that it's our job to cover this, and we have all sorts of responsibilities. My single favorite thing about election season is myself voting, is casting my own vote. My second favorite thing is hearing other people who are about to vote talking about how excited they are to do it. And when it's first-time voters, it feels like it's turbocharged in terms of just like the civic jolt you get from it. I imagine you're going to be like 10 feet tall by the time you get out of there tonight.
Every single person I talk to, and I love.
God damn, they are lived up over at MSNBC. Holy fuck.
That are coming. They haven't stopped coming all day long. And we're talking about ultimately it will be thousands and thousands of people that come to this polling place alone. As you said, when they're first-time voters, there's something special about it. There's a magic to it. Earlier tonight, they had performances out here, people rallying. By the way, they even mentioned Paul Rudd was out here. It was not on my bingo card to say I saw Paul Rudd at a polling place in Philadelphia, but he was handing out water. All kinds of things are happening in extraordinary ways out here in Philadelphia on this election night 2024.
Jacob Soboroff, we will be back with you, my friend. Keep walking, keep talking to people, and give me some of what all those first-time voters are on. I'm enjoying it by proxy. Jacob, thank you. Let's go to Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board. We're getting all of our camera
Sources
angles
in Georgia are saying
here because this is going to be
more bomb threats coming into heavily black polling stations there.
Most of the vote before we get in the first fully closed
I told you
state.
this shit, dog.
Can you tell us what
I fucking told you.
what people at home should be watching for in terms of the first data
All right,
we're going
let's
to
hear
get?
what Kornacki has to say. We'll get back to the bomb threats in a second.
You do see some votes here. This is the national popular vote, such as it is right now. As you say, the polls closed in a lot of Indiana. A county here. This is a heavily a Trump county, not far from Terre Haute. In Kentucky, we've got Kenton outside Cincinnati, Floyd, Coal Country. A couple counties. They're just a scattering. That's what's going on right now. But the action is going to start less than an hour from now, and it's going to start in a big way. 7 o'clock, the first battleground state poll closing. That's going to be in Georgia. And let me just give you a sense. This is going to fill in all night, but let me just give you a sense of a couple things we're going to be looking for in Georgia and beyond. So here's what happened in Georgia in 2020. I think we all remember Joe Biden won the state, first Democrat to do it since 1992. He did it by less than 12,000 votes. So what are we looking for when Georgia closes at 7? We expect a ton of vote. Like 80% of it in that first hour, 7 to 8 p.m. One place I'm going to zoom in on, I call it the blue blob. In fact, I'm going to zoom in on it right here. It's Atlanta, in the immediate Atlanta metro area. These are 9 core counties, exploding population, dramatically moving towards the Democrats, diversifying in terms of demographics. More and more Democrats drawing their votes out of here. Joe Biden got almost 70% of the vote in here in 2020. More than 40% of all the votes in Georgia are going to come from this blue blob. Key question when Georgia comes in. Is it getting any bigger? And the place to look for that, see this county right here? That's Fayette County. That's where we're going to look when the polls close, because this could be an indicator for the rest of the state, for the rest of the night. Fayette County is sort of a tipping point county. Is it going to join that blob? About 12 years ago, it was more than 30 points Republican. Mitt Romney won this county by 2-1. Since Donald Trump became the Republican nominee, this very suburban county has trended fast away from the Republicans. Democrats got it down to 7. Do they flip it tonight? If they do, they got to be feeling good about what's happening in Georgia. We're going to move up to North Carolina at 7:30. Again, we expect lots of results, lots of places we could look here, but we're going to show you one key swing county. It's a smaller one outside of Raleigh here, but you take a look at it, Nash County. Now, Nash County, it's pretty racially mixed. It's about 40% black, about 50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue maybe about how North Carolina, I don't want to say Carolina, folks in South Carolina aren't going to like that, how North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from originally. Remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight, because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here, to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan.
Chad, I don't know if you know this, but there's an election happening, dumbass.
There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. If you're not a bot,
subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime.
Trump friendly. Now here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off. Here's how these two counties went.
Also, you need to follow if you want to be able to write, but you can subscribe if you want to be able to type as well.
Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic
The bots were going crazy, dude.
Percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, it advantaged Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word all night in Wisconsin, is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties in what's happened in them. They're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 85% white, a lot of blue collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. This collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This drop from 10 to 7, given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha County's got 400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this is the start of a lot of talking that you're going to do tonight and a lot of information you're going to be giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that.
We're not just spending election night with you, okay? We're spending it here at the HasanAbi broadcast, as a matter of fact. That's where we're watching it. Yeah, this is funny, but also not so funny. Did Biden drop out? Interest over time as of today, skyrocketing.
But also,
let's see what Todd is saying.
They're not even certain that either president is going to make them feel great.
Yeah.
They're just clearly nervous about what the other side might do. Look, the other takeaway I have here is the fact that I think the makeup of this electorate, fewer people identifying with either major party. Now, if you think about it, if you're dissatisfied with the way things are going, you're not happy with how if you think democracy is threatened, then it actually makes a lot of sense that you don't want to identify with either major party.
That's right. That you're not down.
Well, I think that's a big deal. I think we're in a moment here. We've been in the middle of a realignment. This feels like we're in the middle of another one here. In fact, there are going to be more people identifying as independent, more people identifying as moderate that have ever voted in the last two times that Donald Trump was on the ballot. I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I'd be very careful reading too much in it right now.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway is let's be careful then thinking we know anything based on some of these.
It's pretty clear, right, that whoever wins independence is going to win this election because it's the only way you can win because fewer, literally only fewer than 3 in 4 voters are picking one of the two major parties to identify with.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get on that road to 270. So I want to head to one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The
you
city
are 5.4% of all Twitch viewership right now?
All of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain this. Why is this?
Yeah, Hallie, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather all of that early vote, people who voted early in person and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one location. And what they found is that the 13 high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of an abundance of caution and to eliminate any doubt and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
What the fuck?
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state, and we'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there in just about 40 minutes from now. Remember, this was a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support that.
Silence my
We're asking
man.
voters there, how confident
Free
are you
him.
that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%, say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there. Blaine, give us a gut check on where things stand.
Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the Fulton County Elections Hub. You talked about polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those mini claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Hallie, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and...
I want to see what this fucking loser has to say. Oh, he's got the whiteboard out too.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania tonight. Two boards. He's got lots of Sharpies. It's going to be a long night. To your point, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. And if that comes down to the wire, we may be talking about that later on.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
what a
shocked
ride
that Karl Rove is
He
still
tried to get
alive.
on the ballot, then tried to get off the ballot. Then he supported President Trump, and he could potentially be a spoiler in Michigan and Wisconsin. We don't know that yet, but we're going to wait and see. We're going to be watching that for sure. So we are waiting for our first round of poll closings. That includes key battleground states. Harold just mentioned Georgia is one of the first ones we're going to be watching. We have reporters literally everywhere as our special coverage continues.
So,
Election night on Fox News Channel.
so what's really shocking, but I guess not so shocking, is that this is their get out the vote message. And it's really fucking stupid. And Charlie Kirk has been pushing this a lot too. I actually wanted to show that. Let me see if I can find it here. Here is not Charlie Kirk, but Colin Rugg. Male Kamala Harris voter starts crying on CNN, says he's voting
Kamala
for Harris so his daughters can have abortions.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
JD Vance wasn't kidding when he said low T men lean left. First of all, I just want to say, even if without the subscription, low T men, excuse me, okay? I have more testosterone in my fucking pinky than like the entire Republican commentary circuit combined. Suck my fucking dick. That's number one. Little bitch asses. Me. You guys have low T. If you fucking talk about low T, you literally are not the thing that you think high T is, okay? Now, that's number one. Number two, this is what their attitude is, and it's yet again an incredibly hyper online way to both campaign, and it's very it reveals the attitude that the Republicans have in general about this issue. They like can't comprehend that like men would care about abortion. They can't comprehend that men would care about reproductive rights. And they think it's like, oh, you're gay. Oh, what are you, a woman? Like you care about fucking abortions? Like, dog, you are so lost in the sauce. This is an issue that 75% of the nation has historically been in defense of. That's not just women. You know what I mean? It is such an unimaginably unpopular thing that the Republican Party did. So for these fucking dickheads to basically run on like, oh, if you're a real man, like vote for us, fuck these women. Like you are not on TikTok, okay? You can't do gender wars like this when you are trying to put together a national campaign. So understand that this kind of attitude is probably part of the reason why so many women are going out to vote and are most likely voting for Kamala Harris.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but you know, just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. You know, I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Who would you vote for today?
Even from the false presentation of what masculinity is to a lot of these guys, what being alpha is to a lot of these guys, which, by the way, when they say alpha, when these guys say alpha or beta, what they actually mean is confident, okay? Strong, confident. But there is nothing more manly, I guess, even in the way that they falsely understand what manliness is, than defending those and using your voice and your power to defend those who are marginalized. This is a thing that I cannot explain to young men in general. I try to do it to the best of my ability. But it is a weak man that tries to undermine people that have less than them. It is not what strong men do. Okay? So the idea that this person is like demonstrating their own emotions on television, being like, I'm doing this for my daughters, I'm doing this for the future of this country. To look at that and to say, oh, you're gay as fuck, dog. You're so low T. You're fucking beta. Not me, though. I'm tweeting. I'm tweeting on Twitter. I'm so fucking alpha. That's what strong men do. They tweet about fucking men, muscular men, manly men, and how muscular, manly men vote for the zestiest president of all time, Donald Trump. Like, you're not a real man at all, okay? You are not fulfilling the societal standards and the expectations that you have set forth for yourself for what it means to be a man, quote unquote. It's very stupid. I can't stand this shit. And it is so tailor-made. It is so tailor-made for the most insecure young boys out there. And I know how those young men feel because I was once one myself. Perhaps a long time ago, now that I'm 33. But I get it. I understand what it's like when you're, unsure of yourself, unsure of your future prospects. I understand that shit. Do not lean into the Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk, Republican circuit that tries to tell you a different reality. Okay? Do not get deluded into believing these fucking dipshit losers. Anyway. Brett Favre, if everyone put God first, this would be the results. Yeah. Remember when he stole from the, was it state of Missouri or Mississippi? Tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, Brett Fraud. All right, let's see what NBC is saying right now.
Election this country has ever seen, and we are going to cover every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now.
Oh, it was from Missouri, right? Or Mississippi.
Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election rocked by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150.
Okay, I don't care about this. This ad. All right, let's see. First results coming in from Indiana and Kentucky.
Lead. That's with an estimated 3% of the vote. Over to John King.
Count
John,
the votes.
What stands out to you as these first votes come in?
One thing that stands out is that both states are getting about their business in the sense that we're wondering, will the battlegrounds count slowly or quickly?
For the record, this shit doesn't matter at all, but I'm just going to let you know because it's way too
But you
early.
see more counties have at least reported some votes than the last time.
I will be bringing in Josh Edinger Mentum in a brief moment.
I just want to show you. We expect Donald Trump, of course, to
I'll
win
be bringing him
the state of
on
Kentucky.
as soon as I'm
It's been a red
done
state for quite some
to give
time.
you better
But they're all blue
analysis on
pockets, and so you try to see
what counties
in
to
an
look
urban
at.
area that has key suburbs around it. This is Lexington, Fayette County. How is the vice president performing compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago or Hillary Clinton 4 years before that? It's way too early. You see 373 votes to 199 votes, so I'm not even going to do the comparison. But this is one of the things you look at and you say, okay, and so where is there a community like this in a battleground state, right? Because we tend to have nationalized elections. Too soon for that. In 2016, if you were with us back in 2016, one of the very first clues of the Trump phenomenon came right here. In the early results out of Kentucky, we saw in these small rural counties, not only was Donald Trump running it up, but running it up in excess of Mitt Romney, running it up in excess of George W. Bush, getting new people to come out and vote Republican. That's what made Donald Trump the force he was in 2016. And so we're going to look along these lines just to see, again, we expect him to win Kentucky. So some people might say, why do we care? Why do we want to look at that? Well, as you see, that's Ohio. Right? And then there are Wisconsin and Michigan. There are communities like that in some of the other battleground states as well. So you're trying to see what's happening. So just take a peek here to see. There are 25% here in Greenup County, Donald Trump at 72%, right? So you just go back and look. Is the rural Trump base coming out like they did in 2016 out of the woodwork? So there's 2024. He's at 72%. In 2020, he's at 72%, so he's about matching 2020. You just go back to 2016 and look, there he was at 71%. So essentially consistent turnout for Donald Trump in the small rural counties that are critical to him. Now, we're not done here, obviously. That was only about 25%, I think, when we did it. But you want to look at that throughout the night. That first glance says, okay, the people we expect to come out for Trump are coming out there. I mentioned earlier, let me get rid of the green. Here's one of the places we will look at because it is more interesting in the sense of more competitive. You have Cincinnati right here, Covington, Kentucky right here. For those of you familiar with the area, if you land in Cincinnati Airport, that's actually here in Kentucky. You drive across the bridge into Ohio. There's some suburban areas here, some hotels, some restaurant development, some young people live here. So it tends to be a little bit more competitive. It's still Republican. We're up to 43%, 59% for Trump 2024.
I already know. The entire night, you motherfuckers are going to be crying. You're going to be saying like, oh, it's Jover. There's like 400 total votes counted, and Chad is spamming, it's over, we lost Kentucky. Stop! Cover it up, slut? No, I told you, okay? The fucking sleeves stay off as long as the subscriptions keep flowing. You understand me? Atlas music! I'm giving the people what they want.
As well. How's the vice president doing in the suburbs? We will get that a little bit later. What are we getting right now about Donald Trump? Let's just look here. Allen County is Fort Wayne, Indiana. So 52% in 2024 right now, about 44%. So it's a fair comparison. We'll see if it changes. 54%, 55% if you round that up, and 58% there, 57% there if you don't round it up. So down a little bit in the early results so far from 2016. Is there anything to make of that, Jake? I'd be very careful about that with only 44%. But it's one of the things you look at in the counties, especially as the suburbs start to expand in places like this. Is Donald Trump close to where he was in 2020, closer to 2016, or is he bringing out new voters in 2024, Anderson? Early in the night, you're just looking for clues.
Yeah, John, we'll continue to check in with you back with the team here in New York. Scott, obviously you're from Kentucky. Where will you be looking over the next hour or two in terms of kind of a litmus test?
Yeah, Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle. And so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously we'll be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white college-educated suburbs, it would be in Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati. You would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight.
There are 300 votes counted so far. I can't even talk. I like looking at this analysis because I think it's funny at this point, but it's like you can't make any inferences off of this so far. Like, you got to give it like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. %80 of this chat voted Kamala. New poll running. Oh, is there another poll? 80% of this chat has voted for Kamala Harris. 16%. New poll running. Who did you vote for? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, or other? Damn, there's like Donald Trump voters in the chat. That's crazy. People got to be fucking trolling, right? Vote in the poll. And also, hopefully you voted today. But vote in the poll. Did you vote for Kamala Harris, other, or Donald Trump?
In 2016, even when he won, he claimed that there was massive fraud. He stood up this election integrity commission within the White House that then he folded because it found no widespread fraud. So this is something
Very
baked
important.
into his DNA. But the clip
True
at which
fact
he's doing
stated.
it, the way he's doing it, targeting Pennsylvania, I think that they're nervous. I think that his behavior in the final stretch of it, I think they recognize their closing message was nowhere where it needed to be. And some of the early projections we're seeing show a momentum that I think a lot of Americans are feeling, that this Trump era may be coming to an end.
Look, I mean, he should be scared in Pennsylvania because there is an energy, there is a surge. Look, you talked to me a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm chewing my fingernails down to my elbows. I'm just worried. The Puerto Rican vote by itself has been lit on fire. Now, people will tell you, different things about it, but what I'm hearing, I talked to a young woman named Camille Rivera. She's with La Brega y Fuerza. It's the only Puerto Rican PAC. They were begging for money. Nobody cared about them, but they had built the only voter file for Puerto Ricans. When this insult comment attacked Puerto Rico, she said it was like wildfire. She said people remember, Puerto Ricans culturally, they vote a lot. They vote a lot on the island. And so there is a big tidal wave.
Your Kamala win prediction is the next
Russia
Russia won't invade Ukraine. Yeah, except I have learned one lesson from my wrong prediction back then. Don't be a fucking asshole about your predictions. So if you notice, I've been very restrained in my commentary in terms of Kamala Harris's likelihood of winning the election. And that is because I am looking at it and I think accurately assessing the situation. But beyond that, I don't think it's like a fucking wipeout. Anyway, 17% voted for other, 77% with 27,430 votes in the chat voted for Kamala Harris, and 6% for Donald Trump. That's kind of crazy. I guess obviously we have a lot of normies in here that are watching because the election is happening. So they were reminded that the election is happening, and they're like, "Yeah, let's go watch that young commentator I watch." I don't know. Still shocking that there's 6% people in here that are like, "I voted for Trump." We've officially crossed the boundary for a brief moment over 200,000 viewers. And then recrossed it back down to 187 or 197,000, by the way. I would love to do a poll. How many people are from a swing state? Nah. If you voted for Trump, what is this? What is it about this stream that you enjoy? I mean, I think for example, I have a lot of haters, right? Who think I am a terrorist or whatever, or they don't think that, but they claim that I am and smear me on a regular basis. They would rather watch me than watch whichever content creator that they are supposed to be enjoying, because I think they derive entertainment for one reason or another. I try to do my very best to be both educational and also as entertaining as possible. And I think that's part of the reason. Also because I flex for my subs now. I'm basically an OnlyFans person at this point. So that might be another reason. Who knows? All right, let's take a look at what NBC is saying.
To win the White House, each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Yeah. Here's the map. The gray areas are the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number of 270.
Yeah, and this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember, Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia. He can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral
tonight,
votes.
maybe tomorrow,
maybe
tomorrow,
the days ahead. Maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go over to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the Press. And Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling.
Hamilton County, Indiana has flipped.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris has
Suburb
a
of
significant
Indianapolis.
lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male
Showing
voters.
Kamala Harris with a lead on there. Hold on.
To see how that bears out.
I'm gonna call Ed and Germantum right now.
Falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states, so that will be notable. Could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester. Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then
What's up? Ed and Germantum is back in the building.
One, Lester.
Hi,
Split-ticket
I can share
voters.
my screen.
In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president.
Yeah,
We're looking at what Welker's watching, split ticket voters.
Yeah, I'm looking at here. Give me a second.
So you're going to give us the counties to watch, right?
Yeah, well, this isn't really the county. Well, what's going on is the Washington Post has this thing where they're tracking what these counties are shifting compared to the results in 2020. The thing to keep it, Indiana currently is showing, like every county is showing a shift to the left compared to 2020, which is almost, this is entirely a result of this being early vote. Early vote is more democratic. So like the fact that there's only somewhat small shifts to the left in some of these counties, even though this is the early vote, may, like, on paper, given how overwhelmingly democratic the early voting, the mail-in votes were in 2020, that like may seem to be a little concerning for Democrats, because you still, in a lot of these places, you need to have a third or like about half of the votes still have to be counted. And the trend here in 2020 was that you had Biden making these big gains in the mail-in votes, but there was a big gap between the mail-in votes, how Democratic they were, and how Republican the election day voting was. So there was a bit of like another county came in here, a 7-point shift. There was a gap between how Democratic they were and how Republican the early vote was. So it didn't really necessarily mean much. The thing that could be different this year is that we might have early voting. There's more Republicans who are early voting. We know this in every state in really I've been tracking the early vote. I'm trying to fix the mic. The early voting has been more Republican comparatively to 2020. The reason for that isn't because Democrats are sitting out in the election, but because Democrats in 2020 voted early because they didn't want to die and get COVID and die, while this year they don't need to worry about getting COVID and dying. They can work. They are fine with voting on election day. They don't need to go through mail. On the other hand, there's Trump called early voting fraud in 2020, and he is making a push to actually get it now. So we could see like kind of like a depolarization of these voting methods. We don't have a fully completed county yet. We want to get a county with its election day voting in. Hypothetically, those could really improve Trump numbers here, but it's possible. We saw that like in Nevada, the election day voting was far less Republican. Election day voting was far less Republican than it was in 2020 and 2022, because a lot of the Republican vote went into early voting when it didn't do that in 2020, and a lot of the Democratic vote is voting on election day. So I'm really interested in seeing what these counties look like when they're fully complete, because so far it's all early voting.
So you're saying that we don't have enough data from early voting to make an assessment, given how different it is in 2024 as opposed to 2020, where for all the reasons that you spelled out, like COVID and the Republicans obviously pushing for early voting this time.
Yeah. I'll let you know once the county is fully reported and what that says. But even then, it'll just be one county. But that'll give us a lot more information. Like Hamilton County here, which is a big potentially indicator of suburban shifts. Hamilton, I mentioned earlier, is a very rich suburban county. Currently, 2/3 of the vote is in, and it currently shows an 8-point swing to the left in 2020 compared to 2020. And if like this is like the case, like this is the final number, that would be really, really good for Kamala Harris. But we could have that last third of the vote of election day voters, and it could be a lot more Republican, and it's probably going to cut this margin down. Somebody who I do follow on Twitter said that it's very unlikely Trump will improve his number in Hamilton County. He won't match his number. Kamala's probably going to improve here with the way that this result is going. But again, we really need to see these finally completed counties. We can't make any inferences off of these early voting.
I don't know. I feel like I'm making inferences right now. You can't stop me.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to listen to me. Nobody does.
Yeah, I'm making inferences off of this, and I'm saying Kamala sweep. I think Kamala's winning Texas and Florida, and maybe even Mississippi. I think.
Yeah, this is the Seltzer verse.
Yeah. Zach Walls says, huge news. Johnson County, Iowa's most Democratic county, is on track to shatter turnout records tonight. If you are in line to vote, please stay in line. We had a U.S. House race decided by only 6 votes here in 2020. Your ballot could make the difference. This is the Seltzer verse.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah, I think that's University of Iowa.
Yeah.
It was the one county Nikki Slaley won in the primary. She won it by a single vote.
Yeah. Here is some information from BBC World. A Trump campaign official has told the BBC that we have seen some shenanigans with voter registration in Pennsylvania. Do you think they're talking about their own guy? They're talking about the Amish.
No, they're trying to that's definitely that's trying to.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I'm saying that they're talking about what was his name? Scott Pressler.
Yeah. They're trying to say that they're doing fraud in Philadelphia because the turnout's really good there.
Yeah. I still don't know where this is going to go. Like in terms of like what the strategy is here. They're just like gonna say it's fake. They're gonna say that they won. I just don't know if there's like a likelihood of a Brooks Brothers style situation that they might have coordinated and conspired to do again in like numerous states, depending on like what the results look like by the time that we get to certain percentage of the votes being counted. Hamilton County, Indiana, showing Kamala Harris at 50% with 66% of the expected votes in. Trump won the county by 7 points, but you're saying that this is like early voting.
See the final third of the vote. I think that this is. It would be surprising to see the final third of the vote be like substantially more Republican. I think this is probably a sign that Kamala will outrun Biden in Hamilton County, but Hamilton County is a very fast left trending county. It could portend good signs for her in these pivotal suburban areas around Philadelphia, Atlanta, Detroit. But we need to have the final thing. We need to have a fully completed county. We just don't have those yet.
Is betting 1K on Harris flipping Iowa a good investment? $3,580 profit. I think you guys need to stop betting on fucking politics.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
You don't get anything good from that.
Nancy Pelosi has called it. She said, I've seen enough. Dave Wasserman style. Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House. I don't know what the margin will be, but I know that we have the votes to win the House.
Okay, Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi pulled a Dave Wasserman early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't even have any votes yet, Nancy. You saying that off with nothing.
I mean, if it wasn't for her, this would be a fucking red wipeout from Donald Trump against Joe Biden. So let's be respectful for the Queen.
Yep.
She is she's sitting around, on our money piles right now.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling good about the entire process so far. I don't know. I feel like judging simply by vibes and no data whatsoever, just pure vibes based, it does feel like the Republicans are in panic mode, whereas like the Democrats are cruising. Like
yeah, I don't know if you saw the Stephen Miller tweet, but he was like
I did.
begging men to turn out. Yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, that's like, no, I did see that. I have talked about that quite a bit. Charlie Kirk was doing that as well, leading up to the election. And I think that is yet another clear indication that this is an extremely online campaign. I think that they're perma-fucked. They're perma-fried from the shit that they see and the shit that has motion in, I don't know, like the JD Vance teenager group chats that he was a part of. Like, I think that they're so firmly invested in like winning over these guys, or maybe they mistake like the popularity in the bot farmed Twitter spaces for real, genuine popularity. Like this idea that you're like, yeah, get these men out to go out and vote against these pesky broads is like, are you fucking 14 years old? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's part of this like larger process where they just can't, like, after 2016, even though they lose elections over and over again, they just can't imagine not being popular. Just what they want to do has to always be the most popular thing. And in this race, we're having it's a situation where they have a lot of headwind, like tailwinds from
I'm going to play the overanalyzed partial results game too. Like I said, this window of time is brutal. Our modeled party ID for the early vote in Hamilton County was plus 17R.
Yeah, his modeling can be off by a lot sometimes.
That is like, how the fuck they modeled it. They modeled it as plus 17R. It's currently looking. It's looking. I mean, that's 18 points.
Yeah, that's. I think that's more of. I would still be a little cautious here. This is more of a sign. Yeah, not a bad start. I think I would agree with that. But Bonier's thing is he runs target smart, and it's often really off. The modeled party stuff in states where there isn't registration, just like it often can be off by a lot. So this is more of just a Tom Bonier thing than it is maybe Trump doing awful here. I would still be a little cautious. I'm going to check if we have any fully completed counties anywhere yet. There's one in Kentucky that showed a Trump shift by 5, but that's a very rural part of Kentucky. It may not be representative, and it's not fully in yet.
Well, that makes sense. That was the expectation, right? That Trump is going to be a turnout machine in areas where he's strong. This is going to be the election where like Trump wins Florida because Trump wins the popular vote because he just like turned out unimaginably strong in fucking Florida. Whereas like, or even like California, but he's not going to win California. But then like it doesn't.
Yeah, in the swing states, it'll be more even-handed. The thing with this is that even though this is a Republican trending area, it went from 2016 to 2012 to 2016, it went to like right by like 13 points. But like these results would only really be like consistent with like basically a tied national popular vote, and this is like for a really, you would think, demographically friendly county for him in an uncompetitive state. But again, we're talking about like a county like Taylor County, Kentucky. Like there's just not.
Brian Stelter has an update on CNN. Yeah. Scott Jennings is saying that Trump campaign is Trump calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin right now, encouraging last minute turnout. I don't know the veracity of this, but if that's the case, I mean, that's like they have to be in panic mode, right?
Yeah, that's not what you would be doing, like ideally at this stage of the election. One thing that is worth noting here, and this may have implications for the House, but in this batch of Hamilton County early voting, the Republicans running for the House and I think for governor, not for governor, for Senate and for the House are leading that county by 4 points while Trump is losing it by 1. So there's like a 5-point gap between Trump and these down ballot Republicans. So there is a constituency among this group of early voters of people who are voting for down ballot Republicans but not voting for Trump, which we did see in 2020 and was a big reason why Trump lost.
Yeah. So I mean, it's too early to make assessments here, but like, are you saying that there is the opposite effect? Or I guess not the opposite effect, but a similar effect of what we were seeing in the polling for Kamala Harris, like not being able to, Kamala Harris being outcompeted by down ballot races in the Democratic Party. A similar thing.
This is her outcompeting down ballot races in Indiana. But the important thing here is that Indiana was not one of the states where the polling had Democrats significantly outrunning her. Like Spats in, I'm probably mispronouncing it, is a longtime incumbent. Jim Banks is a pretty unobjectionable Republican, believe running for Senate for the open seat there. We did have her Republican who was underrunning Trump was Mike Braun running for governor, and that has been reflected in the results. Mike Braun running for governor in Indiana is underrunning Trump by I think a couple percentage points of total vote share. So that shows that there is that constituency of Democrats, Trump voters who are voting for a Democrat down ballot that we saw in polling time and time again. The
Split ticket.
Close. Yeah.
It's my favorite.
The Trump Democrat constituency is at least to some degree exists.
So I'm hearing reports about bomb threats that are coming out of Georgia in specifically DeKalb County in like black higher black population. Yeah, here it is. This is from 6 hours ago, but there's more, I think. Bomb threats coming in at 2 polling stations in Georgia. They came from Russia, but then beyond that, there are even more bomb threats potentially coming in. And
they've had to extend voting in those polling stations in Fulton and DeKalb.
Yeah, no, as of 32 minutes ago, police evacuated DeKalb County polling station as more bomb threats target Georgia voters. According to local reporter Brendan Keefe, chief investigator of Atlanta News First, we're hearing of another bomb threat at a polling place in DeKalb County. This is from an hour ago. Brendan Keefe says, we're hearing of another bomb threat at a polling place in DeKalb County where the fire department is waiting for the police to clear the building. The FBI says the previous threats originated from Russian email domains. I don't know how they deal with that. I don't know what happens in that situation.
Yeah, that's tough. They are extending voting on the polls. Actually, just closed in Georgia right now, so I'll move on from looking at these rural counties and these uncompetitive states and go see what they have going on there. I don't know. They might have it on TV right now. If you might want to.
Yeah, I have it. If you want, I can share my screen with you again. Hold on.
No, I'm watching it through the stream. I have it muted. It's just a little behind.
It's better here. You can just watch it live directly this way.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm muted as well, but here, let's see what
NBC News
let's see what NBC News is
first
saying.
Projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News
we lost
projects
Kentucky,
that Vermont
boys.
will go on the Kamala Harris column this evening.
Wait, Vermont.
This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now.
Back.
The early start. Donald Trump out in front with
back.
8
Oh wait, no, 8 is larger than 3.
Harris, a long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important
Kentucky
state
is fallen.
of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Llamas, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020? Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about Indiana because we're getting some vote data here. Still too early to call. Remember, only 14% of that vote is in right now. We also have this great feature on our board where we can show you where the remaining vote is. So obviously, the bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes waiting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here, Trump in 2020 won by about...
Stephen Miller I have to show this. I'm sorry. Holy shit. I can see the sweat from this fucking tweet. What are you doing right now to turn out the Trump vote? Calling, texting, email, driving to the polls. Turn out the vote. That seems good. That seems really positive for... I mean, look, I'm not going to fucking be in a 2016 style compilation being like, libtards owned. Okay. I'm holding steadfast. What?
I don't know if this is a glitch, but the Washington Post just had in Indiana County 90% of the vote in. It shifted to Kamala by 8 from 2020.
Wait, what?
Boone County, Indiana. I think it may be another suburban area. This might be a reporting error on their part. I don't know how much is in, but this is a supposedly fully completed county. There might be like a input error, which with the percent of the vote they're saying, and they haven't had this problem with the other counties. But this supposedly 90% of the vote in Boone County is an 8-point shift from 2020 to 2024.
Hold on. Can you link it to me on Discord?
Yeah, it's on the Washington Post.
I'm trying to get to the state, like individual state, like the same map that you're on, but I can't.
I'll send you the link. It's on the Washington Post. It's on their analysis page.
Hold on. I'm trying to pull it. Okay, here it is. How counties are shifting. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I have it up on my...
I'm a fucking broke boy.
Yeah. Bro isn't reading the news.
No, it's because I deleted my subscription to the Washington Post because Jeff Bezos stopped. My boss, Jeff Bezos, stopped Washington Post from endorsing Mamala. That was me. That was my take on the matter.
The county thing is real.
Would it?
I don't know if it's actually 90% in. They may be wrong here.
I have a login. Send it to the mods, and I'll get it.
Ooh, this might be real. The Indianapolis City Councilor Nick Roberts. He says suburban Boone County with 91% of the vote in. It was Trump plus 18 in 2020, and Trump only plus 10.5 now. So, if this is actually 90% of the vote, let me check how many people voted.
Okay, I got to show this. More good signs coming from the Trump camp that they're definitely doing fantastic. Let's hear what Trump has to say.
We're doing really
So
well.
this isn't 90% of the vote. They put an error. This is it had far higher turnout than in 2020. So there's likely some election day vote that's missing here, but it's not much we don't know from Hamilton.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of what I suspected.
And vote. Make sure you get through and vote. We're going to have a big victory tonight. Republicans, we're doing really well.
Okay. I like that we're doing election watch, and there's a chatter in here being like, can you show me proof that it takes 10 years to become a legal citizen? I was trying to tell someone, but they want proof, and I don't see anything. We'll get to that later, chatter. I was like, can you help me own my friend in the marketplace of ideas? All right, let's get to CNN. Let's see what they're saying.
I assume they are. David Chelling can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes. But normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state. You would say, who's winning Duval County? Right. If you want to say who's winning the governor's race or who's winning up, Bush versus Gore. You go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50 to 49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48, right? So you could argue we need to get the final results. You could argue if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive. This time, if that result holds, we'll see how that plays out. Right? This is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is, we don't really have it yet, is here, the I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again, you will see, are Democrats turning out? Right, our Democrats
Vote
turning
Hub is
out.
calling Indiana.
There's there's been a lot of reporting about
for
this. Harris
Donald Trump.
A little tiny bit.
Vote Hub
the Jewish
projection
vote,
coming in
because of the Israel
Indiana's
unhappiness
lost
over Israel Gaza and how she has talked about that
in
the White House. You'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
Do you have the governor's? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be.
No, it's all right. If you want to look, there we go.
Yeah. So
that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And it was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people. Well,
Diddy-crats are sweating bullets right now, says Blue Flagger, because Indiana's lost. Diddy-crats is fucking awesome. That's funny, dude. Good job. Okay, there's at least some Trump supporters in here that are funny.
Yeah, one thing I actually hear is Sumter County, Florida. This is a county in Florida where Republicans have made major registration gains and had a big lead in the early vote compared to 2020. It is 99% in, and it actually swung to the left by 0.2 points. This is where the Villages is. It's a very, very old county. So this may be, especially with the turnout here, it might be a sign that Kamala could be doing well with older Republican voters. That's the racial splits there about what Biden got. It's not Brexit territory. I want to see what the white share is.
Hold on. Fizz, did you get a link for username and subscription for the Washington Post thing or no? First, 99% fully counted county is Taylorton, Kentucky. Trump 78 plus 3 from 2020. Harris 21 minus 3.
Yeah, it's Kentucky.
Yeah. So,
but even then, that's only. This is like assuming that there's a even with that shift in these areas that should be base areas for him where he should make gains that we've seen this alignment, that would only correspond with roughly a tied vote nationally.
NBC North Carolina exit poll comes out. Is Trump too extreme? Yes, 51%. No, 46%. Would you say that the exit polls in North Carolina are a little bit more reliable given the way that people vote in North Carolina, or less reliable?
No, exit polls in America aren't reliable in general, but I get those. It's not bad to see that, even if you can't really trust them too much.
Yeah. The Mr. Beast constituency is holding strong in North Carolina. Someone says, I was in the Villages in 2016 just before the election. I would be extremely surprised if it showed any shift towards Kamala. The amount of homophobia that's outwardly expressed and conversated by a lot of people active in the community there is astounding.
No, it's done. It shifted.
No. Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden actually did big numbers in changing the tide in the Villages, no?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he swung to the left. The thing I'm shocked, honestly, to see any completed county in Florida swing to the left with how big the gap was there. I don't even know what the partisan she definitely had to do pretty well with independents to have it swing to the left.
All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see what Dana Fash is saying.
Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better with
Georgia right now. 70% of these metro area counties, and there are some significant shifts to the left here. Conversely, Trump is getting some shifts to the right compared to 2020 in rural areas in Georgia. But these, the metro area makes up a far larger part of the state. We'll see. I don't know if this was. I don't know. The early voting in Georgia wasn't too polarized. This might just be persuasion.
Hey, hang on, we're going to go over to Jake for a projection.
Damn it, CNN. Their live streams are janky. I got it, Fizz. I got it. Thank you. Okay.
To make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
So you're saying Georgia's going blue is what you're saying.
3% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
Is that what you're saying? Georgia's. It looks like Georgia could go blue.
138,912 vote
the
lead.
metro area.
They just went up. A 224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida, with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia, slightly more competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right now with 58.7%
Yeah, this is the Virginia shit is bullshit. None of Nova is in. They shouldn't be talking about this with like 1% of the vote. He's not leading in Virginia. That's one county.
Yeah. No, it's over. Virginia's gone. I think it's red now.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done. This is my favorite part of election coverage usually is like in the beginning of the night when immediately after polls close, like, and they start counting the votes and there's like 400 total votes counted and they're like, oh yeah, it's done. It's over. Donald Trump is winning by 68%. New York Times ahead. Florida at 42%. Yeah. Let's see what Fox
I think
News.
the best result for Kamala right now is Sumter being totally in line with 2020. I think it was extremely, like it was basically the same exact vote because that was a winning. This is does bode well for her with rural voters, I would say.
Yeah, Georgia numbers on Fox News showing 51% with 84,000 votes for Kamala Harris. Too soon to call. 3% of the vote coming in.
Yeah.
Are you looking at county specific in Georgia? You were saying something earlier about.
Yeah. There according to the Washington Post thing, Rockdale County, which is in and Douglas County, which are both suburban counties in Georgia, have roughly 70% of the vote in each. Rockdale shows an 11-point shift to the left, and Douglas shows a 7-point shift to the left. This might be like reflective of actual persuasion because there's not a consistent story of like different areas. We don't know what the vote batches here are looking like. I don't think this is just a case where it's just the early vote because we have in some other areas.
Small cities and rural areas showing a bigger GOP swing by 0.9%, whereas major suburbs, one out of major suburbs showing 7.9. But this is like obviously still incredibly.
That one county in Indiana that's not accurate here. Trump not gaining much in the small counties is, I think, a bigger story.
Okay.
Oh no! I was looking at the Boone thing again, which I believe is wrong. If that's really 90% of turnout, then they had a big turnout loss.
They're saying Trump won independents in Georgia, and they're saying it's Jover in the chat. All right.
According to who?
25, now 32 for Harris.
Kernacki
Democrats in
Cam is
all
live.
these
Let's see
counties,
what he's saying.
These 9 counties right around Atlanta. This is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County.
Oh, everybody.
This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other 2 counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high-college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history, this was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along, look at that Republican margin drop, look at it drop.
The video is too loud. The video is too loud. What were you saying? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's a fully completed rural county in Indiana right now, Decatur County, and it's effective. The margin there is effectively identical to 2020.
Okay. What is the demographic makeup of this
very white rural area, like plus 58 Republican.
So you're saying Trump is not getting any sort of additional pickup from this county, which you could potentially
relative to 2020, which you would want to see.
And for Trump, what's the inference that we can make from that? That like Trump is not outperforming 2020 results?
Not significantly.
Okay.
Yes, Sumter actually finished coming in. It's R+1 now. But again, that's another only slight shift in an area that should be going well for him. His results in the fully completed counties in Kentucky are a bit better, but he's underperforming his performance in Union County. Yeah, you can turn back on Steve here. I want to hear what he has to say.
Could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state, and if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. There you go.
They silenced him.
Rest in peace, Chris Boozy. Florida did not happen. Crying.
Coming in incrementally, so sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big.
There's a delay on the MSNBC one. Okay. Jill Stein has received 19,000 votes in the state of Florida out of 6 million votes that have been counted so far.
Awesome. Great job.
She can still win. Here's how Jill Stein can still win. We're going to get her to 5%. We're going to get her beyond 5% in the state of Florida.
Oh, CNN has Kamala hitting 60% with the youth vote in Georgia.
Hold on. Where is CNN? Let me pull up CNN. I mean, is that good?
Is what good?
Is 60% better than expected?
The guy who I saw it on Twitter said it was the magic number of 60%. Also, Trump is going to win Miami-Dade. Biden administration kept Cuba as a state sponsor of terror on the state sponsor of terror list for 4 years, only to lose fucking Miami-Dade in the presidential election. Great job, guys.
Yeah. Does anyone have a better link for... Oh, it was Peter Hamby that said it. Harris hitting the magic number of 60% with a youth vote in Georgia per CNN exits. But Trump's numbers on exit polls for Georgia independents is outperforming Kamala Harris. Damn, none of the CNN live streams are working for me. Fuck.
Yeah, rip.
Let's see. Nope. It's just completely tanked. Okay. Well, we'll get back. We'll check back in CNN in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say the best stuff right now, and we'll see what the final numbers look like, are the really big swings Kamala's getting in Douglas and Rockdale County from 2020. If she can shift the results in the Atlanta metro area by that amount consistently, she will probably...
And the Harris campaign would like to make sure they get some of those Biden disapprovers into their fold, but that kind of approval on Biden is what is giving the Trump campaign hope in a place like North Carolina. Jake?
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. And Dana, I mean, again, some headwinds for Kamala Harris here in these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians, of Tar Heels, are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's terrain where Trump traditionally polls better. And then a bad job approval rating for Joe Biden, her boss.
Yeah, it is true about the 70 or 71% of people who are dissatisfied and angry. But I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying that means that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump, I think that what you are maybe not calculating and what David and David with Anderson are not calculating is that there are a lot of women and men who are dissatisfied with the fact that women don't have the ability to control their reproductive rights in America.
No, look, it's baked in. I mean, the right track, wrong track, we've known for some period of time. And the fact is the race, despite the fact that people are very unhappy for whatever reason with the way the country is going, is still supposedly as tight as can be. So Kamala Harris is clearly going to be able to overcome that. Incidentally, may I just... In the last segment, I said, I don't know why the independents are so heavily for Trump in Georgia. Fortunately,
Fayette County has hardly any votes in here. I wouldn't read too much. It's only at 5% in.
What is happening? They're just like, keep shutting down.
Around the world, rather. Inflation. They don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's basic pitch at the end, which is it's broken, I'm going to fix it.
I don't want to drop the ball on what Dana said, though, about what people mean when they are dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not entirely clear until we're closer to the final tallies.
No, absolutely. But the battleground states are Aaron Burnett's beats tonight. Aaron?
They are, and of course, we're just moments away from polls closing in a lot of these states in these final crucial minutes, really, in North Carolina, crucial minutes. Brianna, where you are in Charlotte, the people still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls, concerns about the economy, the dissatisfaction that people have.
A random channel.
What have voters been telling you?
Presents itself as CNN.
They've been telling us, Aaron, that everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020, and this is going to be very important to see the result here, to see how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote.
No!
And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you. She asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And
oh
so
my
you came
God!
just before polls
There
closed.
is
But here's
going
the
to
thing:
be
how long did it? Most people have been
mass
saying it's taken 5 or 10
Sudoku
minutes.
happening
Tell us how long it took you to vote.
in
So
Republican
I got off work
campaign
at
headquarters
4:30.
across the
Drove
state
here
after
about
this
30
video
minutes.
reaches Twitter.
I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back
Damn.
to you.
This motherfucker took out. He loves his girlfriend, bro.
2 hours
He
to
took
fix
out.
the address and to stay there and to vote.
God damn.
I mean,
Taylor
all
Swift
right,
and her
John,
consequences on the
those are
broader
stories the Harris
electorate
campaign wants.
will
You
be
know what?
talked
Stories like
about.
that.
That's a vote today that was not
For-
going to be there
forever.
yesterday or the day before.
That is right.
Which in a competitive race, it starts with one, and that's how you build, right? So what do we have so far as we look at the map? Let's come out to the big picture first and show you. Sorry, I was just peeking in there. It's early. That's the big headline here. Look at a lot of that gray as we go from east to west. We have a lot to count still tonight. But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now. And you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump, or that's, I guess, better than that.
Yeah, this
lead for Donald Trump,
Shealy
54,000
County,
votes
Georgia,
now. I
is
say narrow and it grows. That's what happens
it's
on live
R plus
television. You see that
4.
right there.
So this
But is
does
very, very early in
correspond
the race.
with
We have 7%
maybe
estimated
slight
for it.
gains
So you're
for
looking
Trump
at the
in
map,
rural
this is very
Georgia.
filling in
The
rural
thing is
counties.
that
That is
Kamala
the
may
red
counter that with
movement.
gains in the
You
metro
can really
area.
do rural America.
Guess which of those
Challenge
has
to
more
Harris is to
people?
run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. Saw Victor Blackwell earlier tonight.
Union County,
Kent
Trump
County,
also 85%
very
in,
early on. You have
and it's
4,000, 1,100
Trump is
votes.
actually
Yeah,
underrunning
that up. So
slightly.
we have a
These
long way to go.
northern
The
Georgia
just for
counties and the
comparison
Appalachian
purposes,
Mountains are very
Joe
important
Biden
for
wins
him.
58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there, but that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not,
Yeah,
if
the
you're
blue
losing in some
blob.
areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here,
I'm
only 2%
officially
of the
beating
vote,
my
and again, you
all-time
see,
viewership
what,
record.
45,000 to
Nice.
43,000. This is a state
Hello,
that's going to be
everybody.
around 4 million votes.
It's
Maybe
'cause
even
of
higher
you,
than that by the end of
Josh.
the
You
night.
did
This
it.
is very, very
Yes,
early on.
you're welcome.
It's 2% of the vote. But
We
you look
have
at the map and you say,
officially
are there any surprises?
229,000 people in here right now.
Yeah, this could be big. Oconee County, an ex-urban county outside of Athens, Georgia, next to UGA, my alma mater, actually, has 83% of the vote in, and the margins there are practically even with not just 2020, but Warnock's performance, his winning performance against Herschel Walker in the 2022 Senate election. He won by 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is sorry. Here, this is what chatters were sending. Highest number of viewership in November 3rd. Thank you for that, chatters. Do
Only
so Kamala Harris's performance so far, as the votes that we've looked at, as far as what we've seen so far, is pretty good.
I would say that in Georgia, I'm looking at Georgia here specifically, of the limited information we have, she is looking a lot,
look at.
maybe
This
not
was a
exactly
10
matching
point race.
Warnock margins, but she is making the kinds of gains and holding the kind of ground that he did. So we need to see what the rest of the metro area looks like. We need to see what the turnout looks like in the area. If, like, Trump maybe stays stagnant with 2020, but the turnout is higher in rural areas, he could win. But this is sort of in line with what you would want to see if she was going to do, at least compete in Georgia at the very least.
Yeah, but what do you have to say to this? Huge work surge, huge after work surge happening right now in GA, North Carolina, and PA. Wow, the men are arriving. Turnout is surging. Stay in line.
They don't know if those are men voting. It's just everybody. Everybody votes after work. That always happens.
Yeah, so that's the thing I don't fully understand. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, they have their own internal numbers and whatnot that show that they're like doing better with young men, especially, and just like men in general. There is definitely a gender divide here, but I don't know why they're so reliant on that. Like, the assumption is that, like, oh yeah, men are going to come out in massive numbers and make Donald Trump the king of America. Like, is there even like, there is no indication
it's
that
fan fiction, in my opinion. I don't think I don't know if we're seeing like signs of it now. But it's kind of just something they really want to believe more than something that there is like clear evidence of. I think North Carolina will be closing soon.
Yeah. Georgia, Trump is ahead. 58
none of the
41.
big blue blob counties are in yet in Georgia.
Yeah. When are they supposed to be coming in?
Like before midnight at least. The results in Georgia come pretty fast now.
Yeah. I wonder if the bomb threats actually played a role in vote suppression.
It might be. One thing is, Republican Anna Paulina Luna will probably win re-election in a seat that was thought to potentially be competitive.
Also, Republicans projected as the winner in West Virginia, and they've also picked up a key Senate seat.
That was already, we knew they were.
Yeah, it was going to happen regardless, and there was a likelihood that even Manchin was going to lose his seat, which is why he quit while he was ahead.
Yeah.
Also, in other big news, Bernie Sanders is reelected as the independent in Vermont, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
This was a very hotly contested seat for Senator Bernard Sanders. Congratulations.
Yeah.
For his,
you keep an eye on him. He could be big. He could be big. He could make a big impact.
Yeah. For his 78th run in Congress. He's done it again. Yeah.
They haven't updated the Burlington.
I didn't know Manchin it dropped out and then also endorsed the Republican.
Oh, Jim Justice.
Well, to be fair, it is baby dog territory. You know what I mean? This is baby dog land, and we're living in it. And honestly,
baby dog country.
If I was also in West Virginia, I might have voted for baby dog.
Yeah.
So, obviously, so which are the seats that you think have a chance of Democratic victory in terms of the Senate? Like, do you think Montana's cooked? Florida,
Montana, like I
Texas.
heard there was an internal, the tester was tied, but if there is this rural shift away, that it's going to be like a bit of a tall order. There's nothing we didn't know already. The one concerning thing for Senate Democrats, and particularly for Colin Allred, this may be just a Florida-specific thing, but Rick Scott, who sometimes polled worse than Trump did in the polling in Florida, and people thought that they could potentially, Democrats would win the seat while Trump won Florida narrowly, has performed basically in line with Trump so far. So that may be a point against the Democrat Trump voter thing, which is which Allred would really need. He would absolutely need that to win in Texas. But again, Florida, a very unique state. Some polling didn't show much of a difference between him and Scott. So it's just but that is one point against some polling data we did see.
Are you seeing Miami-Dade, by the way?
Yeah.
77% reporting plus 10 for Trump.
Yeah, it's over.
Dude,
it's over.
What the? I mean, that's got to be like state migration, right? Like a lot of that's like all the crypto bros, like Dave Porkboy,
more on Wakanda.
Yeah,
what I call it.
Yeah,
that's something we've known for quite a while.
Yeah, there was like I remember looking at some polls like that showed what was it, like a fucking plus 30 red state migration that had happened from like other states. Like Republicans from every other state is just like moving to Florida, which is kind of weird because like ultimately God is going to sort it out. You know what I mean? Like they're going to,
Yeah.
there's definitely, it's weird to just overwhelmingly have all of your base of support keep crying. We don't F around in Florida, especially Dade. Yeah, no, dude, I'm crying. I really,
Crying. I thought they were gonna do it. I thought Florida was gonna be real. Chris Puzzi, how could you betray us like this?
All right. Well, is there anything else that you're looking forward to in the upcoming hour? We'll check in with you again after, going through some other stuff in a little bit. Or is there anything right now that you want to that we haven't talked about yet?
Yeah, just looking for any fully completed counties that we can to see what the types of shifts were. It's hard to make any inferences at this point where it's just like not full completed counties, especially given how differently different voting types vote. But the more fully completed counties we get, the better of a sense we will have of what's going on tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Josh. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
Yeah. See you guys. See you on the other side.
Okay, let's check in with our big beautiful boy Donald Trump, looking certainly not disheveled, certainly looking good. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it, and vote.
Bro, this is literally, oh my God. Oh my God. Look, again, don't get libbed up. Do not get libbed up. I'm not getting libbed up. I'm not saying that. I'm not getting libbed up. And I'm not saying that you should get libbed up either. You shouldn't. You shouldn't be libbed up at all. Here, look at my biceps instead. Focus on that. But this, I feel like this is not good news. At least what they are looking at. What they are looking at could be, why isn't K-Dem telling me to stay in line? Yeah, it's the Diddycrats. It's the Diddycrats that cook the books already ahead of time, so they're not even worried. That's why.
We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Did they panic like this in 2016? I've only heard from Democrats the notion that if you are in line, you should stay in line to vote. That things are going to get better. I've only heard that historically from the Democratic Party in elections that they're losing. Straight Diddycrat ticket. Let's see. They called Biden. They called Virginia for Biden. No, they didn't. Harris campaign is saying that there are strong signs of enthusiasm among college students. Republican Phil Scott has won his re-election in Vermont governor race. Bernie Sanders has won his re-election as independent independent senator from Vermont. Jim Justice and Baby Dog have won in West Virginia, replacing the Democrat turned independent Senator Joe Manchin, and gives the GOP a crucial net gain in the party's quest for the majority. That was already slated to happen. It's not like confusing. It's not an underdog situation. It's not an upset situation at all. And that Donald Trump is winning. Donald Trump is projected to win West Virginia. Florida's abortion rights ballot measure is very close, with 66% of the expected vote in Florida. Amendment 4, the ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution, is ahead, with 59% of the vote in favor and 41% against, according to Associated Press. The measure would prevent lawmakers from passing laws that restrict abortion until fetal viability, effectively restoring the standard of Roe v. Wade in the state. But in Florida, 59% of the vote isn't enough, because constitutional amendments require 60% of the vote to pass. So this may come down to the wire. Yes, it needs 60%, but it's likely to get 60%, I think. But once again, Miami-Dade has fallen, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see Felix is covering the election? He hasn't said much, but he's... This is so stupid. Oh, there ain't no way, dog. He's not. It's weird because it seems like he's in his old apartment too. Mixed early numbers in Georgia. Georgia is one of the 7 most important swing states in this presidential election, and early returns there don't reveal much about the direction it may be headed. Now Trump leads about 60% to Harris's 40%, with only 9% of the state's expected vote reporting. But notably, the 2 Atlanta metro areas that have reported at least 70% of their expected vote are both notably bluer than they were in 2020, while many other more rural counties in the state have reported are notably redder. Still, around 3/4 of Georgia's vote so far is estimated to be in early person or absentee, which should be at least somewhat more favorable to Democrats than election day votes. However, the extent of that partisan split in preferred vote method, so apparent in 2020, remains to be seen. Okay. Arizona abortion rights group booted from polls near church. Volunteers handing out leaflets in support of Prop 139, which would guarantee access to abortion in Arizona, were told to leave a polling location in Coconico County because the owner of the precinct opposed the measure, advocates said. The incident happened Tuesday morning outside of a church voting location, according to Jasmine Jewell of Arizona List, a statewide organization that supports pro-choice Democratic women for office. You see the fake Melania? I am not a believer in fake Melania conspiracies. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think that the fake Melania is not real. She can't hurt you. Wait, oh, this is the CNN. Anyway. All right. Let's tune into Fox News. I want to see what the Fox boys are saying. Don't worry, I lived there and voted yes on it. Thank you. Thank you for preserving thank you for protecting abortion in Florida, chatter.
We're on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced.
Fucking ads,
For
dude.
generations, people had access.
An experience that you guys do not have anymore at the HasanAbi broadcast, as I am done with my contract with Twitch and I'm no longer serving them. What I am serving, however, are muscles for you, which you can still subscribe, which will give you access to a whole bunch of emotes, and not only emotes, but also the opportunity to avoid ads in the future if I choose to run them in the future. Or send me links. I mean, people still get ads. We just don't get the fun transitions anymore. Well, noticeably less, though. In Louisville, some of the counting machines were down 4+ hours, and they're refusing to extend the voting window. Yeah.
In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris is 67.5%.
It's done. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count.
Kamala Harris has 40,929
Stop the count.
votes.
Kamala Harris is winning North Carolina. Stop the count.
But it's still very early. 2%
No,
of the
stop the
estimated
count.
vote is in.
Stop the
Still a lot
count.
of votes
Also,
to count
Pape, thank
in
you for
North
the 20
Carolina.
gifted
In the Commonwealth
subs.
of Virginia,
KT Co, thank you for the 10
Harris
gifted.
has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3%
Virginia,
of the vote.
stop the count.
Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early. Only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3%
Count the
of
votes.
vote.
Count the
Kamala
votes.
Harris has
Count the votes.
44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,000.
Count the votes in Florida. Keep counting.
987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio,
House Music, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio. Only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7%
Also
of the
stop the count.
estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race. We are counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. When a
Okay,
total
for the
of
record, just because having a subscription means you can send me links doesn't mean that I'm going to click on your fucking links, especially like that one crow chatter that sent me a link of crows eating unsalted peanuts. I will ban you if you send me a link that's like some silly shit. Okay, here's Bayer on Fox News projecting that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This is a devastating day. Fox News has projected that Mark Robinson has lost, which is devastating for the black Adolf Hitler supporter, Mark Robinson. A devastating day for the Gooners. We're pouring one out for the Gooners that are in porn debt. It's genuinely a shocking turn of events here as Mark Robinson, a frequenter of Africa Nude forums. He has been taken out by the deep state, by the Diddycrats. Yeah. Nude Africa Forum power user. He will, at least the silver lining is that Mark Robinson will have a lot more time to play with his Hitler dolls. No, I'm not kidding. He literally has dolls. And I didn't even joke even a little bit about the fact that he was such a massive porn consumer that he actually went into debt with his local adult video rental shop. This is real. This is real. I need you to understand that that is a real thing that happened in the state of North Carolina. Now, will this have consequences for the rest of the ballot? This is something I've talked about quite frequently. Red states have blue governors. Blue states have red governors. People's analysis of their governors is very different. Like people's connection to their governors is very different than the way they view the rest of the ticket. So oftentimes it's not specifically on party lines. Okay, you know what? Here, we'll run it for really quickly. We'll just show that. This song is called "The Lieutenant Governor Owes Me Money" by Trailer Park Orchestra. It is a song that the owner of the New Vision Video, adult video franchise, made because Mark Robinson owed him money. Many people are saying this song is the reason why Mark Robinson might have lost his gubernatorial race.
Hey, Lieutenant Governor, I'm so proud of you. You're the first black man to hold that title. You might not remember that I sure as heck do. Back in the days before the online view. Hey, Mr. Robinson, nail me a check. Hey, Lieutenant Governor, please don't conveniently forget.
That's right. For the Europeans and the rest of the world that are tuning in right now to the HasanAbi broadcast to be like, what the fuck is going on with your state of affairs? This is a real thing that happened. The person running for the governor seat in the state of North Carolina, which is now a swing state, Mark Robinson, was outed as someone who openly stated that he was a Nazi, openly stated that he would like to have slaves, openly in Nude Africa forums fantasized about his sister-in-law and piss fetishes that he had, numerous other things, and he is surprisingly lost the governor race. I don't know how that happened. Now, the reason why I'm pointing to all of this is because Mark Robinson came into mainstream success because he had a viral fucking pro-gun. Like he I think it was during COVID. He had like a viral rant about guns at his like town hall meeting, and then Republicans were like, "You're a good guy. We want you to do politics." And then they took this guy who, rose up through the ranks fairly quickly, became the lieutenant governor in the state of North Carolina. And they were like, oh, you would be a good guy to run for governor. When he had very openly quoted Adolf Hitler in the past on his Facebook. Like, we knew about that already. And then the K-file data dump came from CNN. Where we found out that he had said it numerous times. He had said things of that nature numerous times and had also used the same email for all of his porn accounts. And yeah, that's the state of affairs in the United States of America. It should tell you about how the Republicans are operating. If you look at the Nevada Senate race, for example, you have another, like, he's not as bad as Mark Robinson, but you have another green overall loser that has attempted to run for office in, I believe, the state of Texas, but lost, and is now running for a Senate seat. You have Kerry Lake in Arizona, another fucking loser. Like, these guys for the, I don't know why they're doing this, but the Republican Party is basically now looking for Trump loyalty above everything else. And it seems like they have made some risky choices. I would even go so far as say Brian Moreno in Ohio was a risky choice. Another man who is in the closet, used to be pro-gay, now running on an anti-trans ticket, who was caught, or Bernie Moreno, not Brian Moreno, sorry, was caught on Grindr, which he wrote off as a simple prank from his intern. So, lots of interesting candidates with a shit ton of opposition research and a shit ton of weaknesses overall. I do hope that Sherrod Brown will win that race. He's been pretty resilient. He's been pretty strong overall. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but what is this? Chat, are we cooked? As of 7:25, Donald Trump has 61% chance of winning the presidency. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, I think you are cooked, but just you. If you look at this and you go, all right, well, I guess it's over. I guess it's Jover. Donald Trump won West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. What does this say about the country? Is pretty funny. Unless there is like some noticeable shifts. Like, this could be, I guess, 8% swing in a very educated suburb in Loudoun County in Virginia, 91% of the votes in. From 2020 with Biden plus 25 to 2024 with Harris plus 17. That is potentially troublesome, more troublesome than like this shit. Then get out, like, of the country. What do you mean? Male, you watching this? Man dancing.
masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that
I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like, there are real people like this. And I told you motherfuckers that there are people like this, and you didn't listen to me. Okay? This is the United States of America. Of course there are people who are like, oh, I wasn't going to vote until I saw Joe Rogan do an interview. Like, I don't know how else I could describe. Like, I don't know how many times I have to explain to people that, like, there are people like this out there, okay? These are real people.
he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So masculine identity, we've actually been...
I didn't know my ex moved to Arizona, goddamn. Yeah, no, that's like... Kaya, we have a lot of guests. Stop licking yourself like that. That's inappropriate. It's not a matter of do these people exist? It's more so a matter of are they going to go out and vote for Donald Trump? Because these people certainly exist. They're out there. Okay? Their single issue is whether she went on Joe Rogan or not. Yeah. I mean, Americans used to vote on dumb shit like this all the time. Like, the most common trope is like, is the president the type of guy I can have a beer with? It's not that shocking. It's not that shocking at all that people would be making these calculations. Anyway, Democrats in particular might be ready to elect a woman. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. ABC News, keeping an eye on interesting race and issues in Maryland. Harris is preparing to speak tonight regardless of vote status. Sources. There's an expectation she might speak. I assume that she'll try to do another unity message while, you know, Donald Trump is fucking running the table and saying that 3 minutes until the big polls close. Yeah. People do more research on what to buy than who to vote for. That is literally true. Yes. That is a real thing, unfortunately. Is Ohio lead real or am I libbed up? This was fun. Now I'm anxious and bored. Wait, what do you mean? Nothing has happened yet. Virtually nothing has happened yet. Like, there is nothing that has occurred yet. The needle has not moved in any direction so far. It might get tricky. It might get scary later in the night. But so far, there isn't anything that's, you know, remotely interesting or unique.
Here, it's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting, more than 8 million Floridians.
I want to explain something to you guys, but this man right here, one of the richest, if not the richest member of Congress, he is famous for doing insurance fraud, okay? And the state of Florida fucking voted for him as governor, regardless of that. Or maybe they did it for that reason. I don't know. I just have given up on the entirety of the state of Florida a long time ago. I gave up on trying to understand like what motivates them. I feel like, or rather, I have come to the recognition that the state of Florida just objectively votes for the worst person possible. Like, they're like, this guy seems like a real piece of shit, and I fucking love him for that reason. Like, this motherfucker looks like Voldemort. Like, that makes it even weirder. Like, he doesn't even pass the optics test.
We know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020.
So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2, that's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia.
Polls are closing.
Also, as Pennsylvania closes its
Oh no,
polls,
it's
Brett, I think
Jover.
it's
Tennessee's
worth,
gone to Donald Trump.
Noting, Martha, that this
this
is like political
The
malpractice
Democrats
that
are up
shouldn't
big.
take
Maryland
place
goes
between
to
the fracking and
Kamala
school
Harris.
choice.
We've got a
Jewish
Oh no,
Americans,
Missouri
but I
goes
think
to
that we'll
Donald
be
Trump.
talking
It's
about that
Jover
today.
again.
We will look a lot at
Alabama to Donald Trump. Oh no, it's Jover. Oklahoma to Donald Trump. Oh no. Oh no. Never mind. District of Columbia. We're back up. On-call races are Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island.
Connecticut, and of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make
Unironically, that was how my mom just reacted to all those Trump wins. What?
The numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference
naked,
about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can
Come on,
see how much
Chad.
of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain.
It's like
in Loudoun
1%
County.
of the votes counted.
She's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45%.
8% of expected votes. Shut up.
Doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing?
They're taking Biden out back already. Biden will not attend Harris election night watch party. It's way past his bedtime.
Sort of
That's
the
like
gateway
really
now
fucked
to the
up.
North, rather than being,
to
I
expect
always
him to
joke, it's
attend
sort of
that.
seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in. That 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense. So that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken.
By the way, chatters who don't understand, I do this every election cycle. States like, Alabama, fucking Missouri, or states like even Florida at this point can be called fairly early. Because maybe not like each individual, maybe not the Senate runs, but like the way they project, this is not like an official call, right? The official votes are not completely calculated until, a week later or 2 weeks later in some instances, right? They're calling this off of projections like past performances, okay? Like if a place that has gone to Donald Trump by plus, if a district has gone to Donald Trump by like plus 80, right? By 80%, that district is not going to fucking go to Kamala Harris. So if the performance that you see early on is going to be close. And by the way, Associated Press says Rick Scott has won a re-election to his second term. That's also expected. It was also expected, for the record. They got Jessica on Fox. So they look at past performance. They look at what? Hanover, New Hampshire, Dartmouth College, 86% college. Harris, 84. 84% the Trump, 14% shift from 2020 Trump, 5+1. First college town fully in. So Trump has made some gains in a college town by 5 points. But now, once again, college town votes being college town past performance is also not great because, you know, now they're actually in college as opposed to, I mean, even then, I feel like it's still worrisome considering that like younger college goers are even moving in Trump's direction from the past in the past 4 years. But overall, there isn't anything like unexpected thus far. Associated Press has called it for Florida for Donald Trump. Once again, expected results. I thought you were canceled. What happened? What do you mean? Serve me copium. I'm worried, please. Like, we haven't seen anything too damning so far. That's it.
Leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally.
Why are they calling states when only part of the votes have come in? Projection. They're projecting, and they're usually right. It's very rare that they're wrong.
50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you to
They look at county by county.
Really interesting as we
they look at county by county and look at past performance, look at current polling, and if the vote calculation is basically around the same performance, then they project that Donald Trump is going to win or Kamala Harris is going to win. It makes sense.
And we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand, but we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This
what do you think
County,
about
suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well,
Never probably, right?
listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those 2 states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then
You asked me what my view count is in comparison to major news networks. NBC News' live broadcast coverage has 125,000, so I'm doubling them at this point. A chatter asked, like, what do you say to people who voted for third party but still want Donald Trump to lose? And my answer to them is always going to be the same, which is that vote shaming is not a successful strategy and has never been a successful strategy. And the Democratic Party, the Democratic campaign, absolutely failed in retaining those votes. Absolutely failed. If that is the case, I don't think that that will be, but it is. It was their personal calculation. The Democratic Party's calculation was, we can win the state of Michigan without these votes. We can win Pennsylvania without trying to earn these votes. And if that's the calculation that they made, then that's just the calculation that they made. There's not anything I can do or anyone else can do that could outflank the campaign in that regard.
Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get them. Here it is. She said we would get 100,000 votes.
There was data error in Loudoun County.
Right? 17% though of Philadelphia, 87% in the first
I don't know if it's copium or not.
The vice president, again, bit of a broken record, but you compare her. Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, so you want to go back and look 4 years ago and how is she doing vis-a-vis Joe Biden? 87% in Philadelphia. He got 81% in Philadelphia. It's early in the count. We know these are early votes. Kate told us that. Early ballots tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So will this number hold up for the vice president? We'll see as we play out. If she stays close to that number, comes down a little bit, she'll be in good stead in Pennsylvania, but we need to get more votes. Where are the rest of the votes? You're going to come out here now to Lancaster County. This will be interesting. If this one stays blue, you got 52% for the vice president if you round up. But look, it's fewer than 1,000 votes there, fewer than 800 votes. You come back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won this county convincingly, Lancaster County, 57% if you round that up. So we got a ways to go.
God damn it.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into Donald Trump's call for
Allegheny
change
County
here because
first
he was
draw
already in the White House
VBM.
for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner, 24% of the vote in there.
No!
A vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in
Once
front.
again, a lot of smaller states are red or have red states have red performance. This is going to not come down to which states that are supposed to be red. They're, of course, going to go red. It's going to come down to 7 swing states. Okay. That is especially when you get to the blue wall states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, when you get to Wisconsin, that's where the fight is supposed to happen.
Voters, the campaign is seeing in the same exit polls we're looking at improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over, even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate, and the polls had well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one.
We got 9 more hours to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate
You're
was.
leaving that to me?
But just remember, the ticket splitting piece, this is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think...
They have a Democratic governor right now,
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly
All counties showing dem shift in Ohio
on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected.
Tim Kaine in the membrane, ladies and gentlemen. Decision Desk projects Tim Kaine winning the Senate election in Virginia.
Down support for former President Trump. We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up that.
Absolutely.
Well, North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Unfortunately, it seems like Lily Tang Williams, the Freedom candidate for New Hampshire District 2, is not doing well.
He is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star-Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country. Then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming, so it's going to be a nail-biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is
things are about to get.
County tells the story of
things
the
are going to
Metro
start
region.
getting spicy,
Newt
chat.
Gingrich represented Cobb
Buckle
County,
in.
and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score from Romney in 2012. Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know,
it's 1%.
In. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats.
Now
Let's
you got to
go
look
these
at
rural
Trump's
regions.
performance in red counties.
95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now.
Yeah, Donald Trump is not outperforming his past performance. Donald Trump is underperforming in comparison to 2020. Kamala Harris is overperforming comparison to 2020.
Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break and then another state closing.
Are you worried that DOJ is going to come down on you for bribing your chat to vote blue in Florida and Texas with tasteful nudes? No, but it's not going to happen anyway. So that's why I was confident enough in saying that this is what I would be doing. Okay. How are you performing compared to the last election, though? I think I'm performing pretty well in comparison to the last election. I'm holding out. Not an issue. No issues here.
Seeing you here tonight just opens my heart.
Okay. Ohio blue shift. Is Ohio copium? I don't know. Out of respect for the New York Times guild, I'm not going to be looking at the needle tonight unless they actually resolve the issues. Well, I'm not going to be crossing the picket line and looking at the New York Times needle tonight. I don't believe that there's supposed to be a needle, but some people are saying that there is a needle. Um, 2020 redo, Army of MAGA, election officials prepare to challenge results if Trump loses. Yes, that was definitely going to happen. A couple things that no matter what happens tonight, a couple things that were slated to happen is obviously was obviously going to be Trump's legal team contesting all the results and Trump most likely claiming that he won tonight. I'd be shocked if he turned around and said nothing tonight. What is this? As I mentioned early, voting in Georgia skewed older and GOP within the same county. ED looks a lot bluer, or election day looks a lot bluer. We're possibly looking at a red mirage. Lived in Warren County for 6 years in Ohio, extremely Trump area. Seems like there's a 4 to 5% shift in Warren County. What? The call from the workers is to not use the cooking app or games, but also, yes, this is a joke. Not reading all... Wait, what? Will there be a needle tonight? Quick thread. As you may have read, our colleagues of the Tech Guild are on strike. While they don't play a role in the model itself, they built and maintain the infrastructure that feeds us data and let us publish on the internet. Yeah, okay, so they are. DeSantis tweeted, weed and abortion failed to pass. I don't think that they can make a projection on that yet. But that would be shocking if Florida was that fucking right wing. It would be shocking if Florida was that right wing that they literally did something that is... I guess it is over. Okay, never mind. NBC News saying that Florida has defeated the measure to legalize marijuana. Florida voters have defeated a ballot measure that would have legalized marijuana. Now, remember, for constitutional amendments, you have to get 60% of the vote, which is incredibly high. Florida always has a tendency to pass these constitutional amendments usually. Obviously, it would have passed if it was a straight pass. Ohio might go red, 50 to 49. Yeah, no shit. Ohio was not The fact that Ohio is even close right now is a good sign. Ohio was supposed to go red. This is interesting. I will say Florida's ballot measures for both abortion and weed were slated to pass. It's still won by, I guess, it's still won majority. It just didn't win 60%. The ballot measure for requiring 60% didn't even pass under its own rules. It got 57%. I don't really understand how much more right-wing Florida has become. So much so that they are New York Times Guild says needle is fine. Okay, I guess we can look at the needle. Ed Ingermentum says the New York Times Guild says the needle is okay to look at. Not that it's showing anything good. The Electoral College estimate showing Trump with 277. Popular vote estimate with a 1.3 swing to Kamala Harris so far. Oh, went down to 276. Florida's right-wing migration has had really damaging results for the state. It's just getting worse and worse every single year. CNN has Trump up 12.5 in Florida. That's normal. I mean, it's over. Florida is always a lock. It's the Florida dump theory you've talked about. Yeah, that's a joke. I said that we should just transfer all the conservatives in the country into Florida and then shut off Florida from access to the rest of the country. I was just joking when I said that. I didn't realize that people are voluntarily migrating to the state of Florida. Except we've looked at these trends before, obviously. Florida has a plus 40 Republican lean, and this is like migration patterns. Okay? As in, like, the people leaving the state versus the people coming into the state of Florida are, like, the state of Florida has had a plus, like, all of the people that are coming into Florida are overwhelmingly right-wing. So right-wing that it's like a plus 40. It's the highest in the nation. Higher than double the amount of Texas. For those of you who are wondering, this is the Florida Project.
Oh, shit. Yeah, look at that. Hasan, what are some other theories you have?
I have an idea called the Florida Project.
Okay.
So Donald Trump built all these miles and miles of wall, right? On the U.S.-Mexico border.
Who's that?
He's the previous president. He's very cool. He's a poster. He built all this wall. I say we take all the wall, okay, and we wall around Florida, and we amplify that wall. Like, it's like 4 times of wall. Have you guys ever seen Attack on Titan?
I have.
Yeah. It's like that, like multiple layers of wall, right? And then what we end up doing is we put every conservative in America in Florida. We extract everyone that doesn't want to live in Florida outside of Florida.
Okay.
We put every conservative in Florida. They can live their best libertarian lives.
Wow.
And then we routinely helicopter in and extract children because they don't need to be subjected to
You're
that
going to
abuse.
take children from their parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna helicopter them out.
No. Re-education camps.
Okay.
Because, like, you know, they don't. They
kind of like
be...
an internship.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's a word.
So tell us the spider story again.
That's the Florida Project, which is happening voluntarily at this point. You sound genuinely joyous in the clip. I mean, it's hard to be genuinely joyous all the time, you know? You ever just rip a line of Sudafed and talk about big dumps in Maricopa County? Always. I'm going to need you to send the helicopter to get me out of here. Don't worry, I got you. we're gonna do if the abortion bill doesn't, if the abortion amendment doesn't pass in the state of Florida either, then we might as well. More fucking bomb threats. Arizona authorities report 4 non-credible bomb threats. Brother, what is going on? At this point, motherfuckers are like, oh, you know, something I don't like, bomb threat time. Is actually fucking crazy, dude. What the hell? These guys have lost their dang minds, dude. What the fuck is going on? They're just like, yep, calling a bomb threat, I guess. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes said in a news conference the bomb threats were directed at Navajo County. He said they came from a RU email address, but added that that doesn't necessarily mean that they came from Russia. Federal and state authorities have indicated that these are not credible. By the way, people say it's Russia, but what they don't realize is that, like, you use RU email addresses in this situation because it's, like, non-traceable. Obviously, if it was a fucking federal crime that you were engaging in with an American email address, you could subpoena an American fucking, you could subpoena Google to track it down and then the person would go to jail. So it's like they're using it for illegal shit. This doesn't mean that it's like fucking KGB or FSB or whatever the fuck. It just means that, like, whoever is doing this, all these trolls that are doing this are using an RU email address. Yeah. It's not always just simply from Russia. It's usually nerds in a fucking American nerds or European nerds in a goddamn Discord server. So, Oklahoma is another state to pass a citizenship amendment. Oklahoma joins several other conservative states in passing a citizenship requirement to vote. Yeah. Good. I mean, okay, sure. NBC News exit poll. Majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. Okay. Legal in most cases at 38%. Legal in all cases at 26%. Illegal in most cases at 26%. Illegal in all cases 8%. That's a really fucking damning exit poll for the Republican Party. Not that it fucking matters. So this seems like a very bad sign regarding Latino men. NBC News, Latino men are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54-44, in a major reversal from 4 years ago, according to the NBC News exit poll. In 2020, Latino men backed Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin, 59-36. Holy moly. I mean, again, exit poll, don't know if that's like correct or not. Don't know how accurate it is, but also it could literally be. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Across all counties, precincts, and townships counted so far, Trump is running 0.3 points ahead of our expectations, and perhaps that's all Florida. Anyway, when my wife and I were voting today, our polling place was not super busy, but we have 5 new voters get cheered while they were there in Michigan, and they were all young women. Do you think Swiftie contingent is going to have a meaningful impact? I don't think it's Swiftie contingency necessarily, but I think it's the abortion. I think it's the abortion situation. That's what I think is going on here. So anyway, what I was saying is, like, a lot of people have wondered why Donald Trump is doing so well with the Latino men. and I'm also trying to fucking pull it up, and I'm having a hard time pulling it up. God damn it, dude. Where's the fucking song? Oh, here. I found a new version. I'm just saying that could be the reason. Like, you know, do not discount the power that an absolute banger like Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump might have. Anyway, my polling place in Illinois was busier than I'd ever seen. I see and vote at 5, and I'm usually between 40 and 70th for the day. I was voter 610. Read the room? What do you mean? Do people for real think young women are only voting because of Taylor Swift? That's irritating. I'm not gonna lie. No, I don't think people actually think that. So many Latino men at my work in Fort Lauderdale have Trump hats on today, and they were singing that song. Okay. Modeling and split ticket, Lock Jane says, would very much say you'd rather be Trump than Harris in Georgia at the moment. I'm not seeing the margins for Harris that she really needs in Atlanta suburbs to counteract the rural red shift yet. The same goes in North Carolina, though that's looking a bit tighter at the moment. Reminder, we had Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, Arizona all going red in our split ticket forecast, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin going blue. We'll get more data in the blue wall soon, but the Sun Belt doesn't look great for her right now and broadly matches pre-election polls and the midterm patterns to some extent. Isn't Trump running away in men in general? Yes. Oh, also, Congressional Swinger Vote Caucus lives on. Decision Desk headquarters projects Nancy Mace, our favorite swinger, to win the U.S. House election in South Carolina's 1st congressional district. Thank God, at least one of the Gooners made it through this tumultuous time. We obviously lost one in Mark Robinson in his gubernatorial race, but it seems to me like Nancy Mace is resilient, holding strong, and is pulling the goon. Trump is running away with men. Sounds very gay. It is. Also, Donald Trump. You had a blurb on MSNBC earlier today. Wait, really? Positive? Here's some good news. Summerlee wins re-election in the U.S. House of Representatives in Pennsylvania's 12th district. You'd be surprised at how many Latino men are conservative. I'm not surprised at all. This is the exact same thing that has been happening for non-college educated men across the board. For white non-college educated men, they've swung wildly in favor of Trump, or have always been in favor of Trump and have only increased their margins. The difference is that for Latino, non-college educated Latino men, they have moved by dramatic numbers over to the Republican side. The smallest margins come from the non-college educated black men. And yet that has been a massive point of contention this entire time. Hold on. Here, AP's latest calls. Kamala Harris is winning Illinois. Almost every region of Florida has shifted to the right. In comparison to 2020, nearly all of Florida has moved right during this presidential election cycle. Miami-Dade County saw the greatest increase with an 18 percentage point shift right. It was enough to move the county from the Democrats' column in 2020 to the Republicans this year. Steve Kornacki's back on MSNBC. Let's take a look at what he has to say. But hold on. There it is.
Fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it.
Oh, MSNBC gave me a nice little shout out.
Concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County. This is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020. A potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania. You see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. And there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin.
Thank you, Qatari
Big
Cat.
question here is, can Trump
For the
get this
69
back to
give the
2016
subs.
levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of this stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his
core parts of the state. So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of
Purple Plasma, thank you for the 25
states.
gifted.
We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
PA Jewish vote, exit polls show 78% for Harris versus 22% for Trump. It's not surprising in the least bit that that is the case. That tracks with the rest of the country. So, is PA locked in for Harris? What are your early predictions? There's no way that I can tell you anything like that yet. There's been a ton of demographic shift in rural Georgia. A lot of white flight. Amendment 4 for Florida is currently at 47% yes with 90% reporting. Brother, I am Brian. Kill me if we can't even pass this basic ass shit. Wait. Abortion is at fucking less than it. Abortion is sub 50% in Florida. You mean 57%? That's not looking too good either. Anyway, let's continue. This is, I mean, Ohio is like very strange. Like there's a market shift towards blue in Ohio. Whereas the places that were red to begin with, have become increasingly more red. There's obviously some population changes happening. But the places to look out for here are going to be for North Carolina and Georgia. But once again, remember, this kind of shift blue in Ohio could mean good things for, what the fuck? Oh, here it is. Could mean good things for the blue wall here. Okay. This is it. This is the Kamala Harris pathway to victory. Okay. This right here is what will take out Donald Trump. That's what they need. It's good that Georgia is competitive. I mean, it'd be nice. I'm an Ohioan. I'm telling you, man, it can't swing. The JD Vance effect is what they're calling it. They're calling it the greatest vice presidential pick of all time. Like better than Sarah Palin. What Sarah Palin did to the Maverick McCain campaign, JD Vance is doing specifically to Donald Trump in one key state. VA called for Harris by decision desk. Wee woo. Virginia has been called by decision desk for Kamala Harris. Even though CNN has not called it yet. DeSantis is now saying Amendment 3 has failed and Amendment 4 has failed. He said this an hour ago. Amendment 3 and 4 fail and shows that Floridians aren't buying into the political games anymore. People want real solutions, not just empty promises. The fuck are you talking about? It's the most like, that is the most hardline real solution you can get. It's a fucking constitutional amendment in the form of a ballot measure, you goddamn idiot. God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Ay. Por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay. Okay. Sorry. Let's see if Edinger Mentum is around. Can you speak German? No. Next round of polls are closing at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is in 10 minutes. Arizona, Colorado, which we won't know about for a while. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New York, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wyoming, and Wisconsin. Delaware race is called, perhaps bittersweet for Biden. Must be bittersweet for Joe Biden to watch as the vice president carries his home state of Delaware. Okay. Kim Jong-un apparently voted in Las Vegas. This is really, really devastating. I'm not going to lie. This is a sad state of affairs. Florida rejecting the abortion measure is fucking crazy. Oh, they are so cooked. Florida is so fucking cooked. It is the most cooked state in the nation. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, the weed thing is also shocking, but the abortion thing, god damn, dude. God fucking damn. Our split ticket pre-election forecast was D+5 in New Hampshire. Gotta say, that was one of those things that raised my eyebrows. I thought from my priors we were on track to undershoot her there. Guess not. Yeah. New Hampshire was New Hampshire potentially underperforming for Kamala Harris was a scary sign, and it turns out that the New York Times Needle has Harris projected at a margin of 3.9 in New Hampshire and 5.1 in VA. Very big swing towards Trump predicted by pre-election polls, but not to this extent in light blue states. Floridians get what they voted for, law. I know, but you have to remember it's a fucking massive state, and there's plenty of people who don't agree. And also, again, these constitutional measures, these constitutional amendments in the form of ballot measures are still incredibly popular. Once again, it's literally almost 60% popularity. The problem with Florida is it has to reach 60%. So when something is 57% and it doesn't pass, it's still ridiculous. Okay. Like, both amendments are above 55%, both weed legalization, marijuana legalization, and also abortion protections. They were both above 55%, abortion at 57%, and yet it still, it doesn't pass because it has to be over 60%. So it is inherently undemocratic when the majority of the Floridian population is like, we want this, and then they still don't get it. It is still shocking to me that it couldn't reach 50%, though. That's what I mean. What I'm saying about how cooked fucking Florida is it should pass 60% in Florida. That's what's shocking to me. Like, are they that polarized? Are Americans that polarized, especially for a state like Florida? Are they that fucking right wing that they couldn't reach over the 60% margin in a state like Florida? This is unheard of. Like, an abortion state constitutional amendment not passing 60% in Florida is unthinkable. Maybe 4 years ago, and especially 8 years ago. It's unthinkable. way too many fucking Republicans, I guess, moved to Florida, and like the worst kind of Republicans, not even like normal Republicans. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro said there have been multiple bomb threats called in the polling locations across the state, but said so far there's no credible threat to the public. Shapiro, Democrat, spoke at a news conference. There's fucking bomb threats everywhere. Holy shit. Free MAGA merch at Trump's watch party. Yeah, Florida is experiencing the biggest migration in a generation. Here, 10 state locals are moving to. Florida has had the most right-wing shift, the most right-wing migration shift in the entire country, doubling the migration pattern, politically speaking, in comparison to even Texas, which has also had a 20-plus Republican, 20-point migration shift. So that is pretty consequential for the state. It changes the state makeup dramatically. New York Times says with more than 95% of results reported in Florida, the state has clearly moved to the right since 2020. That year, Donald Trump won by about 3 percentage points. He seems to be on track to carry it by about 13% points. Thoughts at the moment. Florida was a bloodbath. Trump is slightly favored in GA. Harris will win VA comfortably, though it'll shift right by several points from 2020. Not looking good early for Brown in Ohio in terms of separation with Harris. Blue wall looms large. Outside of the blue wall, North Carolina is looking tight and polls are still open in Arizona and Nevada. Not the way you'd prefer to start the night if you're Harris, but a lot of game left to play. Yeah. If Trump wins, will he actually declassify the JFK files, or is this just hopium? Yes, he's a fucking liar. He said that about 9/11 too. Do you not remember? Donald Trump literally went on Alex Jones's TV show in 2016 and said he was going to declassify 9/11 files, and then he did not. So he just lies all the time to curry favor with like right wing. To curry favor with like right-wing weirdos, like the conspiracy people. Isn't it bad overall for the Republicans that they condense all the people into a few states? I mean, that's not really happening either. So we shall see. Why is she doing so bad right now? The reason why it looks like she's doing bad, and we'll see, these next couple of hours is the make it or break it, okay? The next couple of hours is going to be the make it or break it situation. Because if the blue wall, which is the only pathway to victory for Kamala Harris, does not, it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, as I said. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania, as I said earlier. If the blue wall stands strong, then Kamala Harris wins 270 plus electoral college votes. If it doesn't, then it's fucking Jover. I'm calling it in Germentum right now. Blue wall is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. All right. Josh, you are live.
Yeah.
How are things looking on your end?
Yeah, general takeaways. Trump, if you look at the rural areas, I'm looking specifically at Georgia now. If you look at the rural areas, he's not outrunning 2020 by all that much. Most of the rural areas are only showing a shift in his favor by about a couple points. That, like, ideally would not be a huge deal, but the problem is that when you look at, like, the result in 2020, you had such a close race that these rural areas shifting a couple points and maybe having higher turnout can tilt the race towards him. Kamala's hope, and this is what Dr. Bullock at University of Georgia, my old Southern politics professor, he told me when I asked about the state of the race. She will need, in the Atlanta metro area, she will need election day vote, which doesn't make up a huge percentage of the vote there, to give her like enough of a shift in the metro area to possibly, and enough turnout to possibly counteract those shifts in the rural areas. We don't have any fully completed Atlanta metro area counties right now, but I will say that she is not outrunning in these counties. Warnock did this. The path here, the idea here is that Warnock in 2022, when he faced Herschel Walker, Senator Warnock, he faced losses in rural areas, but he was able to outrun in the metro area by enough to actually outperform Biden by a large amount. He won by 3 points. He only won by like 0.1. The problem for the vice president is that she is not, in the current totals, is not outrunning in the metro area, Biden's performance in the metro area by as much as Warnock did in 2022. We will see. There is a possibility that she could increase her margins and do slightly better in the case of a blue shift in the Atlanta metro area. If these final 20%, 30% of votes in these metro area counties are more Democratic than the results we have now, that could counteract these rural shifts. They're not especially huge, but I would say that Trump, for this, like, we don't have any completed counties in the metro area right now. Some counties, as more votes have come in, have shown a blue shift. Some have shown a slight red shift. If she was getting Warnock numbers in the Atlanta metro area, I think that she could be in a position to win Georgia. The problem is that she's not getting Warnock numbers.
Georgia's not looking great for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
AP is called Donald Trump for South Dakota, and AP is called Donald Trump for Louisiana and Wyoming, and Donald Trump has won the statewide vote in Nebraska and the 2 electoral votes. For the 3rd consecutive election, he won the popular vote on Tuesday, receiving 2 electoral college votes. Nebraska is one of the 2 states that divide electoral votes, with 2 votes going to the statewide winner and 1 apiece of the winner of each congressional district. Trump won Nebraska by 25 points in 2016, 19 points 4 years later. I don't know if he's like slated to outperform his.
Yeah. Well, I will say, and this is a credit to pollsters, I had an article, and it was an article that did very well. It doubted the new methodologies that pollsters were using that I thought, going off the track record of 2022, could be artificially deflating the Democratic vote, because that's what they did in 2022. They showed more Republican-friendly numbers in a lot of states that were just based off of right-wing media narratives, and they ended up being quite off. What they're doing now, the methods that they use to capture the right-wing vote, the possible missing Trump voters, his support, by using these somewhat questionable methods, do seem to have been capable of capturing some degree of support that polling methods from 2020 might have missed. Yeah, Texas is not surprising here. So the world is
over. Blue Texas is over. The dream is dead.
Yeah, I will say that I was very much a Blexus denier back in 2023, and the liberals got very mad at me for that. But Texas, like, for all the dreams and all of the long-term election stuff people have talked about with Blexus, Texas shifted a lot to the right in 2016, actually. It shifted a lot to the right in 2016. 2020, it trended to the left a little bit, and then since then it's been stagnant. This is a consistent Trump, like, relative to the country, R+9, R+8, R+10 state. You are not like seeing, New York Times says shift from 2020. Like, in terms of Texas, you are not seeing like the types of trends that people expected to see. This is a long-term difficulty for Democrats. I think this is a result of racial depolarization, where you have these traditionally Democratic non-white populations moving away from the party. We saw inklings of this in 2022. The reason why Democrats were so successful in 2022 was because of their success with white voters. And the hope for the party, the Democratic Party, and the vice president here is that they can get something like 2022, where you have these collapses in states like Florida, these Republican strength in states like Texas, and Republican states that are uncompetitive in general. But in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they managed to hold their ground. Republican rule shifts are not that significant. and they managed to keep some strength in the suburban urban areas that's enough for them to carry these states. That's her path. That's why I'd still describe this race as a toss-up. I think that the potential world, and I had Kamala, I saw her as a slight favorite coming into this race, largely because of the Seltzer poll. The Seltzer poll, Ann Seltzer looks like she's kind of run out of luck. We'll see what Iowa looks like specifically. There may be some results in there. I think, Hasan, you have Iowa on the Axios thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spencer is here. He worked with me on the Chapo project that we've been doing on the religious right. He says that Cruz is likely to win. Again, this is something polling predicted. Yeah, that's Spencer. Say hi to Spencer.
Hi, Spencer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, this is, I mean, the way I looked at the situation, this is not unexpected at all from where I'm standing. I never thought that. I mean, like the way I saw it is like Georgia and North Carolina would be close and potentially a nice additional cherry on top. But like what has to stay strong in this situation is of course going to be Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now she can't lose any of that, but especially Pennsylvania, I think. Considering like the performance thus far in all these other states, do you feel like there's anything that, like, if the pollsters were not weighing for Trump support or were actually correct in their additional points for Trump in the way that they weighed in favor of Donald Trump because of his, because he's a turnout machine.
Yeah.
What does that say for Pennsylvania's chances?
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania, this is probably going to be tight in these areas. I'm a little worried about, I think Wisconsin is maybe the place to worry about here. Joshua Smithy, who's very good in Pennsylvania, says that he thinks she's hitting her targets. I think she's very much in the race at Pennsylvania. Michigan, I think the New York Times still has her slightly favored. That matches with polling as well. So she still has that Midwestern path. She's not losing any of these safe states that could potentially compromise that.
Now Dems are doing the wait in line to vote tweets.
Yeah.
It's over. It's Jover.
Oh yeah.
It was early on in the day. It was the Republicans that were pumping out the "if you're in line, stay in line" tweets, and now the Democrats are pumping them.
Be by enough that she, as much as she may need to counteract these. Like, I think this case in Georgia is that you have a death by 1,000 cuts of these rural shifts, these rural areas that are all moving to the right by 2, 3, 4 points. If you had a Warnock level performance in the Atlanta metro area, you could definitely counteract that. I think Warnock actually faced even more intense rural shifts in some parts of the state. But Kamala, as it stands in the metro area counties where we do have like 70, 80% turnout, she's not outrunning by as much as Warnock did. And that is her problem. Like Cobb County, I have the Washington Post swing thing here, 73% in. She's outrunning Biden by 2. That's fine. That's respectable. If you go by a even shift of this, she would win Georgia by 2 if every county in the state shifted like Cobb did. But when you have all these rural counties that are shifting to the right by 2 or 4 points, you're going to need like larger like shifts to the left in these metro area counties compared to 2020 than you currently have right now, especially when Fulton and DeKalb are basically running even with Biden in 2020. Her hope here, and I think Greg Bluestein, who's reported for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, said she needs to rely on an election day Hail Mary, where the election day votes for her are better than the early day votes for her. That's possible, but the level of votes that are counted in these states makes me skeptical that it could have that much of a shift.
So you're now you're still in the tank for Kamala Harris, but you've leaned even further to the center, away from Kamala Harris's slight favor to win.
I would say that at this point, I consider this race to be a toss-up, as the New York Times says. I would have Trump as probably favored to win Georgia, unless we see something we don't expect in the metro area in terms of the election day turnout. There's maybe signs of a slight blue shift there. North Carolina, I think, is still in play. You had Orange County, which is one of the research triangle places that shifted towards her compared to 2020. You had some counties, Mitchell County, in the Appalachian areas that shifted towards her. There are some rough results for her in the rural areas, but We don't have anything. We don't have much out of Mecklenburg. We don't have anything out of Mecklenburg yet. We don't have anything out of Durham. Wake County is showing a shift towards her. I think North Carolina is possible, and that would be huge for her. That'd be very, very big. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we just don't have much in yet, and it's hard to make many judgments.
Okay. All right. So it's Jover, is what you're saying. It's Jover.
I don't think it's Jover. I think this is kind of the world that polling predicted, where you have these movement towards Trump in these uncompetitive states. You have slightly reduced margins compared to 2020, but like a narrow but possible path through the Midwest. We don't have anything out of Wisconsin yet. Michigan, Pennsylvania, very early in their vote counts. Both could possibly go towards her. And the West is still completely up to question. We don't know how that'll go. But the big dream that people thought where she could potentially compete in Texas, she could potentially compete in Iowa.
Well, I think her being competitive in Texas was always fucking stupid. That was never going to be a thing.
I was always of the belief of that. People gave me shit for that.
I've never been a Bleggs believer. I have routinely shied away from that, and I wasn't even like a firm committed believer in Georgia nor North Carolina. So none of those things are important to me. The way I see it is like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania and
Wisconsin. I think Pennsylvania and
Wisconsin. Yes, exactly. And a lot of people yelled at me when I said Wisconsin is heavily dominated by rural and suburban voters, and Donald Trump does a really good job of captivating rural and suburban voters, and therefore Wisconsin is going to be a trickier battle. But pollsters, if they're correct on every other aspect of this, have also consistently put Kamala Harris as Kamala Harris's chances above Donald Trump by multiple points in Wisconsin. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was,
and the same goes for Michigan as well. Like Kamala Harris's chances in Michigan have, according to polls, looked a lot better. So is she going to underperform the polls, or is she going to perform as expected? And then Florida becomes still a toss-up.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean much, but like for the whole race, it's moving to Lenore.
We can't hear him,
I think
by
that
the way.
makes sense. We'll just need more out of the Midwest before we see that. Yeah, the first results in Wisconsin are coming in.
Yeah, Trump doubles black support in Wisconsin according to the NBC exit poll. This year, Trump is pulling 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump won about 8% of black voters in the Badger State.
Yeah, this is all very much in line with what polling said.
Early vote in Nebraska heavily D. Fisher is only 5 points behind Ricketts, with Ricketts expected to win easily, likely no Osborne upset.
Yeah. The polls kind of broke away from her at the very end there.
Yeah.
I don't think Democrats, like with the way that Ohio going to Trump, we'll see what the margin is there. Unless there's some insane upset in Montana, the Senate should probably go Republican.
So let's talk about New Hampshire. New Hampshire has some, I guess, like New Hampshire, Kamala Harris seemingly is underperforming.
Yeah. Well, she's performing about in line with the polling. Let me check what the New York Times projects in that state. But the rural areas there, you are seeing a shift towards Trump. I think like the story of the election we're seeing right now, and the Midwest could be an exception here. We'll see what that ends up looking like. Is that it has her at +4 in New Hampshire, which is a reduced margin compared to Biden, who won it by 7 points. What we are seeing here is that we have Kamala largely running in line with Biden support in urban areas and suburban areas, not really gaining on him like Democrats in 2022 did. Well, they called Texas for Trump, which is not much of a surprise.
Yeah.
Not really gaining on him in these areas like Biden did over Clinton, while facing losses in rural areas that move these states, I would say, in Trump's direction. I don't think she's out of the race at all. I think that the Midwest, if this is all very much in line with polling in the Midwest, very much presented a world where she could win while doing poorly in like these non-competitive states and these less white states. But Racial depolarization, I would say, is very much real. Rural shift towards Trump, I would say, is real in a way that we didn't see in 2022. And it's tough for Democrats. It presents as kind of a strange world where they might actually be in a very good position in lower turnout elections like midterms and special elections. But when the electorate opens up in a presidential race like it has now, they face this larger universe of voters who aren't quite as partisan. I wouldn't say this is the young men thing. I would say this is more about a minorities thing and rural voters where this larger electorate is not as favorable to them as the midterm electorate was in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, what's NBC saying? I have to go to the restroom real quickly. If you could take me off for a second.
Okay. Yeah. Just give me a call back when you're ready. All right. Edit your momentum, everybody. Let's check in with the news. See what the fuck's going on there.
Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro.
I gotta pee
we
as
don't
well.
have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia looks 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes, and we are getting a lot more clarity in the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things we talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39 points. He's winning it. You could see almost the same as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump
Needle
campaign,
showing leading Trump.
Let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost.
Is there a threshold for you to feel proper nervous? I feel a little nervous.
Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point.
I have time and time again repeated
That's
that.
an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some
I don't
of
think
them
this
here.
is 2016.
Again, Hall County
the reason
is
why I
one,
don't think it's
almost
2016 is
all in.
because
Trump
it's not
had
like everyone was
slippage
super
here
hopeful.
In 2020, you see he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County,
2016 was
almost all
like
in. again,
looking
Trump
like
had
a banger for
slippage
Hillary
here
Clinton.
in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You could see Harris running a 1.5 better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you could take a look down here at Walton County. Again,
How do
this
we
is
read
the
these
early
results? Is
vote
it even
in
worth
Walton County.
watching? Yes.
Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying.
SNL, I can't. Celebrity endorsement, Twitch
like
shows.
Douglas have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, you know, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about
How soon
all
is
the vote
it
is in.
polite
Trump
to
by
start
17.
blaming leftists?
Trump won this thing, you know, by about 13 points and change.
I'm sure
in
the Democrats have
2020.
already
So we're
decided
seeing a bit
exactly what flavor of leftist they're going to shit on. It's coming, though. They will always blame the left.
Points right now.
And they will always tack right, which is ironically the reason why
That
they're,
same-day vote, we're
I think, losing motion and momentum in a lot of these states.
Similar, I think, to what we're looking at in to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. You know, Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia, 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
Okay. I was joking earlier, but now I think Brother Banks was really the canary in the coal mines. No, Brother Banks is in Florida. I mean, not in Florida, sorry, in fucking California. But it does mean something when people are not worried about Donald Trump to a degree where, like, even someone who wants to be brand friendly to a certain degree or doesn't want to come across like someone who's hateful is confident enough to be able to outwardly show support to Donald Trump. This means that a lot of people don't view Donald Trump as a danger to America, especially in our demographic, in our age group. That in and of itself is terrifying. It's also kind of funny because Brother Banks's assessment on the situation was damn near identical to all the fucking criticisms that I had of the Democratic Party in terms of like being hypocritical on the issue of immigration, in terms of like not outwardly communicating that they're anti-war and that like this type of shit tracks, this type of lack of communication on that agenda, on that front, gives Donald Trump the opportunity to say he's the fucking peaceful dove candidate. A lot of these were issues that I routinely talked about, that I said Kamala Harris was running a bad campaign. And for some weird reason, everyone was like, no, Hasan, you're wrong. Kamala Harris is running a good campaign. I still believe, in spite of all of that, that there are a lot of people who are like, I don't want to fuck with this Trump shit at all. But it was way too tricky. It was a massive gamble. Something that I reiterated over and over again. for the past couple of months, non-fucking stop. And people said that I was completely wrong. And that, no, it's actually good to tack to the center. It's actually good. Why would anybody vote for you as the anti-migrant party if the other side is constantly increasing the pressure on migrants? So all of that are massive flaws in the way that Kamala Harris has campaigned thus far. Decision Desk is calling North Carolina for Donald Trump, saying that Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina. Once again, North Carolina and Georgia, competitive states, but overall, they were a part of the 7 swing states that we were talking about. But the ones that are important in Pennsylvania, I have said this for months. And if Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's when you know it's 100% Jover. Okay? Speaking of Pennsylvania, oh my God, Kaya, chill. Speaking of Pennsylvania, Michael from Pennsylvania, I'm calling him now. He is going to be the naysayer tonight. I'm just letting you know. Okay? Don't freak out. But his attitude and mine are pretty close. Our analysis is almost identical, but he has on the Trump is going to win side of this argument, and I'm on the Kamala Harris is slated to win side of this argument. But like I said, this is all coming down to Pennsylvania. So let's hear his analysis on the matter. I don't know why he's not picking up after saying, when am I going to come on? This motherfucker's in the chat being like, yo, pull me in. And then I call him and he doesn't pick up. Where? Literally in the chat going, hey, pull me in, pull me in, pull me in. And then when I'm like, all right, let's have you on, he's like, never mind. That's crazy. How are you going to be in the chat being like, yo, can I come on? When can I come on? And then when I pull you in, you're not even there.
Okay, first of all, could I just say that I was, listen, I was malding a little bit. So I left the room for a minute and then I called Caroline.
All right, let's hear it.
Now you're ready. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic. Hi, everybody. Mike from PA Central _committee on Twitch. I'm not trying to I don't feel good. I feel terrible. All
right. I think it's still too early to pull I told you so's in terms of.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I told
you
so's or anything.
You and I, like I've repeated over and over again, are in agreement in terms of Kamala Harris's outreach strategy being absolutely dog shit. And the dangers presented by Donald Trump. But you were always on the Donald Trump is slightly favored to win train, where I was always on the Kamala Harris is still slightly favored to win train, even though her chances of her slight favor shifted in Trump's direction, especially in the last month. Having said that, however, all of this is going to still come down to the state of Pennsylvania. This is your forte as someone. For those of you who don't know, Michael from Pennsylvania, Central _committee, has worked in Pennsylvania politics for many years. So he understands the situation on the ground pretty well. And he has been warning about Kamala Harris's chances in Pennsylvania for quite some time. So with all that said, let's hear what your assessment is on Pennsylvania. Or actually, you know what? What is your I told you so moment, if you want to talk about that too?
Well, okay. So I think there was, I got a lot of shit for basically bucking a lot of the trend and being like, actually, I think the evidence is that the polls are accurate or underestimating Trump.
Fair.
And a lot of people were like, no. Like there was the Seltzer, whatever her name is, Momentum, that one poll from Iowa. There was but mostly like I looked into it pretty extensively, and I've bought polls myself and run them. So it's not just like, me as like an amateur looking at it. It's somebody who's like ordered them and designed them and run them. And I think her polling method is archaic. It's, I agree with part of what she does, but basically she does this thing called random digit dialing, which is something that we did like 20 years ago. And it doesn't have like this, it doesn't have like the internet component, and it's not very good at like matching up for people that are harder to contact. Like a lot of pollsters reacted to 2020 and 2016 by realizing that there was a pool of low propensity Republican voters that Donald Trump was tapping into that were not being contacted. And there was absolutely no evidence to believe that those people were being successfully contacted. And so we always thought like that, and they weren't doing anything like putting a blanket weight on the polls. Like the polls were not in any way like manipulated. They were just trying to figure out how to be accurate. And I think a lot of the pollsters have been vindicated. If anything, they still might have an underestimation of Trump.
You think the polls are still underestimating Trump?
Well, I mean, okay, so basically the world that we're in is like, this morning, Nate Silver said that he ran 80,000 simulations and 40,000 of them showed Kamala Harris winning, right? Well, we're now in the world where about 20,000 of those simulations where she won are completely off the table.
Yeah. So if you're talking about like Georgia and North Carolina, like I have
East
never
Coast strategy is gone.
Yeah,
and that was actually a major source of like optimism for her. Like the idea that Georgia and North Carolina might be available for her.
I never cared about that. For the record, I always saw that as like bonus points if it happens, but it's not all that significant. And I think that the overall strategy here has always been the blue wall and to see if it holds or not. And looking at the performance of Kamala Harris in the other swing states that she did pump a shitload of ads into with bad communication overall, with bad messaging overall. It doesn't matter if you're pumping $30 million of television ads into a area into a competitive race. If the message that you're pumping is not one that people are responding to, right?
Yeah.
And I think
they weren't.
Yeah, no, for sure.
There was no evidence that she spent $1 billion. There was no evidence that any of her ad money moved the numbers at all.
No, there was evidence that it didn't move. No, there was actually evidence to the contrary, that all of the ads that she pumped into even Pennsylvania didn't actually shift the polls in her direction. As a matter of fact, it shifted the polls in Trump's direction in many instances, not because of those ads in particular, but that means that like obviously the message wasn't resonating with the voters.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if she pulls it out, like, my preference is that she pulls it out over Donald Trump. I don't want Donald Trump to be president, but I have to say that I didn't vote for her because of the genocide, and I know that I'm not alone. There's a lot of people that didn't vote for her because she refused to stand up for humanity. International law, the United Nations, and I'm proud to have voted for PSL.
There's 300,000 people in here that are going to try to figure out where you live to kill you. I'm just letting you know.
I just want people to know that like
he's a swing state voter, chat.
No, and I've said this for months,
He's a Pennsylvania voter,
and I said this for months, and that was like if they don't break from Biden on here, I will not support them because it's just unconscionable and it's unsupportable. And I think, and I wasn't doing it because of me or privilege or any of those other things, but because if there is Arab and Muslim voters that are out there in Dearborn who are losing family members, I'm going to act in solidarity with them.
Okay.
I'm not going to act and stand aside. And
okay.
And I'm sorry for getting off on that soapbox.
Well, let's get back to the analysis in Pennsylvania right now.
At it right now. Yeah,
so
I'm trying to right now we still have very few in the way of firm returns, and 75% of election day returns are 75% of the votes come on election day in Pennsylvania. So I'm looking at I'm looking at stuff right now.
Yeah.
And yeah. Wow.
There have been very little shocking results so far, as Associated Press has also said. And that AP race is calling Donald Trump winning the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska and the 1 electoral vote as well. AP race call. Donald Trump wins the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska and 1 electoral.
3rd. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
the 3rd.
Omaha.
Yeah, he won the other votes as well. Rural 3rd congressional district on Tuesday, the former president easily defeated the Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris in the state's most conservative of his 3 districts, covering 80 counties and 2 time zones. The district is also one of the most conservative in the country and supported Trump by 3-1 in both 2016 and 2020. The last time the district voted for a Democrat that represented was in 1958. A decision desk says Harris is leading with about 1/5 of the estimated votes counted a little more than an hour after the polls closed. The earliest results included mailed ballots, which have historically favored Democratic candidates, but the gap is narrowing as expected with Election Day votes from across the state being added.
So I'm looking at Lehigh County, or Northampton County, rather, excuse me, results coming in, which is one of the key swing counties in Pennsylvania. There's something called the Lehigh Valley, which includes Northampton and Lehigh County and a little bit of Harbin County and maybe a little bit of Montgomery County, that kind of region. It's, you have like Philadelphia on the east side, that's southeast. Then you have the collar counties, and then you have like the Lehigh Valley is like central eastern. And that is like one of the key swing areas. And I'm looking at some of Northampton County results so far, and Donald Trump is leading in Election Day votes in so far that's been reported by let me see here. Let me do the math because I don't have.
Can I just? I want to pause briefly while you're looking for that.
Is what I'm.
I want to pause briefly, or you keep looking for that, and I want to address something in the chat. I see a lot of people saying like, "Congratulations, Michael from Pennsylvania, when Gaza is leveled by Donald Trump. I'm sure you'll have your moral victory." So the thing I want to explain to every single person here is, regardless of what your perspective is, okay, there is a fundamental mismatch in what I believe and what you believe if you don't think that Kamala Harris's job in this circumstance is to actively communicate to people exactly like Mike and many others that she is going to be different than Joe Biden. This was one of the major messaging flaws that I kept reiterating over and over and over again. There were no votes lost if she separated from Biden on Gaza policy, and only votes to gain. So you can get mad at him all day, every day. And that's understandable. Like, it's an emotional moment right now. And it's beyond emotional because Donald Trump is going to be incredibly damaging. And he's still, I'm not talking like he's winning. I'm not saying that he's going to win. But having said that, you have to recognize that this is a flaw of the campaign. If there's one thing that you remember from today, if there's one thing that you carry with you into the next election cycle and the election cycle after that, it is that this is, if there is a failure here from the Kamala Harris campaign, it is entirely in her hands. Okay, I say this as someone who still is slightly favoring Kamala Harris's chances to win, with the hopes that they pull through on the blue wall. But having said that, once again, harm reduction voting on certain aspects on this issue or that issue is not a resounding message that is going to drive turnout. That's it.
Yeah. I don't mind if people are mad at me. Obviously, like the thing that I would say is, first of all, it doesn't appear that the green votes are enough to make up the difference. Number one, and the second thing is like, I'm looking at the numbers here in Northampton, and basically she's winning 44% of the day of vote in Northampton County, which is 75% of the expected. So that's like 75% of the vote will be that day of vote, and so I would say she's behind where she needs to be in Northampton right now. I'm going to go take a look at 2020, pull that up as well. And like at the end of the day, when we look back at this election, we're going to see like when Kamala Harris first jumped in, she was very popular because people thought of her as like a fresh face who was going to break from Biden and possibly represent. You know, she picked Tim
almost
Walz.
$1 billion in funds raised. All of that stuff was fantastic.
Yeah.
Most
and I would never
importantly,
vote for Jill Stein anyway. By the way, Jill Stein is a grifter.
We're in agreement on that as well. So.
Anyway,
let's look at Pennsylvania. Let's look at the
well.
Pennsylvania stuff, because like right now having an argument over Gaza policy is
it's worthless. It's worthless. You're right. I'm sorry.
All right. So let's hear it.
So I'm looking more as well at so basically right now we have approximately like 25%. I'm sorry, 31% of the votes are in. And comparing that, let me just give me a second to pull this up. I had it pulled up.
Like another thing that you have to remember once again is that one, those votes are not for granted. Like third party votes are not for granted. Those are not like automatic locks for the Democratic Party. Clearly, as these people did go out and vote for a third party candidate. It is up to the campaign to win those voters back. And not by just being like, oh, these guys are bad. And I don't like Jill Stein either. I've very openly communicated that time and time again. The point I'm trying to make is that this is an active messaging issue. If they do not take these voters seriously and they lose these voters, this is exactly what happened in 2016 as well. Be mad at the Democratic Party because no matter how hard people try outside of the Democratic Party's campaign strategies, you will never be able to outflank the Democrats on their top line messaging. That's it.
Yeah, I'm looking at New York Times. I'm looking at results from 2020 and comparing them in Allegheny County. And it looks like that Donald Trump right now, he is like pretty tight on, he's only 15,000 votes behind. 22,000 votes behind Harris on election day votes.
So
it's
not even a matchup. It's not even a matchup versus Donald Trump. But like when you look at past performance, for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania in these districts that you're looking at, do you see any movement or any momentum that favors her? Or when you look at this, are you only seeing a shift? Because I think what is happening in Georgia is most likely going to be happening everywhere around the country. And what I mean, and that's why it's a dangerous predicament to be in for Kamala Harris's campaign, which is that if Trump picks up more from the rural areas and Kamala Harris's base of support does not hold in the cities, and her strategy of trying to detangle white suburban women from the Republican Party is not successful enough, or she can't make up for that. She can't make up for the loss in the urban areas by picking up those voters in the suburbs, then she's fucking cooked. So what I'm looking at here is Donald Trump's turnout strategy, or is Donald Trump's turnout better than 2020? And is Kamala Harris's turnout better than Joe Biden's performance in 2020?
So I'm looking at Allegheny County, and I think basically we're going to see a slight drop off in turnout overall. I don't think it's going to end up being what it was in 2020. But Donald Trump's numbers aren't actually that far. He's probably only going to drop maybe like 10 or 20,000 votes out of like 700,000 in Allegheny County, whereas Harris is at, let me just do one more piece of math here. I'm doing this live, everybody, so this is how it works. Hold on, and Harris is looking like she will be down around 30,000 from 2020. So I would say that that number right there. So net, that's around like 10,000 out of Pittsburgh. She'll probably be below where Biden was. So I would say that we're definitely on track for a very tight one. Very, very tight. I think.
Okay, but what I'm asking for specifically is measuring 2020 performance in Pennsylvania in key districts that could in key districts that Kamala Harris has to perform in comparison to her 2024 performance. Do you have this information? If you don't, it's fine.
It's not all available yet because only 33% of the like votes are in. So I'm like trying to make reasonable projections. We do have more from Pittsburgh, which is why I was trying to use that as a kind of indicator. Basically, I would say that there's been a uniform swing toward Trump, probably.
Okay, so you're saying that off of, because look, you had a method for Kamala Harris losing. Like you were projecting Donald Trump winning the state of Pennsylvania. Like that was what your slight favor was, right? And my slight favoring for Kamala Harris winning was that even with like same day turnout in places even before we looked at the election day turnout in a lot of these places, college campuses and whatnot, my assessment of the situation was that like she will be able to perform decently well in the suburbs better than Joe Biden did even. And if that's not showing, then she's cooked.
It's not showing that. That's not showing. Like basically what I said, like just to reiterate it for the chat that wasn't here when I was on last, but basically my thought was that the turnout for like cities and for young people was going to be slightly down, but the rural areas is going to be higher and juiced because the Republicans have spent so much time trying to turn out votes early. And one of the main issues that we're seeing is that the suburban performance is in line with 2020 or like less than 2020. And, Joe Biden only won Pennsylvania by approximately 80,000 votes. So if you see a further boost in the rural areas, you see a slight decline in turnout in the cities. And then you see like suburbans not really outperforming what they did prior, not seeing the big swing. That's kind of what we saw in Georgia. That's kind of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Like the theory of the case that I had seems to be the one that's bearing out, which it sucks because I don't want it to happen, but.
Okay. All right. Well, at least as more votes come in, I'll be able to analyze it better because it's only 33% right now. All right, I'm gonna give you a call back when there are.
If you want to give me a call back,
I'll give you a call back when there's more vote dumps coming out. When
we have more vote dumps, I'll let you know.
And
I appreciate that people. I appreciate people are frustrated with this election. I get it.
All right, thank you, Michael from Pennsylvania, Central _ Committee. Peace.
See you soon.
Okay. Okay. Is Kamala losing? Is it too early to say? For Pennsylvania, we do not know, but Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. Okay. If Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's it. If Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's it. That is the race in front of us right now. Okay. On the flip side, if Penn stands, she wins. Well, no. On the flip side, if Pennsylvania stands, it's still not entirely done. So, New York Times predicts a Penn/Michigan win for Trump. That would be, there is a slight Republican leaning for Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as it stands, but we'll see what happens. as more votes come in. Okay, never mind. That's not. Is the race close for both of them? So the electoral college pathways, obviously, given that land votes, favors the Republican side. That's why Democrats need to usually win by like +5 on the popular vote in order to secure a victory in the electoral college. Or at least like the dynamic and the makeup of the way that states look ideologically. So having all of these battleground states be this close was always going to be an issue.
Out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we
Tammy
are.
Baldwin
this race too
in
close to call.
Wisconsin.
She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio.
If Pennsylvania is no longer close, we will know if someone is the president tonight.
Against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look.
It just won't be the person that you would want to be president.
One seat with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call on the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again,
Can you explain why the Pennsylvania is the tipping point? Because out of all of the states, given the electoral college, the way it works, there's a proportional number of electors that you get from each individual state. It's winner take all, and the way that the states work is that if a state is close enough. If a state is like a deep red state, it doesn't matter. That's going to be Trump. That's going to be Trump victory no matter what. If a state is a deep blue state, then it doesn't matter. Like California, nobody gives a shit. You know, Democrats are going to win California. There's like 6 million fucking additional Democratic voters in the state of California in comparison to the, I guess like what, 4 or 5 million Republican voters in the state of California. So like, it's like 11 million to 6 million. So that's a given. That's like what, 53, I believe, electors that you're getting, like no matter what. You need a total of 270 plus out of the 538. And because that is how it looks like, out of all of the states that Kamala Harris seemingly was competitive in, out of all the states that Kamala Harris was seemingly competitive in, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the 3 most important. This is known as the blue wall. Okay, these states usually are dictated by if the Democrats win Pennsylvania, that usually given the demographic makeup of these other states that are quite similar to one another, the rural-urban divide that is quite similar to one another, these other states are slated to go in the same direction. Now, that's basically what people are waiting for right now. If she did enough turnout in Pennsylvania, if she had a successful turnout in Pennsylvania, and she wins Pennsylvania, then that performance is enough to extrapolate that she most likely will win Michigan and most likely will win Wisconsin as well. Seltzer Iowa poll was a fraud. Well, the Seltzer poll looks like it might have been among the worst of the cycle. Harris is likely to lose Iowa by 8 to 10 at this point. Very different from the D+3 results she had. I give her credit for posing a non-herd poll. To be honest, it will give legitimate insight into polling at large. Yeah, I mean, no, that's copium. It was bunk. It was a disastrous failure in terms of polling.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah, I have some bad news here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points.
This is what I was waiting for.
Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night,
90% in, Kamala Harris is underperforming in comparison to past performance, in comparison to performance from Joe Biden. That is a really bad sign. Sorry, I have to be fucking honest. That is a really, really bad sign. I mean, it's...
Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020.
Hogs are going to clip and goon to this moment.
Harris has improved on it.
What do you mean?
You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County.
How many votes did you get in for
This is key
Jill?
for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County.
Dude,
a drop.
there's nothing funnier than blaming me for this when I have like openly been anti-Jill from the jump. Like you're now hallucinating officially. Like, shut the fuck up. I like that people immediately started assuming that Kamala Harris is going to lose, and they're now officially looking to blame someone immediately, and it's never the fucking campaign. Never. Like, immediately.
Fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, excuse me, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this.
Oh no, currently watching Alan Lakeman, who has been live streaming on YouTube with his son for about 3 hours. The vibes here are not good. No mention of the keys or turning them in quite some time. I'm worried about everything, Lichtman says. I don't get it. The keys have nothing to do with like the fucking electoral college. Why is he worried? If he trusts the keys, then he shouldn't be worried at all. I don't understand. Why is he all of a sudden looking at the polls? Why is he all of a sudden looking at electoral college performance? I thought the keys were, that's it. I thought the keys were the keys, you know? The worst people gathered at Mar-a-Lago. Oh my God. At Mar-a-Lago tonight, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy, Caitlyn Jenner, Eduardo Bolsonaro, Nigel Farage, Dana White, Byron Donalds, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, my heart can't handle it. Oh my God. We're about to have the worst motherfuckers. Oh my God. Nightmare blunt rotation. Oh my God, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is so bad. It's so fucking bad, dude. Oh no, I do not want 4 years of that shit. Holy fuck. Oh, this is another damning thing that I wanted to explain. CBS News exit poll in Michigan per our polling team. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump right now. This deficit for Harris is in large part to younger men in Michigan who are more for Trump. Before people start talking about how this is the Arab vote, okay, if you say this is the Arab vote, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. I just want to let you know, wait till the fucking exit polls come out. You'll probably see a bunch of people that did swing for third-party votes in Michigan. But once again, they were all there for the picking for Kamala Harris. But it's not going to be them. It's going to be young white men and young Latino men that are going without a college degree, going heavily for Donald Trump, as is what the pollsters have shown time and time again. There is a massive gender crisis in this country. I've been ringing the alarm bells about that, alongside the massive misinformation crisis that we're experiencing. And, you know, you just gotta remember that. There's not that many Latinos in Michigan. Yeah, it's just white men in general. Young white men in general. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fuck, man, we should have known sexism would kill the campaign. No. Sexism plays a role in this, but we all knew that already. Hasan mauled, yes. Hasan mauled, little boy mauled. Brother, I need you to understand something, okay? And I'm going to be very clear with you. Donald Trump potentially winning this election is not going to change the reality that your family is embarrassed to be around you and have told the rest of the family in Thanksgiving dinner that you moved away for the duration while they keep you locked in the fucking basement because your vibes are so pathetic, okay? Donald Trump winning the presidency is not going to change that reality. If anything, it's probably going to make your situation worse. I just need you to understand that real quick. You need to fix your own damn life. Okay? That's it. Like, you need to fix it. You're not. Hit the fucking gym, little man. Okay? Fix your fucking life. Donald Trump winning or losing is not going to make it better. All right? PA showing lots of counties with 80+% vote counts moving further red. Haha, already coping, talking about some other's family. Once again, we lived under the Trump administration for 4 years. None of your lives got better when that happened. You owned the libs and you thought owning the libs would potentially make your life better. The only thing that happened was Donald Trump gave massive tax cuts to the omega wealthy and corporations. Donald Trump deregulated key sectors, poisoned your water, probably gave you even more lead poisoning so you hallucinate these fucking weirdo positions. America is on a path to complete fucking collapse. And you're over here thinking that voting for the orange man is going to somehow materially benefit you. It's not, okay? This is the same principle that so many people exhibit, okay? You handsome and I love your opinions though. Okay, thank you. But remember, Donald Trump winning the presidency is not going to improve your life. It's actually going to continue making it worse because there are fundamental problems that you have that you're experiencing in here, okay? And major material issues that you are experiencing as well. And neither party is actually providing any adequate solutions to that. But all you are thinking is maybe if I fucking own people that have less than I do, then my life will be at least noticeably better. It will not. Okay? You need to understand that. It is not going to improve your life at all. Owning the libs is not going to improve your life. It is a way for Donald Trump and the Republican Party to distract you away as they pick your fucking pockets and rob you blind. He doesn't give a fuck about you. You don't make $10 million a year. He does not give a fuck about you. You could die and he wouldn't give a shit. I thought you were the smart one. If Kamala wins, the world will be destroyed by wars. The world is being destroyed by wars currently. Kamala Harris is not the president, and it doesn't fucking change that dynamic even a little bit. All right. Donald Trump wins Montana, which was expected. Electoral College estimate showing Trump within 288. Popular vote estimate for Harris has gone down to plus 0.1. Pennsylvania is 56% Republican lean. What are the odds of Trump winning the whole thing? The odds are in favor of Donald Trump, certainly.
What Tom just mentioned about the exit poll, and again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here in Savannah. Love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit, but here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada. Looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago.
We aren't crazy, right? We see he's a fascist. Yes.
You can pull up Nevada. You can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala
Voting
Harris.
to deport their families.
46%. But again, it's about the overperformance.
Well, bro, you claim you're not left, but your cries and groans and screams you are. I am left. I don't think you know what that means. I'm more to the left than the Democratic Party is, that's for sure.
Around the Trump campaign, what did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with black and Latino voters, Latino men. An interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
You seem to be right that Harris could lose the popular vote and still win. Yeah, I mean,
two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania.
That is if she fucking wins Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she lost. She lost the popular vote and the fucking Electoral College. I said that the funniest likely outcome would be Kamala Harris losing the general election because of Trump's fucking turnout demon behavior. Okay. Oh, fuck. I got to talk to the Canadian broadcast in like, what a fucking terrible time. I am going to do a Zoom call live in front of 300,000 people with CBC right now, as a matter of fact. In like the next
overall number with those
13
seniors.
minutes.
So those are three things that I'm seeing
not even 13
that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers
what a night.
in rural.
What a night, ladies and gentlemen.
2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected at the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both
Okay, I'm done calling shit. I literally said, what if all the young people that are voting for